Man, Iron Lord's got Peter Moore,
Yeah,
bro.
that's gonna be a good show. I'm ready. I'm kind of hyped for that.
Hey, we're not live yet either.
Uh no, probably not yet because I got to go to the
Okay.
for whatever reason I can hit live over here, and I still got to go to
So
the YouTube studio and go live.
so way on the DL too.
Hold on,
Way on the DL.
hold on. It says we're live.
Okay, well then I don't want to say it.
I can mute our mics though.
Yeah.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that's fire. I know you were able to hear us at one point, and we went away. Hold on, let me switch to my other mic because my other mic sounds better. Hopefully, you can hear me better now. Last week we ran into some heavy mic issues for whatever reason on certain sources. It just wasn't working. I don't know why. I did go in and fix some of the things that needed to be fixed, but to be honest, there wasn't much wrong. But I did update OBS, so things should be working a bit smoother now. I'm using NVIDIA Broadcast just because it's software that's available to me using an NVIDIA graphics card. So MG says the beard game. Hey man, thanks. I try to make sure I got it right for with my pink pick. You know what I mean? I gotta make sure I get it right. He said no. Basso says no secrets in here. Hey, there's no secrets. No secrets.
Well, we weren't supposed to go back. We were supposed to go backstage. It was supposed to remain me and Steele for a moment there, and I didn't realize that we were already backstage.
No, it's all good. It's all good. We muted up. So, yes, and Parasite.
Yes.
You serious, Pong? ILP is going to have the infamous Peter Moore from the UK shores on tomorrow. No doubt they will bring up the famous Grand Theft Auto tattoo moment.
Yes, they will. Is going to be an awesome ILP tomorrow with Peter Moore. Yes. I can't wait for that.
Yeah, it's always dope, especially on that Power On documentary that they did.
Yeah,
just to hear his perspective of stepping into that role and what he was able to do for the Xbox 360 generation, especially with the Red Ring of Death and how he was able to kind of jump back from that too, and fight it. It's really dope to see. So I want to, I definitely want to hear some more of that.
And for me, not only just for the Xbox stuff, but for the Dreamcast stuff.
Yeah, that's
and I know those guys are going to hit him with the Dreamcast stuff because obviously that's where his rivalry and even to this day kind of grudge against PlayStation started. So I cannot wait to hear that because I know they'll bring it up.
And Jasper says, you got some COD Mobile on in the background? Yes, I do. I jumped into some COD Mobile when I was having some issues with the Battle.net launcher.
Modern Warfare 3.
Yeah, I wish. They're not gonna have third person in there either because they don't care about me or my life or the things that I would like in my life. Although Call of Duty Mobile can have it. I don't get it. Like I just don't. You take it out of Warzone, but you leave it in Call of Duty Mobile. Like whatever. That's a whole different tangent. But I jumped into some Call of Duty Mobile because I couldn't get into the Battle.net launcher or it wouldn't allow me to launch my games until recently. I had to reinstall Windows and whatnot. But this was kind of what I was talking about last weekend. Call of Duty Mobile is so much further ahead than Call of Duty on console is right now, or on PC, I guess you could say. I am playing this on PC through an emulator, though it is through their official emulator. So there's no cheating or anything like that involved. This is also was a chance for me to kind of I took it like, well, because the controller wasn't working for this game. So I was like, you know what? Let me just play around with the mouse and keyboard for a bit. Let me see what I'm feeling like. And so this is me playing mouse and keyboard. So hopefully you guys can enjoy that. Oh, you're muted, Pong.
I am muted. I didn't realize how much it looks like Fortnite.
Yeah, on mobile, no, 100%.
Yeah, mobile.
1000,
Yeah.
1000%. It definitely has that. It has more of that cell shaded look for
Yeah.
sure.
Yeah. It's got that old
Multiplayer too.
school, yeah, cartoonish kind of feel to
Yep.
it in a way. Like
It-
it's different.
yep. It is very different, but it was dope. It was fun to play during the time. I did get kind of bored of it once I was able to get BattleNet back up. I mean, again, there's nothing like playing original COD, playing the true Call of Duty. Mobile still, it just feels like it's too easy, in some facets. And then the other thing too, at least for me, not having controller support, I'm not a mouse and keyboard dude. If there's one thing that this game helped me realize, I just don't like playing mouse and keyboard anymore. I just don't. Now, did this show me that I could? Like, if there was a game that I really cared for it enough to do it, like when I was having fun playing this, yeah, you know what I'm saying? I can mix it up, you know, get a little bit of time in, but I'm not. I tried to go back into regular Call of Duty with mouse and keyboard, and it was just like,
yeah, no.
nah. I had to pull out the controller. I went my first match back in the Warzone. I was struggling. I got like 3 kills one match.
Oh, that's right, of course, and you jumped into Warzone too, so you can't even just sit and just snipe.
Nah. I jumped straight into Warzone. I needed some smoke. Jump straight into Warzone, and I'm sitting there playing my sweat settings and whatnot. And yeah, and that's 100% right, Jasper. It is like 90% of bots on mobile. Unfortunately, it's stupid, and that's why I stopped playing it. I fell off of it because I was just like, I don't like that feeling of playing against bots all the time. For me, at least personally. So it is what it is. It felt good for what I played of it. Had some fun. That's what it's about. So it is what it is. But yeah, that's what's on in the background. Paul, what you got to tell the beautiful people before we go live here?
I got nothing to tell anybody, man. I got nothing. I got nothing for anybody. No, it's great to be here Saturday morning with my brother from another steel. Rain. I've been fighting this headache all week long. So very minimal gaming this week. I haven't even touched Baldur's Gate 3, as most of you probably heard by now, as I talked about on PM to PM and Xbox Ultimate last night. So been a weird week for me, but we do have a lot to talk about, Steel, because we had some big week of news, especially Starfield front for sure, and some other things. We're gonna have a fun Saturday morning talking to you all. So 3+ hours, buckle up. We're gonna get ready to rock and roll, because that's what we do here.
And Vandal, no, unfortunately, Live in Splitscreen didn't get a code. I know. Well, one thing I'm gonna do this when we go live too. I'm gonna do it backstage because it double up the meaning, right? We're over 1K now, ladies and gentlemen, which is such a beautiful thing, and I'll save a lot of my sentiments for when we're live, because I want to give that to the audio listeners too, because they do deserve some congrats on that and some appreciation. So, but I do want to thank you guys backstage while I got you. Everybody that's here live, you guys are the biggest reason why we were able to hit those numbers, right? Even though we're not going to get a Starfield code, and even if we did, I don't know, me and Paul would probably have to decide who would want to do that timing wise and everything. I know how that goes, but but even if we didn't, it wouldn't have mattered. We're forever going to be grateful to everybody who has been tuning into us since day one, who loves the energy that I bring, that live raw and uncut nature, and then also, you know, Mr. Golden Age of Gaming over there, you know what I mean, my brother from another, who's been this whole thing started extremely organic, just natural, 2 guys just getting together saying, hey, here's an idea. Really, I mean, thankful more so for Pong. He had an idea, was like, hey man, you know, and we're here where we are now, man. 115 episodes in, which is a beautiful thing. I got a brother from another that I wouldn't have probably met in any other facet. So it's a beautiful thing to see, man. And I greatly appreciate everybody that's here rocking with us. So
Yeah, we'll get into it when we go live too. Obviously, it's been a hell of a week, man. So yeah, no, we'll definitely get into it, but appreciate you all rocking out with us here right now. A lot of you guys are a lot of the OGs that have been here almost since the beginning or from the beginning. Absolutely insane. Just love this community. Love what Steel and I have built here. Again, it's been just nice, slow, steady growth. And that's exactly what Steel and I knew was going to happen, you know, without guests, without tons of giveaways or stuff like that. You guys all know what it is. That's not, and one show a week. That's over 2 hours, which is against all the rules. Steele and I are breaking all the rules with living split screen. But it doesn't matter to us because that's what we do. I mean, this is the gig. This is what we thought. Obviously, we hope at some point we can start getting some more stuff going. Starfield is coming. I'm hoping to be streaming. I might be showing up here on Living Split Screen.
I got some plans. I got some thoughts and some plans that I'll try to we'll go through while we're live. Again, I'll give y'all a little bit of a tease. I'm thinking what we may end up doing, because this just may be the easiest way to do it for Living Split Screen. What we may do is just split it up between Twitch and YouTube. Yeah. Right. To at least start streaming to it, or maybe we choose Kick over Twitch or whatever the case. Me and Paul will talk about that in the background, and because again, we are business partners, right? So any decisions like these that we end up making, depending on what platform, it's always something that me and Paul will discuss and decide what we want to do, what we feel is best, and we'll just do it that way. That way, not only can we maybe start to grow an audience with a new game, but that also allows 2 people to be live at the same time, and we still bringing more content to the channel. So I think that'll be really dope to do. And also, because I was trying to think about another way to do it, I'm still trying to think of what's going to be the best way to maybe do, again, to have one place where you have that split screen type of experience for Starfield or whatever other game that we end up playing. But again, because of the audio, that's why I'm kind of leaning to doing it. Just, hey, you, Paul, could be on this platform, I'll be on this platform. And then we just kind of divvy it up that way, and people could jump in, jump out. No matter what, you're still supporting Living Split Screen. You guys can hang out. You could double tab it up if you wanted to, right? Tune the audio however you want. I think that would be a better way, and to give the viewer the choice and control of who they want to listen to, what you want to listen to, or whatever the case. So that's kind of my thoughts so far, but we'll talk about that a little bit more when we are live. So
we will. And MG, and I saw you getting excited in the chat for Blasphemous 2. Came out to great reviews this week. 84 on Open Critic. Again, that's the game that we kind of talked about. Steel. It's like a 2D Souls game. It's been around. Blasphemous 1. It's got a fan base. MG, and if you are going to play that, I'll be curious to hear your thoughts. Not my style game, but I know a lot of people love it.
Last of Us 1? What about it?
No, Blasphemous.
Oh, Blasphemous 1.
Blasphemous 2.
Plays like Last of Us 1?
No. Blasphemous 1. I know. It's like a 2D Souls game. So yeah, MG, and I'll be curious to hear your thoughts on it, man. Because I love the aesthetic. It's like a even darker version of like Castlevania. Like it's really cool looking. And so I can't wait to hear people's thoughts on that. Great reviews so far. 84. That's big, man. So
yeah,
for that type of game, that's again, this year just keeps rolling on. Nothing like it, man. 2023.
Nothing like it at all.
This is a GOAT year, man, for sure.
The other thing too, since we are backstage, well, I'll just make that announcement because there's having some encoding errors. It's not my hardware, whatever the case. It could just be the way that I'm recording. I'm gonna try to do it again. Try to record the show live, but I'm debating on what I want to do, because since I don't want to do shorts more so now too, and I like to try to get them during the show, when I record live and then also try to record shorts live at the same time, it can cause some issues encoder wise, because it's like doubling up the recording, even though they're going to 2 different storage devices. So it shouldn't be causing issues. But again, if it ends up causing lag on the stream, whichever the case, just bear with me for a second. Again, I did a test stream yesterday, jumped to some more Atlas Fallen, but again, I'll get into all that when we're live, because I do want to let the audio listeners know what's popping. And then real quick before we do jump in, Jasper was like, damn, I felt like I just met you guys. It's already been 2 years. Yeah, man. Yeah, man.
What you knocked out, Jasper? We've been giving you shit for long enough. You should realize it's been 2 years, brother. That's funny as shit.
It's just dope. It's just dope the way we were able to all run into each other, and the kind of relationship that we've built, and hopefully, everybody keeps their heads above them. You know what I mean? We don't get too much involved in the BS, as they say. But
nonetheless, everybody give Jasper his props too for crushing IGN. Most
Oh, yeah.
shows, all
Please.
shows that have been
Nobody
talking
gave him
about
credit.
this
Nobody
week,
gave him
nobody
credit.
gave Jasper credit. Nah, that was our little Jasper who woke up Monday morning and decided to just kill, absolutely murder IGN with the obviously them missing the tags of Xbox in a bunch of the upcoming releases, 3
Yeah.
to be exact. And that was Jasper. Jasper started that whole firestorm, which actually has continued this entire week as IGN puts out every article.
Yeah, they're just finding random articles to post now all of a sudden. Like they put another one about Starfield about
well, they did the DLSS.
We digged into the code and we actually found that there's no DLSS support. Although
that was a story. They had reported. Still, the PC community was
talking that before the game came out.
But the PC community was talking about it, bro. So it is a story. They can't ignore it.
Did they make a story about the guy who's one of the modders for the game, who is a known modder, has a code for Starfield?
I don't. That was not a part of the article. That wasn't known at that time. I don't think so.
Well, I mean, he just talked about that. He made the announcement yesterday.
Yeah,
that he just got the code, that he got a code too, and that he's going to be doing working on putting DLSS support into the game.
We knew that was going to happen.
And that he might be able to get it ready for launch. So,
boom! Great to see you, Dragon Wolf. Thank you for the congrats on the 1K. Appreciate it. Hey, Double Barrel Gaming. Boom. Listen, man. Again, all props. All the support that you do for everybody in this community is absolutely insane, brother. And again, a lot of that 1K is obviously you, and from the beginning bringing me Steel on your shows.
We'll get into it.
So yeah, we will. But it's great to see Boom. We don't know if Boom's gonna stick around though. Boom's got a lot going on during the weekend, man. So I just want to give him his flowers right now live while he's here. So. All right.
Well, Boom, if you end up sticking around, we're going to give you probably some additional flowers here and some more love to the chat and everything. It's going to be a little bit of a heartfelt episode this morning, but we got a lot of smoke and heat to get into because that Armored Core 6 gameplay that they showed yesterday.
I knew this. I knew this was coming.
It's so
I warned
delicious.
you on Xbox Ultimate last night. Game of the year, Armored Core 6, Steel's campaign is going to continue.
I know we're still backstage, but ladies and gentlemen, like you have to understand this. Like the way that Pongs feels about Starfield is literally correct. It's very seldom that I get butterflies about hobbies, right? About things that I'm really just in the moment enjoying it. The last time I got that was Halo Infinite. I think there was another game after Mass Effect also gave me that butterfly feeling. And it's literally that. You get butterflies in your stomach from excitement. Like you're hype.
Too, man.
We'll see. I mean, again, I am excited to play Starfield, but I mean at the same time it's more of a interest of excitement, but right?
Maybe it'll change over
more than anything. And it's been 12 years since Skyrim released, so the gameplay elements, all that stuff has changed. Hearing people say that the game actually looks much better than even they anticipated for the creation engine. That's dope too. But those butterflies is the same way that I feel about Armored Core, and it's very seldom that I get those feelings about games. And usually, I feel like I have a pretty good track record this far. When I get those types of feelings, I had the same thing with Elden Ring. The game ends up being a pretty fucking decent game. So we'll find out. I'm excited nonetheless. That PvP gameplay was amazing. A lot of teamwork in there. It seemed like if Pong jumped into online with me and we had an additional random or a buddy, we could make it work. That's the kind of way it made it seem. Of course, you're going to have your sweats, but it looks like it's going to be a fun time. It's going to be a fun time.
It's going to be a lot of sweaties from the East.
Let's get into it. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being here. Let's get into the live show. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on whenever you're listening to this. But I gotta let you know, you're tuned in with Living Splitscreen, a non-console-centric platform that covers everything going on within the gaming industry. I am one of your hosts, Steel Rain. I'm trying to make some adjustments. I tried to take the I's out of my name a little bit here, but it's a process. It's, some apps, X, Twitter, whatever you want to call it, want to re-verify all your information and go through a rigorous process and talk to the CIA before you change your name. So we'll see how that goes. But nonetheless, I am Steel Rain, and we got a lot of things to get into today. One, starting off with, especially for our audio listeners, because I've been working on some things in the background for you guys. We're having some issues, and I thought I was going to have to start uploading the show a day later, on pulling it from YouTube and then going from there. But I am a stickler for quality. So again, one, anybody in the audience today, audio listeners especially, if you notice that mine or Pong's mic is either too high or too low, please let us know so I can make those adjustments on the fly and we can kind of go forward, making sure everything sounds as good as possible. Because even when I listen to things back afterwards, I can notice the things and I can make adjustments at that point. But I like to try to adjust those things during the show because me and Pong do have long shows. And it's kind of sucky when you have a 4 or 5 hour show and Pong's mic's a little too low and you try to go fix it and it doesn't work out the way that it needs to, at least to my satisfaction. So I just want to try to get those things right during the show. So please, audience listeners, if you could help us out with that, that would be amazing. Second thing, and this is something we're going to get into a little bit more detail here after the intro, and I get my brother from another in here too. But I want to say, first off, from the bottom of my heart to everybody that's listening, thank you for helping us hit 1K subscribers on YouTube. Look, I know it may not be a huge deal for many people, but for two people who have been doing it extremely organically, I know a lot of people may feel however they want to about that term, but it's honest and it's serious. We don't have any interviews on here. We don't bring additional people on here. We've literally have chosen to do it this way because we want an audience that enjoys us for us, so that when we do bring in other people, it enhances our experience, not anything else. You're not here for them. I mean, of course, we're going to get our people that are here for those guys and who are here for those people, which is just fine. But I wanted to build up our own audience to see who's really tuning in, who likes what we're doing. And it's moving on up, right? But obviously, we got to start doing things a little bit differently at some point, which we'll start working on our other side project with our Saturday morning brothers to see what we can get posted and get done. I know a lot of people have been having vacations and whatnot, but that's still something that is on the lines. So now I have to introduce you to my brother from another. I don't like considering him a co-captain because we're partners in this, where, he's my secondary captain. And so sometimes he could be the first captain. You never know. It depends on your outlook on things. But he is my brother from another, nonetheless. My guy, the man who is the start of this organic journey that we've got here. The X-Men, who is not Cyclops, but he is an uncanny gentleman. My guy, Pong. So, what's going on, brother, man?
Happy Saturday morning, Splitters. What is going on? Back again, another episode of Living Splitscreen. Incredible, man. What a week. And I think it was what day was it? Was it Thursday? It must have been Thursday, right? Mm-hmm. Thursday. Listen, I didn't play a whole lot of games this week. I played some Everspace 2, but I've been fighting this headache nonstop due to the smoke. I think from Canada, we're back in bad air quality, and when I was a kid, had tons of allergies, tons of problems. Smoke was one of the biggest ones for me, and like I said, I've outgrown most of that stuff, but there's certain times of year it still hits me, but the smoke, man. So I've been fighting this headache. I've been going to bed early, haven't been getting home late from work too, which hasn't helped. So been trying to get that sleep in to make sure that this headache doesn't turn into migraines.
Right.
And so it's just been a weird week for me. So Everspace 2, absolutely incredible space flight game. Really, really good. I had played it on PC Game Pass prior to it dropping on console, but obviously this week I fired up the Xbox to get some Everspace 2 in. Got that whole sci-fi vibe going on because I'm so freaking excited for Starfield, as you all know. And it's really great. Again, versus the PC version, the Xbox version does have some stuttering issues, which the devs are working on currently. They're aware of the problem. Outside of that, it is very similar to what I was playing on PC, and it feels really good. Obviously, love the looting system of it. The story. I was expecting the world for the story, and I already knew parts of it from the PC side, but really digging it, really getting into it, and just a great game. If you guys are looking for a space shooter, go check out Everspace 2. It is really well done, and I do have enjoyed that. But I want to take my time here, Steel, real quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
For intro, since I didn't play a whole lot this week, I could sit here and praise Baldur's Gate 3, even though I didn't play it this week. I could continue to praise that game because I love it. I think
we'll talk about that a little bit because I've seen some, again, not to draw major conclusions or whatever. Yeah. But there has been some people who've gotten further into the game and started noticing some issues.
There's more issues, but again, I think some of the stuff is overblown too. And again, with PC, it's always gonna be a unique experience from PC to PC.
And I can say that about Jedi Survivor too, right?
Yes,
where it's just
as you told
which is why I want to bring up why I do want to at least talk about all that.
Acknowledge this stuff, for sure.
You got to acknowledge. But
of course, no. So let me take this time because Thursday was a hell of a day, right? Thursday, I woke up, saw that obviously the download for Starfield had gone live.
Yes.
So I started my morning off.
The double whammy.
Yeah, the double whammy. So I started that download right away in the morning, made a tweet about it as I was leaving from work. I was like, yes, this day is already a success. Nothing could change that fact. And then we started getting the news that the review codes were going out and that the embargo was going to lift August 31st. So another L this week for all the concerned trolls out there, as the kids like to say. So that was fantastic. And then I was at work and I was extremely busy. And as you guys have heard me say, I don't watch podcasts like I used to. I can't interact like that. I used to have 2-3 tabs up during the pandemic because work was dead basically. And we, nothing to do. That's how I jumped into this community.
Right.
But I knew my brother from another steel. I'd seen the tweet go out that he was going to be on X-Vlog. So I was like, oh, that's cool. I'm gonna have to catch up later with him, and boom. When I get a chance, I'll have to listen in. So I was just working away, and then did my usual check-in on Twitter just to see if anything major was going down, kind of get the vibes of what was happening. And I keep calling it Twitter, but it's X, you know what I'm saying?
Twitter, whatever.
It's X. We eventually got to call it X. It is what it is. So I checked in, and lo and behold, here's a little message from freaking amazing community member and somebody who has been on the Fun Speculation Network podcast before. Calorie. He was he had tagged me. He had tagged me in a post. I was like, what's Calorie tagging me about? He said, Pong, just wanted to let you know you guys hit 1K live on X.
He knows. He let you know because I know I sent you a DM too.
Yeah, he let me. He was the first one. I didn't even see your DMs because I didn't have any notifications. But Calorie had hit me up right away. I think maybe he even beat you to it, Steel, because it was happening live. And he did it during the show. So I saw that. And I was like, what? I was like, no freaking way. We hit 1K. We got another push. Let's go.
It was super dope.
So I got all excited. I had to make a tweet about it. And then I went back later and I listened to it happen live with you and Boom, right, Steel, which was, again, you always do such a great job. You two are awesome on X-Vlog every time you're on there. But I listened to it and I was just so glad, Steel, that you were there to see it happen live and to hear it happen live. Just an awesome moment. And I've already talked about PM the PM a little bit because that was the day that it happened. But again, for everybody here on Living Split Screen that is here now, that's listening in the future, that's lurking, I hope this is, for those of you that jump in for 5-10 minutes and kind of catch our energy, whatever the case may be. I hope you're all here hearing this. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for making this happen. Like Steele said, people, can poo-poo it. It's 2023. YouTube's been around for a long time. We got people out here in the community, 100,000 followers and all sorts of crazy numbers. Yeah. But this is about me and Steele. This is about what we started, a couple years ago, coming up on 3 years. Well, we started season 3 here. That's what this is about for him and I, is him and I just getting to know each other in playing games, right? Through fun and stuff. When Steele started jumping in during Halo nights and that kind of stuff, and me just vibing with him, even though we were in a giant party together, it was always, oh man, dude, Steele's, we just had this banter back and forth. And when I decided that I wanted to do my own show, there was only one guy that I wanted to hit up, and it was the first name that popped in my head when I had the idea. It was actually sitting at work when it happened. I was sitting there at work. It's like, God damn, I really want to have my own podcast. I really want to start something for myself. Yeah, I know I'm doing all these other podcasts, but I just want something for myself. I'm like, but I need a partner in crime. And who's that going to be? Who's that going to be? And the name that popped up instantly, it was instantaneous. It was like Steel Rain. And I just hit him up in the DMs. Had no idea if he had done podcasting before. Had no idea if he had any interest in it. Hit him up in the DMs, said, I got this idea. What do you think? And then we started building from there. And of course, Steele told me him and his brother used to podcast a little bit, and they had their thing, and that, wasn't going on anymore. Obviously, he's got all the knowledge, the background knowledge. It just worked out like insanely well. And he was like, yeah, man, let's do something. So here we are, all these episodes later, and we're still rocking and rolling. And we hit 1K. And that is a huge, huge number. And it's due in large part to obviously all the shows that Steele and I have been on, all the hosts that have invited us on, PTK Blam, Boom, Mav, obviously part of big part with the Fun Speculation Network and all that kind of stuff. All the other people, that I've been on, Steele been on, that have sent us invites now. Just unbelievable community. But obviously a big bulk of it is you guys, right? The audience that comes out each and every week, the people that I tell you guys each and every show, nothing but love and respect for all of you for coming out and listening to us. Because again, Steele and I would still do this, whether there's one person in there or whether there's 100 people in there. It doesn't matter to us. But the fact is that there is a group of you who have been rocking out with us week after week, Saturday morning after Saturday morning, saying, hey, Steele and Pong, we really like what you guys do on Saturday mornings. We're going to sit here for 3+ hours. And again, even if you don't do that, I don't care. If it's 5 minutes, it doesn't matter to me. What I'm saying is there's a big part of you guys that sit here for 3+ hours with Steele and I, and you enjoy us enough to keep coming back. Right. And you guys have shared us out. You guys have talked about us elsewhere. Love y'all. Again, this is just a huge moment for Steele and I. The mission doesn't stop. Right. We were on mission 1K, 3K. Mission. Yeah. 3K, 10K, 30K, 100K. Listen, that's what this mission's about. And, but it is a big part due to you guys. And I just can't thank you all enough. It's just, man, I love this community, man. Again, I never had this. I never had, for decades, I have been a gamer who never had a close group of community members who felt as passionate as I do about this hobby. I never had that group of people that I could talk to on a regular basis. And again, it didn't start with podcasting for me. It started right there in the chat, just like you all. It started with me in the chat, all these different shows, RDX, Iron Lords, right? Boom shows. Like that's where it all started for me, just engaging with you guys the same way, being a part of the audience, just engaging with other gamers who had great ideas, great thoughts about what was happening. And here we are today, 1K for living Splitscreen. And my brother from another Steele, brother, again, the show is impossible without everything you've been doing in the background.
Oh.
Everything. Again, I started on my Surface. I just recently got my PC. Started on a Surface Pro. There's no way I was going to be able to do a show.
Which is beautiful that was even able to come through. Like,
yeah, man, and all that. But that's all due to everything that's been happening, right? I would have never even thought, and but it's all due to you, man. The background stuff, all the little stuff that you've done, all the tech stuff that I just have no knowledge of, that I've got to learn, that I can help out with it now, and that kind of stuff. But it's all because of you that we're still here, still. And again, nothing, you already know, man. It's all love. It's all love. It's all respect all the time between you and I. And this adventure has been absolute miracle up to this point. It has been just a phenomenal experience, a growing experience again, but it's become a part of my Saturday mornings here that I hate missing. Again, it just feels weird when you and I got to skip a show for whatever reason, which is rare. Thank God, but it does. That's how ingrained it is in me and what I do for the start of the weekend. So thank you, brother, for everything you've done, man. And we're just going to continue pushing through, and we're going to continue this mission. And I wouldn't change it for the world, brother. So I appreciate you, man.
Look, man, it's nothing but appreciation from my side too. And real quick, I want to shout out to Smitty Smith for becoming a splitter. Appreciate that. Enjoy your few emotes that I got in there, your RTS view and that ECP that you got in there. Greatly appreciate that. And also got to welcome Parasite 82 for becoming a splitter. They was saying earlier, hey, I heard y'all from Boom, I came over, sub, and now you're becoming a splitter. That's a beautiful thing to see and greatly appreciate it. Again, every little thing that you as the community do to help build us up will help us grow, right? As we get further into it, I want to be able to stream to multiple facets and multiple places so we can grow our audience, right? So we're not only on YouTube, but Twitch or Kick or whatever the case may be. We're just expanding our reach out and multiple people can listen. Shout out to Stubbs Gaming for the €2, saying congratulations, guys. Greatly appreciate you, Stubbs. No matter what the opinion, although you may be sometimes against the grain a little bit, I respect every angle that you come from. I think it's good for conversation, and I'm never like overly critical about anything you do. Stuff. So much love to you. I greatly appreciate the two on that. But yeah, just from my side, real quick, I have gotten to a few things this week. So to start off with, I'll get into that, and then we'll go into a little bit of the heartfelt things. So one, my grind to Atlas Fallen is still continuing, right? But since there are other games out, and I don't limit myself to certain games, I have jumped into some other things. Nothing like necessarily major, but so Atlas Fallen is there. Probably towards the middle, 3/4 of the game. Still really enjoying that. Again, I streamed some gameplay of it the other day, just to test some things out on the stream, make sure everything was working well, and everything was. And man, when I tell you, if you like Darksiders, you're going to like Atlas Fallen. If you don't like that style of game, you probably aren't going to like it. It is a game, if people want to wait for it to go on sale, I just hope at some point more and more people jump into it, so that the game can get green light for a second game, because it's an excellent base in my opinion. And Eastside Vandal, I've heard people say that. He says Atlas Fallen doesn't look fun to me, which is fair. But I knew
What's wrong with that.
I felt it was going to be a good game when I saw the trailer. When I saw the gameplay, that kind of solidified it for me. And again, the easiest comparison that I can make is, yes, because I had people in chat come in and say, oh, well, this looks like Forspoken. Sure, I can see why you say that. I can also tell you, for experience, again, like I mentioned this last week, 10 hours for 10 hours, Atlas Fallen smokes Forspoken in every facet. Story, for lack thereof, gameplay for sure, traversal for sure, the wonder for sure. Like it just does so many things that you would have expected Square Enix to get right. And this team did, right? And again, they're a small team, Deck 13. It's not like there's some huge studio, whatever. They have made some previous games with Surge and Surge 2. And there's some other games too that they've had their hands on, but Atlas Fallen is all right. Did jump back, and I've been off and on in Halo. Halo Infinite's really feeling good. As of late, jumped into some ranked SWAT. That was really fun. Got back into Platinum after not playing the game for Lord knows how long. And just to give you a perspective, Platinum is just above Gold, but under Diamond. So again, for me to not have played in consistently at all, jumping into Call of Duty and then jumping into that, it's really good. And again, that at least tells me that Halo's moving in a good direction. I'm feeling really good about it. I've kind of been choosing playing Halo Infinite over jumping into Call of Duty here recently, just because mainly Call of Duty is just it's just Warzone for me now, personally.
Right.
I did see real quick, Sanchez Gaming. Welcome to the Splitters, my guy. Appreciate you.
MTZ Gaming. What's going on, brother? Great to have you part of the Splitters. Absolutely.
Ozzy fan says playing Darksiders now, it's good. If Atlas is like that, then it might be pretty good. Yeah, it literally shares so many, like the roots of that game literally feel like that, but the story isn't intrinsically as good, right?
The original Darksiders got 4K FPS boosted with HDR. It still looks damn good and plays damn good now. So if you got that on backwards compatibility, check that game out. It's good stuff.
The thing that Darksiders has for it, though, is like it's using actual lore with the Four Horsemen and all that, versus Atlas Fallen using its own story, its new IP, its new idea. So I don't know. Again, it's interesting. I love to see it. What else? I did jump into, and this is going to be a conversation piece that we'll get into as far as early access of games, right? We talked about a little bit with Baldur's Gate 3 and how early access has kind of benefited that game. But the game that I'm mentioning that just came out this week into early access is Wayfinders. This is a game that I mentioned last weekend that I was thinking about jumping into because I enjoyed what I did play of the closed beta. Although, like initially, I was like, I don't know. What I played made me extremely interested, so I was like, might as well jump in. For the early access, you do have to spend. You have to become a founder, so you got to spend at least $20 on which is what I put down. And the reason I want to bring this up in conversation because me and Paul always talk about being able to police yourself. And I think that this is another good case study for that, because I saw a lot of people who were extremely upset. And again, I can understand it because literally the game was unplayable until yesterday. Not only that, but they delayed the game 2 days. The game was supposed to come out Tuesday. They delayed the game 2 days to fix whatever problem that they were having. So it came out Thursday. And I was able to sign in for like 5 minutes, and then I got kicked out, and then it was completely broken from there. Obviously, it seems like they have gotten a lot more traction than they were even expecting. Sure. So on one hand, that's a good thing. On the other hand, with it being early access of something that you're paying for, I just feel like, because this wasn't an issue during the closed beta. So that's the other thing that's really weird to me. And what tells me that, hey, maybe they just got way more people than they were expecting to jump in, because it wasn't an issue during the closed beta. So now that it is an issue and people are literally up in arms about this. Oh, I paid this money for early access and I can't play the game. Oh, I took days off and I can't play the game. Oh, it's still Pong. Last night I tried to jump in. Yeah. Let me tell you, it's almost Diablo-esque in some ways. I tried to jump in. The queue was large. I'll get into more of that here in a bit. But it was just, I want to open it up for conversation because, again, on one hand, I do understand the frustration, but on the other hand, with it being an MMO, early access, they do specifically tell you, hey, you may experience issues, but I don't want to give that an excuse, right? So I just think it's a good conversation piece, if anything. So we'll talk about some of that. That's going to be one of our points. But Wayfinder, again, the time that I have been able to spend with it, which is from Thursday to today, has only been about a couple hours. Sure. Just to give you an example. Right. It's been weird, but nonetheless, it feels good. Feels better than it did during the closed beta. It looks good. I like the art style that they're going for. They have something with this MMO. I just making.
I'm going to remind people this is the MMO that is on PC and PlayStation 5.
Yes.
So PlayStation, this is the MMO that
PlayStation supports.
They gobbled
the main
it up.
Support.
They gobbled it up. Yep.
And the issues that I'm seeing are kind of leading towards maybe you guys don't have the back end infrastructure, i.e., a bigger publisher above you who is supporting you in the ways that you truly need.
Yeah, or maybe they just weren't, or like they said, or like you said, Steel. Maybe they just weren't ready. Maybe they just, which does happen, right? So it's certainly possible.
Real quick, Awful Grim Bones. Shout out to you, brothers. I haven't seen you in a second. I know you said you haven't been able to tune in a bit, but I want to welcome you to the Splitters. Thank you for joining, my guy.
Thank you,
Psycho.
Grim. Appreciate you, brother.
Welcome to the Splitters, my guy. You already know nothing but family. You ain't got to do that, but the fact that you did is a beautiful thing. Hopefully you like those RTS view and ECP emotes. Dragonheart Yobi gifted 5 living split screen memberships. So shout out to everybody who has now become a splitter. That's Marlon Blood, God Emperor, Andrew Cullinane, El Nini. You guys are our newest splitters. So hopefully you guys can enjoy those emotes down below in Yobi.
Yeah.
You are beyond a legend, brother. Like the support that you have been giving us since day one, the conversations that we've had in the DMs, as far as your support and your energy, you are really a brother to me, and I can't wait to chop it up with you in like literally in real life. It doesn't have to be at a conference or whatever. Whenever we get a chance to really chop it up, man, that's going to be really dope. Because you're an amazing and beautiful individual, man, and I 100% appreciate you for being here. He's welcome to the Splitters. Thank you for joining, my brother. Hey, you got people getting in there and trying to support, man. That's a beautiful thing to see.
Psychonauts is a splitter. I can't believe it, Psycho. What's going on?
Appreciate you, Psycho.
Thank you, Psycho.
But all right, so now it's time for me to get into my little bit of my soft emotional bag here.
Yeah.
So I really couldn't get my words together on Boom Show, honestly, to express my gratitude and how grateful I am to everybody in the community, right? Literally me jumping into the gaming community was a kind of a last ditch effort. And I say that not to, if I didn't do this, then everything was going to be over. I'm not trying to be that dramatic. But what I mean by that is I never thought that there was real quick, Decado, shout out to Decado for the 5 living split screen memberships.
Decado, thank you.
El Domingo, Hooded Canuck, Stay High, King Chilis, OCD Gamer, welcome to the Splitters. And then Dragonheart Yobi sends it in again for another 5. Planto, Scorpio, J Gaming, John Wolf, and What Just Happened are also our brand new Splitters. Hopefully you guys can enjoy those emotes at RTS View and ECP. Get some more stuff rolled in there too as we go forward. You guys, and let me know what some good ideas for some emotes that you would like to see in chat or live in split screen. Anyway, so for me, jumping into this community was really was just a shout out there. Again, like Palm mentioned, I was doing a show with my brother from another one of my brothers from another, but things just weren't working the greatest, and real life happened, right? That things with my wife, she got real ill and wanted to make sure she was good. That's where all my attention had to go. And then now also, I can be honest and say that me and him don't have the way that I wanted to approach the gaming conversation, didn't have the same chemistry as far as this goes as like me and Pong do. Of course, we were both competitive, and nothing against my bro, but still my guy. But nonetheless, there is a level of conversation that I wanted to have with this that we weren't quite achieving, right? Shout out to Smitty Smith for the $5. The Splitters are showing up and showing out.
Salute, brother. Salute.
But yeah, so we kind of stopped doing the show that we were having over there. And then when Pong hit us up and everything that I've been doing through the community, because I never knew that there was truly a gaming community out there, a group of people who were as passionate about talking about these things, especially from a over the top perspective, right? Not a, because of course I can sit here and be the sweaty dude, and we can argue about how we really should evaluate games or what makes you a good gamer and all that good stuff. Like, but at the end of the day, that's literally what it is. Sweaty conversation. That's not real gamer talk. That's not real. And I always knew that and I always felt that. And I always wanted to take it a step above, because there are other people to talk to, right? I've said it here and I'll say it time and time again. I was the dude in school who didn't allow other people to bully on the nerds, the geeks, the people that really love that type of shit, because lo and behold, not a lot of people knew, but I was into that shit too, right? A lot of people just didn't ask. I don't know. But the people that kind of blatantly put it out there, made it popular, been the front runners before it became as popular as it is now, have been really kind of the standpoint for me. And jumping into the community now, I just wanted to see if I could connect with some people. So boom, started the Twitter up, and all the conversation that I've been able to have with the different shows, although we're not tuning in as much to those other shows. One, because now that we're in it, the perspective on the game has definitely changed. But two, you could just tell that some people just don't have that same level of excitement as you do. And that's perfectly fine, man. Like, I'm not telling anybody that you got to be amped up and talk about things the way that I talk about it. I know that I'm animated. I know that I have a voice that is just like, it can be all over the place sometimes. And that's not everybody, right? They can't get that excitement, or they need certain topics to help bring that excitement out. That's not me, right? I wanted to be, because again, I know I play about it all the time with Pong, because it is how I evaluate it. But even for somebody like me, I know a lot of casuals seem like, or feel like they don't fit in sometimes. But even as a guy who, again, I just play the game, even for me, getting into the community in the beginning was tough, because again, you're just playing the game and people are like ragging on you, like, oh, why are you trying so hard? Oh, why are you doing this? Why are you doing that? And it's just like, dog, I'm just playing. Like, if you don't want me to be here, just say that. If I'm in the way, just say that. Right.
If I'm in the way, what?
Like I'm just saying, you know.
You dominating. That's the difference.
I'm just playing the game, man. It's not like I'm trying to do those things. But Paul thinks I'm being funny. I swear, I'm being so serious. But no,
this is what started the banter, by the way, folks. In the beginning, in the Halo lobbies, this guy who just shows up out of nowhere. He's got a bombastic energy level that shows up, and then he's dominating along with 3-Bit and Jasper, and all of a sudden I'm like, Steel, what are you doing? I'm just playing the game, man. I'm just playing the game. I'm like, yo, you can't walk in here with this freaking energy. And then when I say I'm giving you props in a way, saying, Jesus, you kind of dominating here, and you're just like, man, I'm just playing the game, man. That's all I do. Just playing the game. I'm like, come on, man.
I'm being so for real. Like, that's the fun. I think that's what makes it even funnier, because it's so for real. Like, that's just what it is. Again, that's not bragging or anything. It's just this is my hobby. This is my passion. This is something that I like to do, and I do that in a lot of approaches in my life. So it's just like, it's funny how, again, how natural this entire thing has happened. Just the bond that we have created, the sessions that we've had behind the scenes, the laughs, the fun. It's like I've been pulled back into the LAN era, like that Halo 2, Halo 1, early PC, Rainbow Six era when I was with my pops. Like, it's like I'm pulled back into that moment where it's just there's no telling throughout my week, even though it's real life now. We all got our own thing going on behind the scenes. People are working, people got families. The fact that any time during the week is just, I can sit in a party and laugh for an hour, or we'll be in DMs talking about dumb shit for however long, or, we get to Saturday morning right here with Living Splitscreen, and we can congratulate not only ourselves, but our community for helping us get to 1K. I didn't imagine us being here, and that could be a stereotypical thing to say, but it's for real. And I want to tell you guys, like, I want to be able to bring more That's why me and Pong we're working on things in the background. That's why we want to be able to stream Starfield for you guys and give you multiple facets so you get that living split screen feel. So no matter where you can tune in and get content. So I know not everybody's in the same position. And the fact that you guys here supporting us, hitting us with all the members and the donations and stuff like that, it's a super dope thing to see. And I'm nothing but grateful and appreciative of every single person that has been rocking with us. So that's the biggest thing that I want to say with that. So appreciate you guys. Appreciate all the splitters that have joined us. And yeah, man, here's to many more. Hopefully we can keep this going for as long as we need to. Maybe we'll be picked up by a big publisher at some point. No. or we just end up being able to support it. Or maybe the community supports us enough to where we can just make this a full-time gig.
Start our own. Let's go.
There you go.
That's the ultimate.
That's the goal. That's definitely the goal.
Yeah. Long-term mission 2 Steel, by the way. We might not have gotten in on Starfield, but I was thinking about this yesterday as I was seeing everybody, brag about their review codes, and rightfully so.
Definitely.
Again, that's something big. Again, ILP,
it's a big game.
The entire crew got
damn near.
I mean, that's that's absolutely amazing.
Dope thing.
But long-term goals, I was thinking about yesterday for obviously us here and Fun Speculation Network and the family, right? The family goal, Elder Scrolls 6, man. Wow. We get big enough by then and get those review codes for Elder Scrolls 6 in about 5 years, somewhere in that neighborhood. Yeah, that's the goal. Obviously, we want to hit before then and be big, but I'm just saying, like, the next big Todd Howard release, I want to be around for Elder Scrolls 6 and be proud. Bragging out here.
Paul wants to get flown out so he can shake Todd's hand. That's what it is. I
do. I want to meet the man before he retires at some point, right? And he's not even thinking about that yet, but before he goes, man, I'd like to meet the man.
That'll be super dope. We end up going to a conference or something. We may be able to make that happen before that, right? Just depending on how life plays out, what we're able to make happen, what the community helps us, and with their support, what we can make happen. Because again, it'll be super dope if we can go to these different conferences, Gamescom. I would love to go to Germany, hang out with some of the family. I got family out there. I'd be supported. So we'd have an avenue to kind of save some money. But at the same time, also going to those E3 like events, chopping it up with different people, wearing the merch, getting in touch with all the people in the industry, shaking hands with people that we've always, again, those can be oversights to a lot of people. And I know people try to make fun of those things. Oh, well, you guys care about all the, because I care about the industry. These are people that have dedicated their life to help to make me have fun or have shaped my outlook on how I look at entertainment. And it's crazy. And it'd be dope to get to that point. But
absolutely. I agree, Steel. For those of you that might be new joining us and jumping in here, Steel and I intros, if you can tell, are usually long. Obviously, today's a little bit special because of the 1K hit. But Steel and I usually start our intros with talking about what we've been gaming, and we usually do talk a lot of games in the beginning of the show, what we've been playing, or the big games that we're currently playing, like Baldur's Gate 3 or something like that. We will go on about that. So if you're wondering if this is normal for us, like I said, 3+ hours. The 1K stuff is a little bit different. This talking about the heartfelt and the community and what it means to us to get here to this point. That's a little different this week, but normally, yes, we will be talking games in the beginning of the show like this when we do our intros. And usually we are pretty excited about what we're playing. So, like I said, a little different this week, but that's where we're at right now. And then Steel, I don't know if you're done, sir, but
well, I was gonna just shout out real quick.
Shout out.
I don't know if I did. Smitty Smith, the splitters are showing up and showing out for the 5. Dragonheart Yobi for the 5 says Hordivores emo.
Hordivores.
I'm trying to figure out a way that I can fit that into an emo. It's kind of difficult because it doesn't look good in that small ass picture. It's a lot for a small ass picture, but I'm trying to see what I could do for that. And Yobi also says, me neither, Still. I found this community during the early Xbox One era, still insane and amazed till this day. Yeah, it's a beautiful thing. Also, Dragonheart Yobi, $5. He says, live a split screen for media passes.
Hey, let's go.
Absolutely. 10-hour show today. No, we're not doing a 10-hour show.
No 10-hour show.
No, we're not doing no.
We got life. We do have life stuff.
Want to get it sit done today. You know?
Yeah.
But what were you going to get into, Paul?
Nothing. I was just going to say, now's the time when we get ready to start this upcoming week of games.
Yes.
And also got to shout out the chat. Everybody we've been talking about. So let's go. We got Blue Moon FC in here. We got 2Man55. Why so serious is here? What's going on? We got the one and the only Free Bear in the house. Let's go on, Free Bear. We got Aussie Fan 80. We got Stubbs Gaming still hanging out with us. We got Eastside Vandal. We got Karidi Uganreme. Karid Uganreme. I hope I didn't butcher it too bad. I'm trying here. Thank you for joining us. Yeah, Uganreme. Let's go. We'll just make it our own, just like I do with Black Card Day all the time.
There you go.
Dragonheart Yobi, the aforementioned legend in the house, as always. Parasite 82 Green. What is going on? Jesse B, great to see you dropping in here. We got the Ray Oid going on. What's going on, Ray? We got MG in here. What's going on, MG? We got the one, the only Decato's in the house. We got Retro Nerd is in here. What's going on, Retro? We got one of the OGs, Nixie is in here, formerly known as Nix. That's right. He is the star of Star Wars Outlaws coming next year. No, he's not actually, but I think that's why he changed his name, because the little animal in that
probably we were making those jokes down at the time.
We were. What's going on, Nixie? Great to see you in here. Nixie always bringing the good conversation as well. Smitty Smith, as Steele said, showing us love today. Salute to you, sir. The actually guy, the one, the only, the man who chose violence on a Monday to take down the regime that is IGN, the one, the only. If you guys weren't here for backstage talk, Jasper, lore master Jasper. He is the one that started all the IGN hate this week. Absolutely amazing lore. Let's see who else we got in here. We got Eastside Vandal. I can't remember if I shouted you out, but if you did, you get a double. Scorpio's in here. What's going on, Scorpio? We got God Emperor Sofa King in here. What's going on, God Emperor? Who else? We got El Domingo in the house. What's going on, El? Hey, we got the one, the only John Wolf is in the house.
Okay.
Wolf has been visiting some very hostile streets.
He has. I want to real quick, John. Yeah. I mean, I tuned into that heated show that you had. Again, I don't. It's like Voldemort. I don't mention their names. I could care less, and they don't.
Brave man going to those
I don't care to have conversations with those people. To be completely honest with you,
no, I ain't sharing my energy with that. I
mean, I could, but I just don't care enough, and I don't want to waste my time personally. So it is what it is. But I felt like you did all right on there, man. I'm gonna give you some smoke though, John. You didn't bite back as hard as I would have liked you to. Maybe you don't have that feistiness in you, but you let them steamroll you a little bit in some sections, and you kind of curved and bent to their will in some sections. I'm just gonna be honest with you.
It's hard, man, in those situations though. When the deck is stacked against you like it is there.
It is.
It's completely like you are the pinata. Like they bring one person on to be the pinata,
and then it's always the dumb point. It's always the dumb point that gets stuck to.
Correct.
That's for whatever reason we don't suddenly understand. But nonetheless, John Wolf, I'm teasing a little bit there. But you held it down and were able to get to a neutral standpoint, and y'all did end up having some good conversation. So, hey, to each their own.
Yeah, man. Shout out to J Gaming 1986. What's going on, J Gaming? We got Platano. I don't know if the J is silent. I don't know if the J is silent or not. Platanoj. I don't know. But thank you for being here. We got the one, the only OCD gamer in the house. We got King Charles in here. What just happened is in the house as well. Thank you for dropping in, saying hi. We got Stay High, FFF, Stay High, Triple F. What's going on? We got the Hooded Canuck in here. What's going down? We got the one, the only Dragon Wolf is in here as well. We got Six Slayer dropping on in here as always to say hi. What's going on, Sick? We got Jesse B in the house. Jesse, what is going down? We got Andrew Cullinane in here. here. What's going on, Andrew? We got Marlon Lude. Marlon Lude is in the house. What's going on, Marlon Lude? We got the Boogeyman in here. Boogie. What's going on, Boogie? We got the brother from another Psychonauts in here. Is holding down the front line at GameStop. What's going on, Psycho? Great to talk to you last night. We got Sergeant Sentinel Gaming. What's going on, Sarge? Who else we got in here? Let's see if I missed anybody else. Red Monkey Butt. It wouldn't be a show without Red Monkey Butt's name showing up in here. As always, who else? Sanchez MTZ Gaming. What's going on, brother? We got Calorie. What's going on, Calorie? It's Timmy. Timmy's in here. What's going on? It's Timmy.
What's going on? We getting some more people jumping in.
Of course. They always dropping in when I'm reading these names and I'm scrolling up. That happens all the damn time. I love it. Everybody comes out of the woodwork. RWK88. I see you in here. What's going on? Who else? Stanley Francois. What's going on, Stanley? Let's see. I think I got Eastside Vandal. Eastside. Yeah, that's probably 3 times I got you, brother. Steel kind of screwed me up before because we were getting all these memberships and he's reading off names. So in the back of my skull, I'm like, did I read that name already? Or did I hear that from Steel? That happens too. But appreciate you all being in here. Vlads, what's going on? Thank you again. This is what it's all about. We will continue to shout out this community as we can. Again, if we ever get to the point where we got 1,000, 1,500 people, shout out to Xbox 2. Oh God, look at the legend.
Yobi gifted
the legend
10
blessing.
Living Split Screen memberships. Leonard Herrera, Niturnal, True Serum, Dr. Dinglenut, Straight Shot, Captain Crunch, Abdel 114, Big Mad Mo, Timper 21, Terry Brown, Oliviera. Thank you for joining the Splitters, and please a big thank you to Dragonheart Yobi himself, the legend. I greatly appreciate your brother from another.
Blessing our chat today. Thank you, Dragonheart, man.
Not needed, but always forever grateful, man. I appreciate your support, brother.
Man, it's
appreciate support.
It is.
Yobi's gonna be Yobi's gonna be part of the reason why we make it big, man. I'm telling you,
it is.
He's gonna be the
that energy, bro.
He's gonna be the guy at the front door letting people come in. He's gonna be checking them. He'll be like, nah, you can't get by. You can't get by. I've definitely got. Hey, as soon as we can, I gotta make Yobi part of the business somehow.
Somehow, somewhere.
He's gonna be the official. He's gonna be the official mod.
Let's go.
If I can give him like a yellow wrench.
We got Pat F. We got visual walkthrough in here. We got Maury in here. What is going on, all you guys? I see you jumping in here late. What is going on? Dark Zone 2525. What is going on? Dropping in here, Oliviera. I think you just said that one too because it just became a member as well. And again, you guys are beautiful. Nothing but love and respect to all of you being in here. And again, yes, Yobi, flowers everywhere for you, sir. Rose petals out for you, sir, for blessing
shout
the chat.
Dark Zone. Shout out to Dark Zone because actually, Dark Zone. This is and I haven't seen many people do this for me personally. But he was kind of off put, like he wasn't sure about getting Atlas Fallen. But he just came into the chat. He was like, "Hey, thanks, Steel. Thanks, Atlas Fallen is not a bad game. I have beat it, and I have beat it and everything. You was not kidding. Atlas Fallen is like Darksiders.
Nice.
That is super dope. That's that you ended up beating the game. Dark Zone is an amazing thing. The fact that I was able to put you onto a game that you were kind of like, I don't know. You jumped into it. You beat it before I have, which is dope. And that you had a good time with it. That's also always a beautiful thing to see. That's what it should be about, man. Like that right there is a good example of what this community should be about.
Absolutely.
Sanchez MTZ Gaming.
Whoa, cut out.
Not only. Oh, I cut out? Oh, it's probably on your side. Hopefully it didn't cut out on OBS.
Yeah.
Sanchez Gaming gifted 5 Living Split Screen memberships. So now we got Blind Giant 808, Bionic Wolf, Spider-Man 356, shout out to Spider-Man, Cullen Prime, and King Webb.
What is going on?
Shout out to y'all, man.
By the end of the show, the entire chat's going to be splitters. Let's go.
I hope so. That'd be dope.
And to your point too, Steel, by the way, Sith Lord. I was going to shout out Sith Lord, who is a great member of this community, always putting out posts about what shows are coming up. Like the dude is unbelievable. Sith hit me up in the DMs this morning. He beat Arcade Paradise.
Nice.
And which is another game I put him on. Obviously, I talked up Arcade Arcade Paradise. I haven't played in
Right.
a while because Remnant 2,
Other
right?
games, yeah.
Right. Baldur's Gate 3 came out. So I haven't been on Arcade Paradise in a while. I think I've got 20 or so hours, but he beat it after, I think it was, what did he tell me? I think it was like 38 hours. 38 hours he put in Arcade Paradise. Loved every minute of it. It's in Game Pass right now. That's why I talked about it a lot. Great game. So shout out to
Yobi, what is going? What are you doing?
What, Yobi got 20 more?
So, hold on, ladies and gentlemen.
You all are crazy.
Apologies for the little dings in there. I got to figure out a way to turn that down, maybe a little bit. Hopefully it's not bothering you guys. But Dragonheart Yobi with the 20 gifted living split screen memberships. So shout out to, real quick, Isaac Gentry. Let's see if I can get everybody in here. 99, Sarcastic Taurus, Crew Bruin, Doom Reaper, Robert Lawrence, Shanti, Ray Oid, Ken Celis. Hopefully I'm saying that right. Rectangle. I like that name. That's funny. That's funny. Mr. FU, Paulie Baba, Ghost Fixter, C4 Skills, Space Dovahkiin, Enzo, Poisoned Maniac, Asante, Wizzy Tekken. Look, welcome to the Splitters, ladies and gentlemen. I want to thank you to everybody who's joining in. Man. And Yobi, you're going buck wild nasty today, man. I greatly appreciate everything. Man.
Unbelievable, man.
Got anything else that you'd like to add in there, Paul, before we get into
I just love that Jean Grey turning into Phoenix is permanent on our screen, basically, with all these splitters now, man. It's freaking amazing. I'm watching it. I'm like, Jesus, this is awesome. No. Just thank you, everybody. Just appreciate you all so much. And again, everybody gifting subs. Yobi, you're off the charts, bro. But everybody that's gifting, everybody joining. All are crazy. Absolutely. Splitters rise up. So, but we do, or should at this point, get into this upcoming week of Game Steel if you are ready.
Let's do it. And yes, Nixie, this is COD mobile gameplay. This is me playing with mouse and keyboard against other mouse and keyboard and controller players. So yeah, keep that in mind.
Steel's got to always preface it.
I know the way
he plays.
It's a thing. It's a thing because people are going, because that's another side of it. People are like complaining, like, "Oh, you're playing against a bunch of people on mobile phones. You're playing against touchscreen players. They stand no chance." And literally, I don't see how touchscreen players fucking play this goddamn game. I tried it. No, it is not for me. I would never be a mobile gamer. But yeah, let's get into it.
Steel the DMs too. I'm throwing in the Xbox wire for you for this week.
Okay,
too.
perfect. So we'll transition to that.
Yeah, we'll do that next. So after we get through, and of course, for everybody new here, we do upcoming week of games where we go through the list from Game Informer, which is not perfect, but hey, shout out to Game Informer for trying. Again, it's very hard these days to keep up with this stuff. There's so many games. And then I've started to transition into Xbox Wire as well. After we go through the Game Informer list to see what else we missed that's coming up on Xbox. PlayStation doesn't do a weekly announcement. I wish they did. I would bring up theirs as well, and obviously Nintendo as well. But for right now, that's what we do. So we're going to talk about the games that are coming up that we're going to have a chance to play if you so are inclined to do next week. Let's go. So we are going to be on August the 21st. That is Monday. And so let's see what is upcoming here, Steel. We got Fort Solace coming up, PlayStation 5, PC, and Mac. And of course, this is the one from Fallen Leaf Studios, published by Dear Villagers, that PlayStation took as a console exclusive. This is a narrative sci-fi adventure. So Fort Solace, it's been getting a little steam. We'll see how people feel about it. But obviously starring the one, the only, he's in everything, Troy Baker. Right. So if you love Troy, another game for you. Again, there's a lot of them because Troy has his hands everywhere. Yeah. So Fort Solace, shout out to Troy. He's made a hell of a career out of this, but Fort Solace looking pretty interesting, actually, as a sci-fi fan, as somebody who does like these types of games. Maybe down the road on PC, I will check it out, but that is coming this week. And then we've got a game Steel that is kind of getting buried between all these big games, and it was something that we were all excited for. And I know tons of people are still excited for this game. It's not something I'm gonna be jumping into because again, games like are coming out of my ears right now, man. But I know a lot of people will be jumping into this. Of course, it is Immortals of Avion coming to PlayStation 5, Xbox Series, PC, August the 22nd, developed by Ascendant Studios, published by EA. I definitely want to check this game out, Steel, at some point. Again, it's a single player experience, so that means I can check it out when I want to. Don't have to worry about all of a sudden there's no lobbies full of people for multiplayer. Looks really cool, Steel, and I think they did a lot of good work here, man.
And for those who, since it's an EA game, I believe it's going to be part of their service too. So, I believe I'd have to check in on that.
I can't remember if EA Originals get in there or not. That's a good question.
I'm not 100%. I'm not 100% sure. Even though, welcome to the Splitters. You got a membership gifted by Dragonheart Yobi, so appreciate that. But yeah, I mean, Immortals of Avium. Look, the game looks really interesting. Unfortunately, I tend to not lean towards the first person games. Doesn't matter what they necessarily are. So again, I mean, the concept of the game looks interesting. The main actor that they have that did all the capture work and everything, he seems like he fits the role really well. I don't know. We'll see. I am interested to see how people feel about the game for those who are reviewing it, right? So, and how it fits in between everything else. Is it a must play? I guess we'll find out.
Yeah, we are definitely going to find out here, Steel. And like I said, for me, I play first person, I play third person. It doesn't matter to me. I just think the abilities look great in this game. And I really am interested kind of in the story to see where it goes to as well. And it looks beautiful. I think this is Unreal 5, is it not? I think it's Unreal 5. Yes. So I just want to jump into this, but again, it'll probably be 2024 before I hit this game up. But I know a lot of people are going to be jumping in this week. Shout out to all of you. I can't wait to see some screenshots and hear what you guys' thoughts on it, about what they're bringing to the table. Because it's been a game that we've had our eye on for a while. So it definitely shows up when they show it off. So what else we got? Hey, we got a new kart racer coming. Smurfs. For all you old heads out there, and even some of you younger folks who have been exposed to Smurfs. Smurfs was always.
I love the cartoon back in the day.
Yeah, Smurfs always got a special place, man. It was part of the rotation, right? It was part of the cartoon rotation.
Yeah,
you had to watch Smurfs Saturday morning cartoons. Let's go. So Smurfs kart coming to PlayStation 5, Xbox Series this year. Yeah, PlayStation 4, Xbox One. None of them have really taken off though that I've seen. Still, right? None of them have like just don't hear about them. I'm sure there's lots of people playing them, but I just haven't heard a whole lot about them.
Jasper just confirmed Immortals of Avium, you could play with EA Play Pro on PC for $15 a month.
So will that mean it's coming to EA Play eventually?
It
for
could.
Xbox Game Pass Ultimate?
It could. There's no trial for it. Of course, it's not a single player game.
Right.
So that makes sense. I know they did do a trial with Dead Space though. So that's also interesting. But that makes sense. I mean, again, I think if any game is published by EA, I think if you're a pro member, you'll be able to get access to those.
I hope it comes to play. That would be even better. But
yeah, the regular
down the road, because I can wait 6 months. That's fine. That's cool. All right, Smurfs Kart again, PlayStation 5, Xbox Series, PlayStation 4, Xbox One, and Switch. It actually already released on Switch November of last year, November 15th. Developed by Eden Games, published by Microids. So Smurf Kart coming again. Whenever I see Smurfs, I gotta smile, man. They bring that energy.
They're still around.
Big game that was delayed for a short period is finally dropping. This is another game, Steel, that I have to add to my list. Oh yeah, WrestleQuest. Absolutely, this looks so much fun, man. WrestleQuest is coming PlayStation 5, Xbox Series, PlayStation 4, Xbox One, Switch, and PC August the 22nd. Developed by MegaCat Studios, published by Skybound Games. Again, as an old WrestleHead, not somebody who watches the new stuff, but somebody who goes way back to the prime WWF, right? Does like watch the first WrestleMania on pay-per-view. because my parents had a pirate box, so we weren't paying. We weren't paying.
Oh, of course, why not?
Yeah, of course not. That back in the day. But yeah, I've got to play some WrestleQuest at some point too, man. And I know there's tons of wrestling fans in this community. Wrestling, I know, is in a lot of people's lives too. WrestleQuest looks really, really damn good and really fun. So WrestleQuest is this week. And then we talked about this a little bit backstage because M. Gene brought it up in the chat and I had to shout him out. And I hope some other people jump into this and let us know how it is because I love the aesthetic. Blasphemous 2 is coming this week. Again, 2D dark Castlevania, like even darker than Castlevania kind of style, but it's a Souls game. It's a 2D Souls game is what it is. Blasphemous 1 got some hype. There was some people who really loved it. Blasphemous 2 obviously coming out this week. It's an 84 on Open Critic. Great reviews for this type of game.
That's pretty good. Yeah,
so Blasphemous 2, PlayStation 5, Xbox Series, Switch, and PC, August the 24th. Go check that out if that sounds like it's up your alley. We got mobile game coming. Unpacking. That's right. Unpacking is joining iOS and Android. I fool around with Unpacking. I think it was actually for a weekly quest for Xbox, right? So for points, I tried Unpacking. Unpacking's exactly what you think it is, right? You're unpacking boxes, setting it up, putting stuff away. Yeah, it's a cool little game. But it's coming to mobile, perfect for mobile. So there you go. You can have Unpacking on the go, iOS and Android on August the 24th. Steel, I am going to say the name. I am going to once again let everybody know what's coming out this week. And then I'm going to defer to you, sir. Not that I'm not excited because I am. In fact, I believe I am picking this up to play for 5 days prior to Starfield, which is nuts to me, but I think I'm going to. But I'm going to give the floor to you, sir, after I announce this. So next on the list, everybody, Steel's Game of the Year.
It is
already. Hasn't dropped. He hasn't played it. He's been watching it, right? Armored Core 6. Fires of Rubicon, PlayStation 5, Xbox Series, PlayStation 4, Xbox One, PC, August the 25th. If you have been listening to Living Splitscreen specifically, we have been promoting the hell out of Armored Core 6, Fires of Rubicon. We are both old Armored Core heads. We are part of probably the 500,000 or under people who played the old Armored Cores, but from software, different level, Steel. Armored Core 6, Fires of Rubicon. Take it away, brother.
Man, there's a lot that I could say, and it depends on how far I get into deep. There's not enough words that it can explain my level of excitement for this game. Mainly for the reason that it was unexpected. A lot of Facts. For them to have the announcement, then turn around and have the game ready, and for it to be at the level of quality that seemingly it's at. This Armored Core game is so much more detailed, so much more extensive, so much more not necessarily vibrant because the colors and stuff are muted in a lot of aspects. But it has a whole different feel that I really wasn't anticipating just going into the future because of what Pong just mentioned. This game traditionally hasn't sold the greatest. And the fact that From Software has literally, because this isn't like, oh, they saw the success of Elden Ring and was like, oh, let's go make Armored Core now. No, this game was in development in the same time that they were developing Elden Ring, or along that same path. Who knows which one came first? But man, every little bit that I see of this game, it's just, it gets better and better. They showed some PvP gameplay yesterday, and also some more of the mission structure. Paul, you'll probably like some of that because they show, hey, this is that fighting cowboy. Shout out to him. I love that dude. I love his energy and what he brings to streaming and everything. But they had him go through like a bit of a mission with his own mech that he created. Also, when there was another guy that showed up, I believe his name was Ouroboros. Shout out to him. Another popular AC dude, apparently he's been in the community for some time, where he showed the boss battle and showed how you go to assembly, fix stuff, completely change your mech, and then jump back into the battle, and really was explaining to people. I think yesterday's presentation was the perfect way to say, hey, this is what Armored Core is. Either you're going to you like this, or and you like the thought of this, or you don't. I would behoove everybody to please it's on Bandai's main channel on YouTube. Please go check out that content and find out whether the game is for you. They did almost an hour and a half stream yesterday that included the 2 missions that I was talking about, the lead up to that boss fight, and then they did damn near felt like 30 to 45 minutes of PvP gameplay, and they were running rounds back to back. It was the feel of the game. I think so many people, so many fans of AC especially, are going to be satisfied, because AC Armored Core has that same thing that Halo does, where like people of this generation don't like the slowness that kind of came with Armored Core 5. And then a lot of the people who don't like Armored Core 5 was like, damn, I'd rather be like 4 where it was fast and all this. This one seems to blend all of those very fluently, very effortlessly. I can't listen to anybody say that this game is, it doesn't look good. Name me another mech game that looks like this game does. Name me another mech game that has the potential for more mech games to be released, not just from software. I believe if Armored Core 6 does well, Mav will get his Chrome Hounds remake. We will get a new Steel Battalion. We can get some Gundam games over on the Xbox side of things. I believe that this can be an avalanche for this whole genre of mecha to become so much bigger than it ever has previously. And that's really, of course, I'm excited for Armored Core, but it's also the thought that, and this is something that probably me and Pong have kind of had to fight with and deal with a lot of people, where not everybody is into the mecha stuff, right?
Yeah.
Where not everybody likes robots and stuff. Now, again, like you guys know, I like things in suits, or I like robots in general. So with that being said,
putting it mildly,
just put it mildly. If this can be the start of that avalanche, and it's from software, and this ends up being a highly supported and great game, ladies and gentlemen, we're truly in the best era of gaming than we could have ever been in. I'm super excited for Armored Core. I'm going to play it day one. I'm also probably going to stream it day one. This is a game, I am not joking with you guys. Like, whether it's on Living Split Screen or I have to do it on my own, whatever I do, I might just go to Twitch and try to build up the community there when Pong starts playing Starfield and he's going crazy with that. Because this is going to be the only other game that's going to be able to pull me from Starfield. And maybe some Wayfinders, depending on how that plays out. Because I got some interesting thoughts on that. But this is my most anticipated game of the year. Nothing else tops this game right now. I'm super excited to play it, and I'm super excited to see how much I get pulled into the ecosystem of Armored Core. So,
yeah, no, Steel. And let me tell you something. Not only was it a surprise that Armored Core is coming back for both of us who know the history of Armored Core, the fact is that From Software is giving this the marketing campaign, the hype campaign, as if this is the second coming of Elden Ring, right? This is like crazy how much I'm seeing Armored Core out there in the wild, getting promoted. And it's obvious that when they said they were looking to bring back this franchise to be one of their pillar franchises, because they talked about this in an interview, they want to get into a more consistent rollout of games, and they were looking for another franchise to have in there between their Souls games, obviously Elden Ring. They wanted another franchise to be that. And they were telling the truth, because they are promoting the hell out of Armored Core. Like, they have every right to. From Software is now on a different level than they were back in the day. Back in the day, they were a well-respected dev, but let's be real again, the Armored Cores back then, they didn't sell 1 million copies worldwide. Like, you can go back and look at the stats. Like, maybe there's 1 or 2 in there, but like Armored Core 5, seriously, Steel and I showed it. There's no solid numbers, but like they sold like 250,000 is like one of the biggest stats that you can get out there for that. So overall, I know Armored Core 5 sold like maybe under 1 million. It had to be under 500,000.
None of the
like
games
maybe.
have
No.
been able to stay over 1 million.
But this is from here, from Software's
crazy.
now newfound popularity, like what they've grown into at this point, with the Soul series, with obviously Elden Ring pushing them to the next level. They are making Armored Core something. And so, there's going to be a lot of fresh people jumping into these games for the first time. A lot of non-mech fans just trying it out because it is from Software, and everything they're showing right now, everything they're doing. And I still have to watch yesterday's footage. I haven't had a chance, but everything I've seen up to this point, they are trying to make this a game that even non-mech fans can jump into and be like, holy shit, this is a great game. Like, I want to play this. I want to know about this world, this lore, these mechs. This is impressive. So I'm excited for From Software. I'm excited for the future of Armored Core. And like you said, Steel,
I'm telling you,
if they take this to the next level, if they can blow this game up, and it doesn't have to be Elden Ring level, of course not.
No,
it doesn't. If they can just get this game to some semblance of millions sold, right? Which I think they will, that means good things for possibly future mech games in general, where people can bring this genre, which is niche, to the limelight that it deserves, because mechs are damn cool to play when they're done well, right? That's coming from a mech fan. Of course, I'm getting old school Robotech fan here, that kind of stuff. Like, this gets me juiced to see this, because I know the future is bright if From Software can pull this off. So I'm excited, Steel. This is going to be fun this week. That's the only reason why I'm picking it up. I'm only going to have 5 days in it, and then I'm gone to space. So, but I'm still picking this up. Armored Core 6, Fires of Rubicon, August 25th. You guys aren't hyped now, don't know what to tell you. Go watch some videos, check it out.
Please.
This is going to be a good game. This is going to be a good game, a real good game. I'm excited for this. I don't know why this is a thing, Steel. Actually, you know what? Wait, no.
That's it. That's it.
That's it. I don't have to. I can save it for next week. I can save it for next week. All right, let's jump into Xbox Wire real quick and see if there's anything else we missed out here. And again, this is because Xbox does this on a weekly basis. I've started incorporating it. I'm not going to read the full descriptions because that got really long some weeks when I was doing it. So we're just going to jump through these and see if there's anything exciting that we missed that Game Informer didn't have. So that's going to start with No Place Like Home, August 22nd. Play as Ellen Newland, a girl who decides to visit her grandfather on Earth for the very last time before she moves to Mars. This is a farm sim game, everybody. So if you are farm sims, my God, Steel, they just pump these out like Skittles, bro. This is crazy, man. So another farm sim for all you fans out there. No Place Like Home, August 22nd. What else we got in here? We already talked about Smurfs Kart. We talked about WrestleQuest. Chess Royale, Xbox Play Anywhere, August 23rd. I think I mentioned this one last week. New chess game coming out. So go check that out. Chess Royale. I don't have anything else to say. Mirrored Souls coming August the 23rd is a puzzle platformer. That is coming this week as well. Mirrored Souls. I talked about these last week, Steel. Why are these on show? Some of these, Virgo versus the Zodiac. This sci-fi RPG. This is one I got on my hit list for down the road. Sci-fi fantasy RPG coming out. It is the old school RPG ways, right? So that one looks really cool. We already talked about Blasphemous 2. King of the Hat, August 24th. A 2 to 4 player 2D party platformer. Say that. That is a mouthful. God damn. Where you fight with a hat. Okay. So there you go. Ride 5 coming out this week. Special edition pre-order. August the 24th. Optimized for Xbox Series. Motorcycle fans. Ride coming out. Ride 5 coming out. 35 tracks, over 200 motorcycles.
I gotta try one of these games out.
Yeah, you do.
I've never played. I played some of the like motocross games back in the day, or like MotoGP or something like that. Back in the day, I've never touched any of like the more recent ones.
Yeah.
I need to test them out.
Check those out. I'd like to see you play one of those. Shotgun King, the final checkmate. I looked at this one. This is interesting. It's chess, right? But you've got weapons. And it's a strategy roguelike.
Okay.
It looks kind of as an old chess fan.
Different?
Again, I played chess back in the day, grade school through high school. I played chess. Don't touch it so much anymore. Still like to do it every once in a while, but yeah, this looked interesting. Like again, it's chess, but it's not in any way, shape, or form. With all new mechanics, looks kind of cool. Shotgun King, the final checkmate, August 24th. Zombie Derby coming out August 24th. I always love these games. Again, I will never get sick of zombies. I know Steel's sick of zombies. I just never get tired of zombies.
I just want some vampires, some good vampires.
I know, and I'll take those too. When you give me a game where I can run over zombies in a vehicle and I have weapons attached to my vehicle, like Twisted Metal style, I always love those games. There's been a bunch of them. We got a new one coming out, Zombie Derby, August 24th. We talk obviously extensively about Armored Core 6 this week. Ashina the Red Witch. Looks like this is a puzzle solving game. Join Ash on the journey of an afterlife time travel through the mysterious spirit world filled with strange creatures, interesting characters, and memorable moments. You're trying to find your way back home, and there's puzzle solving involved. So Ashina the Red Witch, August 25th. DPS Idol. Okay, an idle card game where you kill monsters. From monsters, you get money to open chests. Each chest has its own deck of cards. Collect cards, upgrade cards, defeat monsters, join guilds, hire heroes, raise your DPS. I don't mind those games, actually. Sounds kind of cool. Overridden Evolution, August 25th, Xbox Play Anywhere. Be ready for an action-packed experience by dodging thousands of bullets. So everybody knows this is a shmup. Shoot 'em up. That's right, shmup. For short, classic style game. Used to play them all the time. I am not. My reactions are not good enough anymore. I get crushed in these games now. Used to
I
be
like
pretty
them,
good
but
at
they
them.
just get because of how gaming has evolved.
Yeah.
They get boring. Like it's
Sure.
cool to
I can
jump
see
in,
that.
have some
I can see
time. You
Yeah.
know, it's like I don't know. It's just I think I'm ruined by Geometry Wars. I really am. I really am.
Geometry Wars are a different
Geometry
level.
Wars, like that
Yeah, it was
aspect
cool.
of it is it gets so chaotic and crazy. I mean, I know those games do too, of course, but it's just it did something different for me, and I guess that's
I get it, man. I totally do. So Overridden Evolution, August 25th, if you're looking for shmup. Then we got Rise of the Triad Ludicrous Edition, definitive release of the cult classic FPS by original developer and publisher Apogee, who've been around for a long time, Apogee Entertainment, the maniacal minds at New Blood Interactive, and the gaming treasure hunters at Night Dive Studios. Night Dive is a really good support studio, and they do a lot of good things.
Nice.
Is now available on Xbox for the very first time. I never remember hearing about this. Must be really big cult classic first person shooter. I'm gonna go check this one out just to see what it looks like because it looks damn kind of cool. Tanky Tanks 2. Play alone or together or against your friends and show your navigation and reaction skills across 6 different game modes and countless levels. Defeat enemy tanks while dodging their deadly bullets. Improve your aim and maneuvering skills. So it's tank battles. All right, Tanky Tanks 2, August 25th. And then finally, Truth, August 25th. Step in the role of a discerning judge in a fictional game show. Interesting. Okay. Prepare to dive into a world of deceit, revelation, and unforgettable characters. All right. Truth, August 25th. I like the concept. Again, I don't know how these indie devs come up with this stuff, but it is a actual live action game.
Oh, wow.
So real life, it's recorded. So it's a narrative driven game, right? So
Nice.
real life actors portraying parts, obviously.
Nice.
So looks okay. All right, cool. All right, if you're into those, that's coming out. Then that's this week's Xbox Wire upcoming games. Steel. So I think we nailed it, knocked it out of the park.
Where's the PlayStation upcoming games?
Yeah, like I said, I wish they would put those out, man, on a weekly basis. Man. I really don't see anything from them. So if somebody knows where I can find those,
unfortunately.
But yeah,
please, because we would like to put those out there too, and I don't think Nintendo
absolutely.
does it either.
No,
outside of our upcoming games list, it's it's so weird how they end up doing that, but it is what it is nonetheless.
It's all right.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, now that we got that knocked out of the way, I want to start with a topic that's kind of left field a little bit, but I did mention it at the beginning of the show, and this is kind of based off of the game Wayfinder, right? Brand new MMO that has come out. MMO is trying to find its way, but it is a live service game. It's also a action-based game. So the part of the conversation that I want to have about it, and this is something that Wizzy brought up earlier. He brought up the live service elements of it because he was like, "Oh, I wish they would just take out the live service element of it because it just seems like they don't know what they're doing or something to that nature." I don't want to pull you out of context, Wizzy. Really appreciate you for those thoughts. What I wanted to bring to the table is just the thoughts of early access, right? Becoming a supporter for something that's in early access and knowing, because again, a lot of the times when these games do go into early access, there's warnings that there are going to be issues and that the game may not play as intended and things of that nature. Now, bear with me because I'm trying to figure out how to present this information to make it a viable talking point. Because I kind of get lost. I was trying to talk about it. So I was trying to go over it a little bit last night to see how I want to approach, and I couldn't find a solidified way. In Decado, 100%, it should be viewed like Warframe because essentially it's kind of the premise of the game. It's the publisher is the same. So, but what I mean by this, so early access, just to give you guys an example. For Wayfinder, the only way that you can play the game currently is you have to become a founder. To become a founder at a base level, you have to spend $20, right? Now they got other packs too. I think it goes all the way up to $100 or whatever the case may be. And I saw a lot of people that were extremely frustrated because one, what ended up happening with Wayfinder is that now this is the game that is on PlayStation. This was at PlayStation Showcase that was announced for PlayStation and PC. So there's that. But Wayfinder, on the original release date was on Tuesday. Tuesday would have been the 15th of August. And they ended up pushing the date out by 2 days because they ran into whatever issues, right? They didn't say specifically. They're just like, hey, apologies. We need to push it out 2 days. We need some additional time to fix some things. 2 days later would have put it on the 17th of when the game released or when the game went live. Now, because of how early access works, you can't invest into the game or whichever the case until the game goes live. So that is a dope concept because then you're not buying into something that doesn't end up working and then you get frustrated with that. Although that's kind of been the case regardless. So the 17th rolls around, the game goes live. I get in for 5 minutes and the game kicks me out. And I can no longer log in. I'm thinking that I'm having issues on my side with internet. Maybe it's the computer. Maybe it's this. Maybe it's that. I don't know what the issue is, but I'm thinking it's on me. Boom. They finally, what blows my mind the most about this to start with is that if I wouldn't have been in Discord, or if I didn't have a Discord to check on this information, and eventually they did update to Twitter, but I would have needed a Twitter also, because I don't know if it was on their official page or whichever the case. And again, I didn't do my due diligence to see if it was on their official page or whichever, or in their official forums. But I do know it was on their Discord and Twitter whenever they got to it, I guess. But apparently the game is completely unplayable. I don't know, because again, like I mentioned earlier in the show, the game in closed beta, because I played it then also, didn't have the server issue that they're experiencing now, right? Nowhere close. I was able to log in, play whenever I wanted to, have, jump into the experience and take it for what it is, dip out and be good to go. Now, the game has been for the most part, completely unplayable until yesterday. But even the queue is sitting around above $5,000. So it takes about 30 minutes to get into the game, right? Nobody wants to wait 30 minutes to get into a game. Now, I can understand if you're excited enough to wait, like I did while I was listening to some shows. I just let it run in the background, did some other things, got the show ready for the day. And then when I got signed in, I signed in, right? But the reason I wanted to bring early access into the conversation, because the amount of people that were overly frustrated, and I want to also come from a perspective that I understand where people are coming from, right? Because games like this, because it's our hobby, because it's our passion, whichever the case. But because you guys didn't have a proper perspective of where your games were at, there's people that might have taken days off. There's people that might have blocked off time. There's people that on any level of different things that could have happened to make sure that they could play this game in the early access on day one. They wanted to be a founder. They were excited to play the game and literally have not been able to play the damn game because the servers are completely demolished. I don't know, because again, this isn't a session to try to find where we should place blame. Because on one side, I do think when games are in early access, that you as a gamer should have an understanding of what that means. Game's not complete, the game's not finished. You should expect for there to be some form of an issue. But on the other side of that, I can also see you putting money down on a game. This is not like it's free to play. Oh, we need to stress it. We need to test the servers out, find out what's going on. And then once we make sure that the game is, where we need it at, now we're going to flip the switch. And if you want to continue to play and you want to become a founder for the game, then boom, $20 or whatever the case. Something different than what you currently have right now. Because I can guarantee you, and I've already seen it, people have refunded the game and no longer have the same interest in the game because of the experience that they've had up to this point. It is in many facets. When you're an MMO, I personally feel, and again, I'm not a game developer, so I don't know, but I would personally feel it would be better for you to have too many servers for your game versus having not enough, right? So whatever numbers you saw during the beta, closed beta, whichever the case, maybe you double, triple the size of the servers, and then boom, if you don't need them going into your first week, you roll back some of the servers so you can save some money. Because I know that running servers is not cheap. This isn't something that you could just flip a switch and then boom, oh yeah, we got 100 more servers that are ready to go. No, I know it's a lot more complicated than that. But also, to add to the conversation, I can also see that maybe your game got more attention than you were even expecting, right? That is very possible. And the team from Wayfinders are not a huge team. So I get the fact that you guys are now running into issues that maybe you're not familiar with, you haven't practiced, or just didn't anticipate happening. But I feel like it's a problem for games that go into early access, especially when you're trying to draw an attention and draw an audience, for you to charge of some form of money and people can't even play your game at all, right? Again, it's kind of hard. Hopefully, Paul, you kind of understanding where, like, what my overall perspective is on this, because I am on both sides of it, right? Where it's just like, damn, like I get being frustrated, but at the same time, as a gamer, as somebody who reads through the details and makes sure that they understand what they're getting themselves into, I do take responsibility to make sure that I am informed. But not everybody's me. Not everybody is the gamer that we are, right? We're looking for this type of information. Most people are casual dudes, casual girls, casual whatever, jumping into a new game that they found some interest in, and lo and behold, they plop some money down for something they can't even get access into, and there is no, because their updates are like, oh yeah, we're updating the game, you guys should be able to get in within the next 10 minutes, and then an hour later, they drop another update saying, oh, we're still working on it. You expect for people to not be frustrated? There's a big difference between 10 minutes and 60 minutes of you telling people information. Maybe you don't have people in the right places to be on top of that. For like a community manager that is like making sure people are constantly updated, knowing what's going on. Or maybe you guys are trying to set didn't have proper expectations for yourself? I don't know. But Pong, how do you feel about a game going into early access and then you not being able to play that game? Maybe you took a day off because you were in hype and anticipating. It was like, yeah, I want to try this out. I want to become a founder for this because I like what I played from a beta. And I'm just really interested. You get in, you drop in for 5 minutes like I do. Yeah. And I can only give you my experience. You drop in for 5 minutes and then you get kicked out randomly for, it says connection error. And you spend the next 15 minutes trying to log back in just to find out that, boom, there's server issues. Boom, you log in, you try to, maybe you step away, say, give it some time. 30 minutes later, still the same issues. Can't log in at all. You try later that evening, maybe, still can't get in, no access. You try the next day, still can't get in, no access. And you try that evening, like I did last night, you get in for an hour or two, you're in the middle of a mission and get kicked out again due to a server problem. What is your perspective on early access? Are you kind of with me where it's kind of difficult in some ways, but you can see both perspectives, right? As someone that put some money down on it, and also as somebody that could possibly be frustrated because of that, but also on the opposite side, possibly being somebody that could be like, well, it's an early access. I kind of would expect some of these things to be an issue. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I'm of a couple different minds here. And this is an interesting topic that you bring up, Steele, because we just saw a huge success in Baldur's Gate 3 where they offered almost 3 years of early access, right? Now, I'm of a couple minds here still because there's different ways you can go about early access and offering it to people. Obviously, there's free to play stuff, and then there's paid, like you said, founders packs and those kind of things, which have become a staple. They've become a norm. It's a great way to support the dev while they're building their game out, and it again, for smaller devs, it's a lifeline. It's how they keep going. It's how they make they can finish the games off while trying to pay everybody because they don't have necessarily maybe a big backer. Now with Wayfinder, I got to believe that they've got money coming in from Sony and other places that are obviously helping them. But I'm of two minds because the free stuff, you should definitely expect issues and problems, especially with like logging in and getting in all the time, because you just never know. The devs aren't going to know how many people to expect. Right. Here's where as I've listened to you talk about this and I've thought about it, because obviously I didn't try to jump into Wayfinder at all. You told me about it and I knew you were going to try to jump in and that kind of stuff. When the devs put out a founders pack and you have to be a founding member to jump into one of these. You have to be.
No other choice.
Then they have numbers. Like they know how many people have bought their founders pack. That's like a hardcore. Well,
the thing about it though, the founders pack is not available until the day of release.
Okay.
So you can't like that because that's
so they didn't have the founders pack available prior to.
You could not pre-order. You had to buy it.
All right. So that changes a little bit different. Okay. All right. Here's the deal. I think that if you are going to offer a founders pack and you are going to charge money for that founders pack, you should overestimate how many people are going to. And again, I don't know internally what they did or what they didn't do. I'm just from the outside looking in. If you are going to have people pay to join a founders group to be able to jump in and do, get in there, play the game, I think you should overestimate how many people are going to be there day one, and you should be ready for it. Is that 100% perfect? No, of course not. I understand that there could be issues, but if it goes on for days, then I got to say that you really underestimated the amount of people that are going to want to jump in there. And that is that's a dev problem. That's mismanagement on their end, not prepared for what could eventually happen, which was a large number of people. And again, if that's exactly the problem, which we don't know for sure, that's exactly the problem. Maybe there's some other things in the background. Maybe there's some problems with the servers.
That's what it seems like, because they added a server. Like, again, it's just like little things like, you had to implement a server queue. Oh, now your server queue isn't working as intended. Oh, now the other thing that I wanted to add on to, Pong, real quick, because this may help kind of
go ahead.
tailor your conversation.
You're fleshing out as you go. Yeah, go ahead.
Just real quick. The game is actually supposed to be on full release when it comes out in 6 months, a free-to-play game.
Right.
But you're...
See,
what boggles my mind about it is now the game isn't free to play.
Correct.
You're getting people to pay to stress your servers out, which is, I think that's my number one problem with it, is if you're going to be a free to play game anyway, then why didn't you release free to play, and then people who wanted to invest, they could just invest, and then you can have a better gauge of what you need to get ready for.
But was this now? But Steel, hold on, real quick. Question.
Yeah, go ahead, my phone.
Was this announced as a server stress test, or was we update? That's what I'm. That's okay.
They delayed. The game was supposed to come out Tuesday,
right?
The 15th or 16th, whichever I said.
Because they've been working on things in the background,
and they delayed it because they ran across issues, didn't clarify whatever the issue was.
Right.
We said, "Oh, we're good to go. We're going to be good to go for Thursday the 17th, or whichever the case."
Yeah,
and then the game releases, and you literally have. The login button doesn't even work, Pong. The login button does a thing to where you press it and it loads for like a second and then it pops back up. And you're like, again, I was thinking that I was tripping the entire time. Like, what the fuck is going on?
This sounds like people have a right to complain here. I think they have a right to complain. Yes, you should expect problems. Yes, obviously, you know the risks involved when you join a founder pack and you're joining a game. But if we're 6 months away from launch, you would believe or love to believe that the game is far enough along where, sure, could there be server overload? Yeah, we've seen that plenty of times. Could there be a problem logging in? Yes, absolutely. Could there be bugs still here and there? Yes, of course, absolutely. But at the end of the day, again, if this has been going on days, like you said, and people legitimately paid to get access and they can't access your game, then I think that goes a little bit beyond the norm of, oh, well, this is still early access, so expect problems. This sounds like they were very unprepared. Yeah. And they threw this out there at kind of like the last minute, like, hey, maybe we should get some people in here to test. Oh, by the way, we can probably make a few extra bucks if we charge $20 for a founders pack. Let's do that. And then weren't ready for the influx of people. Yeah. That's the way it feels or appears to me from the outside looking in. Again, without knowing internal discussions, obviously we're guessing, we're in speculation town here, but I think that people do have a right in this specific instance of complaining. Now, in other cases where it's been clear what to expect, when it's been clear their intentions for opening up early access, and you run across problems and people complain, well, no, you shouldn't complain because that's part of the deal. But right here, what you're telling me, Steel, sounds like this is completely on the dev side, and that people should be upset that they paid $20 for something that they are not getting at all, like, or very minimal. And I think I would be upset at that point too if I had invested. So I think you're on to something here, Steel. I think it is a complex, because every single early access is going to be different for every single game, right? And what the intentions are, what the goals are for the devs behind the scenes for that early access is going to be different on a game-to-game basis, depending on where they are in the dev cycle, depending on, you know, what they're looking for, what stats they're looking for, you know, what kind of information they're trying to gather. This one right here, 6 months from launch, after it was supposed to be out, after you delayed it, after it's going to be free to play, this seems a little weird. And I would be upset here too.
And Eastside Vandal brings up a point that I'm going to get into, because this kind of goes into some of the things that Bungie is going through now too with Destiny, where it's like all of a sudden they don't have the funds to support all facets of their game. And I thought that was the whole reason of them being under a publisher, that they would have more funding to be able to do certain things. Because Eastside Vandal said this is Jim Ryan's PlayStation, which I'm gonna get to that point in a minute. But just to stay on Wayfinder for a second, because Jasper said that they've made updates on their website. And yes, they have. And I mentioned those things. And again, I'm in their Discord also. And they've kept it updated with saying, but they also haven't been very specific on saying, hey, it is this now.
But his quote that he put in there, Steel, doesn't make a whole. One solution we heard often was that we should have offered pre-sales to gauge interest. Unfortunately, some first-party stores do not allow pre-sales of early access, and we were unable to meet demand. Well, how many stores are they in, Steel?
Steam and PlayStation, for what I know.
Okay, well, we know Steam allows pre-sales.
No, they don't know pre-sales or early access. No.
They don't.
If it's early access, no.
So day of. Okay, so they are basically here though, Steel, with this quote admitting that this, or at least publicly stating that this was server overload, that they weren't ready for the number of people.
But my problem with that though is you literally created an online MMO, which is why I made the point earlier. That wouldn't it make more sense based off of the engagement that you got from the closed beta? And again, I know that more people can have, but the closed beta was free. You didn't have to pay anything you didn't have to become a founder to become part of the beta.
That's where I say it's different.
That's why it's like now all of a sudden that you're making people pay for it. Why aren't the servers tripled, quadrupled down on, so then you can roll them back?
Yes.
If you don't need certain things, right? Is this an oversight by Sony potentially? Maybe not believing in the IP enough to say, hey, here's some additional server space.
Sony people though, or do you think it's the majority are PC people?
I think majority could be PC, but to be fair also, I do know that console players love a good, and as much as PlayStation players try to ignore it, they do like online games, and there are certain online games that pull.
Genshin's big on Sony.
Right, exactly, and that's the only place you can really play it outside of Android or on phones or PC. So it's like, it's just weird for a new IP to go through all the stuff that you have gone through. You went through a closed beta. You had all these people. You got your numbers from that. But then you release the game into early access. And again, that's why I'm of two minds about it. Like, I can understand people being frustrated, but I also don't get why call yourself an MMO, an online only game, and then you don't have enough access, or even when you were experiencing the issue, why wasn't there a server queue when I hit the login button? Why is it a day later, I'm now getting an update saying, oh, we implemented a server queue?
Right.
What world are we living in?
That's a little goofy for a team, like you said, building an MMO. Like that's why I said
that's like something I would expect.
Yeah,
Let me know what the problem
in 2023. In 2023, that's like basics 101. Like, they're not reinventing the wheel here, Steel. Like,
no, they're not. No,
so
there's nothing new about this game.
The roadmaps have been laid out for you for a long time. And for you to skip basic steps in creating an MMO, like server queues and that kind of stuff, is very odd. And definitely, like I said, says to me that this is a dev problem. And again, you charged people like that. That's the line right there where I say, okay, I can completely 100% be on the side of the people complaining right now, even if you shouldn't expect perfect launches or perfect starts to early access anytime, because it's still early access. I still say if you charge and you are basically admitting or stating, at least out front publicly, that this is a server issue, well, that's your main part of your game as an MMO. Like that's like that to me is the dev's problem. Like I can be on the side of everybody complaining. It's not entitlement for these people to be complaining. They paid $20.
Yeah, it's fair.
They expected to be able to play the game. Again, should you expect to be able to play 100% of the time? No, because again, early access betas, we see them take down servers and say, oh, we got to do some server maintenance.
Right.
We got to fix these problems that we came up now. So we're going to be down for this period of time. That always happens, but to not even to be able to log in, Yeah, no, that's an issue.
And then when you do get logged in, because the server is so slammed, it kicks you out.
Right. Yeah. No.
And then Jasper, but that's my point though, Jasper. Like, is it Sony that literally has no foresight into how to tailor these games or give them proper help, especially online games, to the point to where, because he says, and they did say this, they said they had a queue system ready, but it failed immediately. How does your queue system fail?
Yeah.
This is the basic level of the premise of your game. It's an online only game. You're making people pay to get access to it. These people can't play the game because of the server. And Jax82 says, didn't Overwatch 2 do the same thing? But guess what, Jax? And it's not acceptable from them either, because that's Blizzard.
Yeah, no. I've talked about that too.
Wayfinders isn't Blizzard.
Yeah, no.
But it just seems kind of scummy in some ways. Like there wasn't better foresight. There wasn't anybody standing in front saying, hey, what do you guys got? Okay, did you guys think about A, B, C, D things? Because you are an online only game. Did you guys think about traction? What were the numbers that you got? Okay, how about we give you too many servers, and then depending on how you do your first month, or depending on how you do your first 2 weeks, we'll roll some of those servers back depending on what you need, what you truly need. It's just weird, especially off the heels, and this is where I'm going to try to throw in that Bungie point, because we also got word this week that apparently, and I think it started the week prior actually, that Bungie apparently isn't going to continue supporting certain aspects of their game anymore because they can't afford to. What? Are we in the Twilight Zone? So I thought Bungie going to PlayStation was supposed to help Bungie continue to flesh out, and so they have more money. They even PlayStation paid Bungie to help an overabundance of an amount to help those employees that they had stay on, to give them bonuses. So why is it all of a sudden that we're now seeing that, oh, well, Bungie is not going to really support Gambit anymore? Oh, well, you had to have the head of Bungie come out and say, and I still don't think this is acceptable, but it's nonetheless, it is what it is. It's your game. You do what you want to with it. But now you want to say, oh, yeah, next year when we do our next DLC, or when we make you pay another $60 to $100 for our game, for free, we're going to give you PvP maps now. Oh, now we're going to do these things after we hear this large outcry. But we're still going to remove these other elements because we can't support it anymore. What? How long has your game been out? When are you going to acknowledge the fact that you've literally, Bungie in this facet, have sunset stuff, have taken away content from gamers, but you signed a deal that was supposed to be helpful to you? And so many people like put Bungie on this higher echelon, and I wanted to include Bungie part of this conversation because there has to be something behind the scenes that is shouting out and saying that something's not right. Again, and I don't want to. I'm not trying to sit here and say that, oh, it's PlayStation's fault. But at the end of the day, if you're going to give Xbox the same type of smoke for Redfall, for an example, then when certain things like this happen, then I have to give PlayStation that same amount of smoke. Because this is under your banner. And if this is the precedent that you're setting with Wayfinders, you're setting with Destiny, why should I believe in your online vision? You also let Bungie, who is struggling with their online services, with their live content, or with content overall, for their game, to come in and tell you that your first party IP isn't ready to be released and probably may not be released for quite some time. So obviously, because I saw somebody make a comment, because I wrote this on Twitter, on X, and it was like, yo, I need somebody to explain to me what's going on. And one of the comments that somebody made was like, oh, well, PlayStation, Bungie has to listen and do whatever PlayStation says because they're the one paying their checks. And I was like, obviously that's not the case. Because Bungie's new, and told probably your number one IP that, yeah, y'all don't know what you're doing. PlayStation, like who is your leader of vision for your online infrastructure, for your online service department, who's covering these games? Like, people like to throw Matt Booty under fire for, oh, you didn't make sure that Halo was good to go and Redfall was perfect for launch. Oh, that's all Matt Booty's fault. So who the fuck is leading the shit for PlayStation? And you want me to have faith in your infrastructure? A brand new game in early access doesn't seem like it's getting the support that's required. From what I'm seeing. Now, again, if somebody can paint a different picture for me, tell me, please. I need to know. I'm trying to figure it out. Like, I'm genuinely trying to understand, because these are things that people aren't talking about. People will talk about, Xbox, all they got is Starfield. Oh, man, Starfield is Xbox's saving grace. I'm so glad I got God of War and these single-player games I play 1 time, 3 times, 6 times, because, man, it's so good that if you don't play it 3 times at least, you're not a real gamer. What sense does that make? You're not, I rarely see anybody from the PlayStation community for real talk about the underlying issues that are oblivious, seemingly. There's just something there, and Jasper touches on it real quick, Pong. Jasper says Bungie supposedly left Activision because they were forced to do bad monetization practices, and they have now tripled down on it. Bruh, so who was the problem? Is it Activision or you, Bungie? Because your Eververse store is fucking crazy. You have implementation in your game that it almost makes the game feel like it's pay to win. I am literally gated off of content. And then when I jump back into your game, I'm literally missing content that I just played 6 months ago. And if I don't pay another $60, I can't access none of the new content. Or be competitive because people are getting the new shit that seemingly hits harder than anything else in the game. It's just weird to me. But my fault, Paul. Go ahead. What were you going to say?
No. I was just going to say with Bungie, it's obviously a bad business model, right? Whatever, this started long before Sony bought them too and acquired them. And I wouldn't doubt that some of the beef with Activision was potentially because Activision was like, look, your numbers aren't adding for like how popular and how big Destiny is. Sure, you guys are doing okay, but we're seeing issues down the road because, again, Activision should know because they have Call of Duty. And we all know what Call of Duty did to Activision. It soaked up every single piece of talent that they had. And everybody's favorite snake, Bobby, came out and said that it was not sustainable. That Call of Duty, the way that they have it right now, was not sustainable. It's part of the reason why, on top of obviously all the personnel problems and all that garbage, why they wanted to be acquired, because they knew every year it was going to get harder and harder to make the numbers, to make the stockholders, the shareholders happy. So I'm sure that they had conversations with Bungie internally about that business model that they have going for Destiny. And now, again, because Bungie is a favorite, right? And Bungie and Destiny was so gigantic,
right? Their
fan base forgave them for a lot of things, but now we see it catching up with them. Now they're underneath Sony. Well, now we see the money side of things catching up with them. And it is weird to hear them say that they can't support certain things because they don't have the money to do that. And I don't care how, they want to come out afterwards and try to respin it, like you said, Steel, and try to say all of a sudden that PvP after all this time is now important to them. And they want to make sure that those fans of PvP are going to be taken care of and that they put more effort on that side of things. It seems like you're trying to plug a whole lot of holes right now. Pause. Right? It's the old cartoon with the dam that's got one hole and you plug it, another hole opens up and you plug that. Eventually you run out of digits. right? You run out of fingers and toes and you can't plug anymore. And all of a sudden the dam bursts. Like that's where it seems kind of Bungie's at right now. They're just holding the dam together with duct tape or with fingers and toes, trying to make sure it doesn't burst. And that's weird, strange, and scary for a team that is as veteran as they are, as a team that has so much experience in building up Destiny from Destiny 1 to Destiny 2 to creating this franchise that is obviously beloved by millions upon millions of people. In fact, every time you put out one of those overpriced, new expansions and sunset other expansions, the community cries, but then millions come back to play again for another 100, 200 hours. Like that to me is crazy, but that's exactly what they've built over there. So I think it goes to some bigger issues. And like you said, Steele, there's got to be accountability now because they are underneath Sony. That Sony, you make a $3 billion acquisition. And yes, of course, a part of the contract is that they run themselves and that they are pretty much independent and they're going to publish, but they're still one of your companies. And you're telling me, just like I said, the same smoke I gave for Xbox, not walking into Arcane Studio and going, show me what you got. Where are we at with Redfall?
Right.
And they admitted that they didn't do enough hands-on with that team. That's crazy to me. I know it was a bigger purchase than just Arcane for Xbox, but when you make a purchase, they are now underneath your umbrella. Mm-hmm. They now have your name attached to it. They are your responsibility, whether you come in late to the dev cycle on a game or whether it's at the beginning, it doesn't matter. It's your name going out on that game. You go in and check what's going on. So if Sony hasn't gone in and checked on Bungie and been like, hey, show me the books, show me what you got here. Of course, they saw the books. It's part of the purchase, but you guys know what I'm saying. If you're not analyzing where Destiny's health is at and what it looks like for the future, and if you're not asking questions as from Sony and who knows, maybe they did, of why this team is sunsetting some stuff, why they're taking away from their players, why they're saying they can't support certain things because of money problems. Well, Sony, then it is your responsibility as the parent company to step in and give them the money they need or whatever else it takes to make sure that that's healthy. Yep. Because it might be multi-plat. It might still not be associated directly with PlayStation, but Destiny always kind of has been because, again, at one point, Destiny 1, everybody thought they were exclusive, which they weren't. But the fact is, you need to take care of that side of your business too. Even if they are kind of independent, you need to step in as the parent and say, hey, we need to shore this stuff up. Let me help you fix this dam because it's about to burst over here.
Right.
So I liked how you wrap this all in because these are separate issues, but all kind of one of the risks and some of the big problems that we see in the industry when it comes down to financing these projects and what it means to not only start up a project like Wayfinder and some of the troubles that you can have in the interim while you're trying to get it off the ground, but also a established franchise like Destiny 2, in which even a veteran team who are the ones who built it, who built an empire, let's call it an empire because Destiny's an empire, built that thing up. And then you start to see the cracks. You start to see, oh shit, there's problems here. I think it's an interesting conversation, but it shows how risky this industry is, and how fragile everything is, no matter how strong. That's why I always said Call of Duty, we don't know what it's going to like 10 years from now.
No,
we want to argue over Call of Duty. Call of Duty might exist. Yes, exactly, Steel. It might not even be here. As mind-blowingly stupid as that sounds to say in 2023, after the history of Call of Duty, after it continues to be the best-selling game every year, year after year, that's still the reality of this industry. And it shows like I said, it shows the fragility of everything that is done. There's no guarantees within gaming, right? You can do your best, you can do your greatest work, and there is no guarantee that first, number one, that you find success, and number two, once you find success, that you will continue to have success down the future. Now,
Right.
again, I'm not doom and glooming Bungie. I'm not doom and glooming Destiny. It's going to be around. It's going to be fine. I'm sure if it gets to a critical mass point that Sony would or already is helping them and supplying them with money or whatever they need to get the job done, because Destiny's too important to Sony. It's not the whole reason, but it is the main reason they overpaid for $3 billion. So they're going to keep Bungie alive. They're going to keep Destiny rolling. Bungie, hopefully, will figure it all out. They've got new games on the horizon. But at the same time, it is an interesting conversation to have, Steele, that we're seeing this problem with a team like Bungie, that they come out and admit that there's issues like that happening right now. It's kind of goofy, man.
Yeah, it's just weird. Again, on the whole live service front side of things, is just and speaking to that bigger picture of, is it something going on with Sony themselves? Are they truly ready to kind of take that online approach to their gaming and move that ball forward? I just, right now, with a lot of the things that are going on with using Wayfinder and using Destiny as an example, I don't know if that gives me enough credence or enough belief to say that, yeah, I got faith in what they're going to do. And that's the main reason why, I wanted to bring this up as part of the conversation, because I do find it interesting, and I do think, early access should be treated a certain way. And I do think that there's multiple approaches, right? How you should treat the online infrastructure and your games overall. So it's just interesting to see how things are playing out. I'll be even more interested to see how things play out going into the future, man, because again, this isn't going to go away. We're going to find out very soon whether this is something that continue to be supported, because again, people may hate everything that's going on right now with some of these live service games, and then boom, a year later, 6 months later, all that can be flipped on its head, and they do all the greatest things in the world. And then when it comes to Bungie, it's just, I love Bungie. I do. I love Destiny. I do. I put a lot of time into it. And I'm also somebody that can say, I've put enough time into it to the point to where it's like, I don't have to go back to it. Right. I really don't. But it's frustrating when you do find games that you have genuine enjoyment in, and love certain aspects of the game, maybe not so much others, and to just see it completely fall on its face because it's not getting proper support. And then when you like spit on my shoe and tell me that it's bird shit, when I just saw you spit on my shoe, it just seems incohesive. It doesn't seem right. It doesn't come across correct to me. Especially when you have some of the practices that you do, you're doubling down on Eververse, you're putting in, it's the problem that I have with Diablo currently too. Again, Diablo's a good game overall, and I don't take away none of the time, but it's just like, guys, like, do you not understand what being a live service is? Do you not understand what it is for people to feel like their money is valued in this industry? And that's something that I'm going to continuously talk about, because I know some people might feel like, because I brought up the cosmetics and things in games that people are made to pay for, but it's like, if you're paying for something, it needs to be top quality. It needs to be top dollar. Like, shout out to Fortnite. I mean, Fortnite is like, I'm not saying that should be the bar either. Oh, I got a character that looks like fucking Shredder, or I get a character that looks like Spider-Man, or that is Spider-Man, I should say.
Yeah.
I don't think that's $20 worthy. $10, sure, but licensing fees and all this other shit, I get it. But when you're making custom cosmetics that you created in-house and you're charging $20 for these things, and it doesn't look like you put very much effort into it, I don't get that. And I'm always going to speak out on that type of shit. So my fault. Go ahead.
No. I was just going to say, let's continue to roll, because you just started in on a different, well, not different, but again, continuing down, let's just continue down this line. Let's continue down this line, because there's something else that happened this week too, Steele, that I know you got thoughts on and I've got thoughts on. And this is in the same vein of what we were just talking about. NBA 2K, Steele.
Oh my fucking God.
Yeah. Take-Two. Again, love Take-Two, love Rockstar. Love the details they put in their games, the work, the effort. I miss the old Take-Two. I miss the old Rockstar that put out games on a consistent basis, all different types of games, etc. We're not here to talk about that. The fact is that Take-Two is one of the largest publishers in the world. beholden to shareholders. We were just talking about this with Activision Blizzard and what that meant for them with Call of Duty, and you know, Bobby saying that's wasn't sustainable long term for them to continue that route. Take-Two is another company that has to continue to find ways to make new revenue, to bring in new streams. The shareholders aren't just happy.
Although they're making the fucking dumb amount of money. But for shareholders, it has to show a certain increase year over year. This is the problem. If you want to call it the problem, if you want to call it, you know, whatever you want to label it as, right? This is what happens in a capitalistic society when you've got big corporations who are beholden to shareholders, right? Because you have to show a certain percentage of improvement year over year over year. It's not good enough that you made $10 billion last year and you come back the next year and say, we made 10 billion again. No, next year you have to make 12 billion or 13 billion or 15 billion. You have to continue to show that increase. And where does that come from? Well, that's going to come from your products, and then it's going to come from how much you can squeeze out of your consumers, right? That's generally how it's going to work. We know that Rockstar is on the cusp of announcing GTA 6, which would be the biggest game of all time. Strauss Zelnick, the head of Take-Two, they did their investor calls. They've been doing their investor calls. They're projecting huge numbers for fiscal year 2024, right? Because GTA 6 is going to launch. But even him projecting these huge numbers isn't good enough. So you take a cash cow like NBA 2K, which has become by default due to exclusivity the preeminent NBA game out there in the world, right? EA dropped out a long time ago. So they hold the monopoly on NBA games with 2K. They have monetized the hell out of NBA 2K. As somebody who is an NBA 2K player, has been for a long time. Yeah. Now, last year, I dropped off. Steele was gracious enough to get me a copy. We thought we were going to play. 2022, I played a shit ton, like 300-400 hours. I'm a single player guy. I don't do the multiplayer stuff, and I don't do the My Career, right? I do the My Team stuff, right? Where the card collecting, right? 2022, I spent money in their game. I bought packs. Steele, remember how many times you were like, oh no, Pong, what did you do? I'm like, yeah, bought some more packs. I spent money because I was invested in it and I was having a good time, and I don't have a problem spending extra money. I don't have a problem with monetizing games. It's a choice. And I will always say it's up to the consumer to make the choice. People like are calling out now, preying on FOMO and all this kind of stuff. At the end of the day, it's personal responsibility for the consumer. Absolutely.
If you have FOMO, that is you problem. Just because a company is going to try to prey on that FOMO, I'm sorry, I still put it on you for having the FOMO in the first place. I don't blame the companies when I go spend money on their games. I say that's a me thing, right? That's a me thing. I'm making the decision. If I have an addiction problem, that's a me thing. In any form of life, that's a me. So I got to fix me if I want to change it. I'm not expecting the companies to be some humanistic people. They're all about the money. I'm expecting them to try to grab my money. Now I want them to try to grab my money in the best way possible, right? But I also know the reality of the situation. So 2K has been monetized to hell and back.
Oh, already, yeah.
Already.
They make a stupid amount of money with VC.
In fact, I spoke out about the fact that in 2020, was it last year's or 2022, they started adding bonus XP to the Ultimate Edition. Oh. That I spoke out about. That's when I go, really? You're going to make people pay for extra bonus XP? Come on, man. That's just dumb shit. But again, they have enough people that buy into My Career, right? That they want that extra XP to get them up faster, which is technically in My Team or My Career. If you play online, that is a little pay to win because you're elevating your levels faster, right? And you're getting more skills faster, right? Anyways, let's get back to the point at hand. This year, Steel, it just got announced this week, and I'm going to read direct from 2K24's website, right? They have introduced now on top of having 3 editions, the Kobe editions this year. I think there's 3 editions that you can buy. On top of having my team and my career, which you can purchase things for real world money in both, obviously card packs, all that kind of stuff. DC, they have all that already. This year, Steel, they are also adding in a season pass. I have zero problem with season passes. Again, that's a decision that every consumer has to make, whether or not they think it is worth their time
1,000%.
to buy the season pass. I bought the Diablo 4 Ultimate Edition because it came with the season pass. And I figured that I was going to be playing for season 1. Now, obviously, things kind of changed a little bit, but I thought for season 1, I for sure was going to be in.
We also put our time into Diablo.
We did put our time into Diablo, and I don't. Yeah, I got my money's worth
our
either
issues
way.
with it and why we've kind of
right.
There's other games coming and whatnot.
So you have to make the choice of whether or not season pass are worth it for you. But they are already making hand over fist money with 2K. Hand over fist every single year. They already have gigantic whales. And when we talk about whales, for you guys don't know, monetized games, they call their biggest buyers, the people that spend the most money in monetized games, whales. Okay. And there's a reason.
To get perspective real quick.
Yeah.
Because I know Paul says he mainly plays Ultimate, the My Team stuff and whatnot.
My Team. Yep.
I'm the guy that plays online. I'm the guy that plays the My Career stuff, right? So when I try to get my character better so I can play online and hoop against other people. Do you guys know that it costs $100 to level up your guy to even be able to compete online at all?
Right.
If you don't spend,
if you're not
$100,
hell out of
it. I mean, I'm talking about literal. The grind in 2K is worse than it is in the MMOs. I swear to God it is. Yes. Like, it can be fun. Something like after you get past your first season in My Career, it's not fun anymore. To grind 12-minute games, to get the most currency that you can, to play on a harder difficulty so you can make sure that you're getting all the things that you can. Oh, now I need to bump down the difficulty so I can hit all these shots, hit multiple shots in a row. Oh, but even that only gives me a little bit. It costs $100 unless you're willing to spend hundreds of hours to be able to compete online at all. I'm talking about getting you a player that's at 85 to 90 overall. Costs about $100. Well, actually, I think that's the $100 is to get him to max. But so you're paying $100 for the base game because of course you want the additional VC and you get I get more VC to level up my character. But then you got to spend another $100 to get your character to a decent point. Then now you want me to spend $20 additional dollars. And again, yes, it's freedom of choice. You can do whatever you want and whatever, but I don't think that deserves an excuse. My fault, Paul. Go ahead.
No, that's okay. Let me read from this. So they're introducing not just 1 season pass, but 2 season passes, paid season passes, along with the free season pass. So let me explain. Let me read this directly from their site. In NBA 2K24, the seasonal progression track will now combine. See, this is the other thing that they will do to the consumer. They will try to spin it, obviously, this is their job, as a positive to people. Like we're giving you something, ignoring the fact that there's a large percentage of their players who could care less about one or both of these things at the end of the day. So they say the seasonal progression track will now combine My Team and My Career into one linear reward system. Again, for me, no bonus, because I could care freaking less about My Career. But again, they're not coming after me. They're coming after the whales. This is what they do. Players can earn a free reward from both modes each time a player reaches a new level in NBA 2K24. For example, if you decide to start your NBA 2K24 journey playing My Team and then switch over to play a few games in My Career, your progression to level 40 will continue across the same progression track. Yay! Reach level 40 in My Career, and you will not only unlock the level 40 reward for My Career, but you will also unlock the level 40 reward for My Team as well. However, if you want to play however you want to play, the choice is yours. With this new change, NBA 2K will introduce season passes to NBA 2K24. Seasons allow seasons allowing players who choose to purchase one of the premium season passes to earn even more rewards on their way to level 40. There are 2 premium season pass options for players in NBA 2K24, Pro Pass and Hall of Fame Pass. Each season, so there's going to be more, even though the NBA season is one season. Obviously, they do in seasons. I can't remember how many usually there are. I think there's like 20, I want to say 20, 25 seasons total throughout the year. I can't remember. Each season, maybe it's not that many. I can't remember though. Each season, the Pro Pass provides players with access to 40 additional earnable premium rewards. Each season, the Hall of Fame Pass includes everything in Pro Pass plus 10 level skips applied immediately. And in the Hall of Fame Pass, a 15% XP booster that is applied throughout the season. Play my career and my team to earn XP and level up to reach level 40. So so you got the free season pass, right? We got the free one. And then the pro is $10 per season. And the Hall of Fame is $20. And you want to know the difference? So in the free pass, you get 40 regular My Career rewards, earnable rewards, 40 My Team earnable rewards, right? Depending on how far you get up the levels. In Pro, you get 40, and the 40, you get the free, and you get an additional premium 40 as well, right? And then you got season pass rewards. So you get ×2, right? So you get more My Career and My Team rewards is basically what they're telling you, right? So you get double. Hall of Fame for another $10, so $20 total. To move the Hall of Fame, same as the Pro, except they offer you one additional reward. But guess what, Steele? They're charging you pretty much $10 to get 15% more XP. That's all the bonuses there are. So tell me that's not grungy. That is dirty. That is playing upon, again, people's need to get up that experience as fast as possible. $10 extra. Again, I will say it again. My personal perspective is it's a you problem. Why I brought this up is that 2K24, NBA 2K24 is highly successful. It is not having money problems. Okay. 2K overall is not having money problems. Take-Two is not having money problems. None of that is happening. It's not like NBA 2K has been on the decline. It's actually gotten more popular year after year after year after year. More people play 2K now than ever have before. And they still feel the need to pull out the season pass on top of all the other additional monetization that they have developed over about the past 10 years. They have decided that they now need a season pass on top of it as well. So to Steele's point, this is a conversation to be had. We see it time and time again. Overall, I have zero issue with monetization. But when it comes to, because again, it's up to the consumer to hold back. It's up to the consumer to be responsible with their own money. That is a choice. But the fact is, folks, the conversation still needs to be had about these games going forward as we continue to move forward into games as a service. And let's be real, every sports game at this point, Madden, 2K, all of them are basically games as a service that they resell to us year after year after year. I have said almost since the time we came into podcasting, and when these conversations have come up, I said, if EA and Take-Two wanted to do the right thing, you make Madden a platform and you sell the additional new season content, which is going to be updated rosters for $20, $30 year after year. You make it a platform. And I've also talked about Ultimate Team, My Team, all these different kinds of, which are fun. They're fun modes to build your dream team. But because you are charging people so much for packs in season, why do we have no carryover to the next year? We just saw it now this year with Modern Warfare 3, finally Call of Duty again. It's probably the only time it's gonna ever be done because it started as DLC. But maybe it'll start a trend for Call of Duty. We'll see. I know, I know, I know, I know, I know, I know. But we saw carryover, right? Think about how great that would be. I'm not expecting everything to carry over, obviously, but give me credit for something that I spent on your game for the past year, 2 years, 3 years. Give me credit for some of those cards. Let me carry over some of the cards. I don't know, figure it out. Give me something for the money I spent in your games. But no, they don't need to. They don't need to. And as a business goes, I get it. They don't have to because their fans keep coming back year after year, spending more and more money. But I thought the season pass addition to 2K is on the extreme or egregious end of monetizing an already monetized to hell game. Steel, your thoughts? Sorry, I didn't mean to dominate there, but I was just thinking about this. Talkie. Yeah, I can't hear you. I just pulled up the stream and I can't hear you. It's doing that when you pull something up, right? It did it last week. It's weird. Yeah.
Anyway, you guys probably should be able to hear me now. What's up, baby man? Uh, sure. No show, but okay. Hopefully you guys can hear me now. As things were, as my, I don't know whatever reason why my mic is doing that. It's on the same setting and as the first one. So like for it not to be heard when I carry it over, so maybe you'll hear a little bit of a sound difference also. So bear with me on that. Can you guys hear me now?
I can hear you. I can hear you now. On
you can
stream.
hear me now? Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what that's about. I am using NVIDIA, the NVIDIA software, which again, I mean, you guys saw was working on the main show tab, so I don't know why it's not working on these other tabs. It's just weird, but it was working when we were doing upcoming games too. So it's like, why didn't it work then? Anyway, but yeah. So as far as 2K goes, man, it's extremely egregious to see the type of things that they're doing with this game. This game literally has become to a point where most sports games have come to a point to where they're just pay to win. Like you want to see what an example of pay to win is. It's this, and it's low key, at least for me as someone like, look, for everybody that doesn't play sports games, I get it. Like maybe this conversation is boring to you, but more so the main crux of this point is speaking on to the monetization schemes and the practices that successful publishers and developers are putting into their games. Like, and then not only that, the amount of people that I see defending it, the amount of people that I say, if you're broke, just say that. What kind of fucking answer is that? What kind of, my response is, oh, well, if you're broke, just say you can't afford to play 2K. You can't afford to get a good character. Why in a video game that you're paying $100 for the top of the line version, $70 if you get the base game, in what reality does it make more sense to tell people that, oh, if you don't spend more money, you're not going to have a good time? Whether you're doing my team or whether you're playing online, this is what I don't like about some of the online infrastructure in some games. This is what I didn't like about Black Desert in the beginning, and why I kind of just tailored my experience to what my enjoyment was. I don't like pay to win in games. Period. Point blank. It shouldn't fucking exist. I don't like, I get having whales and I get people that want to support the game or whatever the case might be, or that's just the kick that they get, because we're always going to have that. But paying for power, paying to be better than somebody else, and that's the only true separation. It's not skill. That is a fucking problem to me, especially from corporations, from businesses that are making billions of dollars on the backs of their consumer. And then you have the nerve to give me the most dry updates that I see in games. You have the nerve. Why in 2K? Because 2K23 was the last time I played 2K. It's either 22 or 23, whichever one. Either way, why in the year 2023, 2022 am I getting games, especially 2K, where the servers are complete garbage? Whether I'm playing Play Now, whether I'm playing online against other people, whether I'm playing a fucking my team, whatever it is, the server is complete garbage. The connection feels worse. Why does the game feel slower than it does playing offline? When I go online, all of a sudden the game feels like it's playing, felt like I was playing at 60, and then now all of a sudden I feel like I'm playing at 30. When we were teaming up and playing those online games together, Pong, with me, Mav, and you, it's like, oh, now I got a whole different set of timing I got to figure out? The fuck is this?
Because they don't spend for dedicated servers.
What sense does that make?
None.
But people support this.
Yes.
And have continued to support this. This isn't a one-off situation like, oh man, it's just this one. They need the money, man. They got to support their game. No, you are making more. You have been killing it with VC. People are more than willing to spend money on VC to get clothes in your game. Mind you, I get it. You got Jordan, you got all the brands in there. You got to make sure people are paid. Again, those are cosmetics. I get it. You do whatever you want to with the cosmetics. Like the cosmetics could be agreed. I don't believe in that either. Like something has to make sense, but I can't. It's hard for me to find a complaint about paying for cosmetics. Make sure that there's enough in the actual game. Like maybe I don't get a branded shoe, but let me get a knockoff shoe that I can customize or something. At least, right? For your free to play gamers, right? And then I have the option to spend, I can spend $20, get some VC. And again, this isn't going to matter to a lot of people. But for those who do play these games, I don't think that it's an excuse to say, you're not playing it, so why do you care? I care because these practices are literally going to get carried over in the other online games. And as someone who is a proponent for online gaming, who is a PvP guy, who likes that MMO experience, who likes to see multiple people, like millions of people be welcomed into an ecosystem, be part of it, and the game to grow. As somebody that believes in that, I cannot support the constant need for these companies to feel like they can hit people over the head with stuff that, although it is 100% up to you as the consumer to pay for these things, you don't have to do them. But you also make it predatory in a way. And the reason I say that it's predatory, because if I have friends that are playing online, I will never be able to compete with my friends if I don't spend that extra $100. I have to go play 500 hours of career mode to be able to compete with my friends. That's not a good feeling. Paying for experience? Are you serious? This is a pay-to-win game now. And I don't want anybody to try to sit here and say that it's not. All the sports games are pay-to-win. If you don't, unless you're playing Play Now, online, whatever the case may be, and even that could be pay to win, because at that point, it's whoever got the better connection. Because since we don't have dedicated servers in these games, I guess we're back in the year 2006, and I'm playing the first Gears of War to where people can fucking lag switch me, and then all of a sudden, I'm dead 10 seconds into the game, although I haven't fucking moved a muscle. All of a sudden, I'm being lag switched, and they scored a touchdown that I didn't even fucking realize that they did. The game's lagging. It boggles my mind that people not only defend the practices, and again, you're going to have these things, right? And it's hard to kind of refute because people will spend money on whatever they feel like is a necessity for them. And I'm not the person to sit here and say that, oh, you shouldn't spend your money a certain way. I'm not. I'm not going to police you. And I'm not going to try to police you.
Nope.
I'm not. But it does not mean that I won't speak out on the idiocy that it is for people to say that this is okay. For people to say, oh, if you're broke, just say that. That doesn't do
There's no
anything.
competition, Steele. This is the problem. There's no competition.
And that is true.
And the problem with Madden,
that is true.
It's a problem with 2K. When there's no competition, this is exactly what can happen. They can take full advantage because they have a fan base that has nowhere else to go. So then what does that fan base do? They defend it, Steele, to their death.
I don't get it. It doesn't make sense to me. It's not necessarily embarrassing because I'm not a face for the company. And the way I can stand up about it, I'm not gonna support it. I'm not gonna play it. I don't get it. The same way I know it's getting kind of difficult with some things because Modern Warfare 3 is doing some nice things, and from people that actually play the game at a competitive level, even they are saying that, man, the game feels like what we wanted from Modern Warfare 2. It feels exactly where it needs to be.
Where have we heard that before?
Again, we heard the same things on Modern Warfare 2 coming in. You know, we were made a lot of promises, and then boom, we got what we got. Right? It's just, I can never stand to just to be on standby or to look to turn the other cheek and at least not speak on these things. If this is something that you care about, then you know what, man, all power to you. You got all the money in the world to spend your extra ducats on getting your player right on 2K, and this is the thing that you spend your money on, you spend your time on. Again, I am not here to police you, but I am here to say, don't sit here and tell other people that they're broken or they can't afford it, or they don't take the game serious because they're not willing to spend the same type of money for you. And Nikado, exactly right. 2K is a fucking gotcha game. My team is a gotcha system, 100%.
You're fun gotcha system.
You're paying for characters, for a chance to get a character.
Yes.
So not only do they have a battle pass, not only are they making you feel like the game is pay to win, but now you also have another pay to win system in the gotcha style. You know what I mean? It's just it's weird as fuck. I'm not playing 2K. I'll wait for NBA Live. I'll try that if it comes back out. And there's so many other games to play.
Like that out, but
they try.
Yeah, there is so many other games to play. Like I said, I've had my moments. I've had my years where I've played NBA 2K a lot. And like I said, just a couple years ago, I literally put like 300, 400 hours in that game. It was every night. Steele and I would Steele would hop on with me. He's like, "What are you doing?" I'm like, "My team." Because it is fun. It is a gotcha game, but it is fun. It is a dream scenario building up this team, and especially because they've got all the older players that I love. And it's just it is fun to do it, and it plays great. Again, single player plays fantastic. It's again NBA 2K has always been the better basketball game in my opinion, and it's phenomenal, and it changed everything. But 2023, no competition. They're taking full advantage of it, man. And they're going, like I said, to the extreme of monetization here. Like it's over the top, man. It just really is. Even as somebody who has spent money in their VC, it is over the top. When I look at this, I'm just like, what are you guys doing? You don't give me dedicated, at least say that you're pouring the money back into the freaking game. Please show me that you care. But one of the main reasons why I don't like playing online with people is because
the servers
there's dedicated servers and the delay
getting
that shot down, bro, it sucks for me.
Why would I spend 100 hours of my career getting my shot right, then go play with or my online, whatever the case might be, and understanding what that timing is, and then I go play with my friends and there's a whole new timing all of a sudden.
Yep,
it's not a skill issue at that point. It's a fucking why isn't it fucking consistent?
Right, exactly. It sucks.
Stupid.
Unsponsored advertisement, real quick, everybody, because I just saw it. Wario64 just put it out. Shout out to Wario64, always bringing the good deals and good info. If you are looking to buy Armored Core 6 Fires of Rubicon for Xbox, Ant Online right now has the digital $44.99.
That's a killer deal. The game is $60, ladies and gentlemen. Like if you're on the fence, you want to save $20 right now. definitely take advantage of that deal. You got the link for that, Paul?
Yeah,
we'll probably
I
drop
do.
that in chat. Ooh, thank you.
Yeah, I do. I've got it right here. Hold on for a second.
Yeah, we'll drop that link in chat. Again,
I'll drop the direct link. Again, unsponsored. We're not sponsored by Ant Online. I just like good deals for gamers because I'm a deal hunter. I'm a budget gamer. So I'm going to drop that right in there. So if you're looking
and
for
Lydian Master, yes, this map is from COD. Is from COD 4. Yes, it's the exact same. That's why I was saying that COD Mobile is literally the better version of Call of Duty currently, because it literally has all the content. You got zombies in there. You got all the maps. You got all the guns. You got all the They got better skins than than the regular Call of Duty does. They're more animated and it looked really dope. It's. I don't like the little tier system they got. Like, you get a pack on here. It's like you got to get the game. Oh, you got to get the character gun. It's all a chance. You got to roll for the different things, and it's weird. Me too.
Yes. It's kind of fun watching you play this though, because it does have all the old maps in it. And I'm like, oh damn.
And again, this is me on mouse and keyboard. So excuse me if I'm not the world's greatest, but I'm fucking and I'm on here. I'm trying. I was in there just trying to have a good time. I really had the thing I miss most is playing is the third person gameplay, because I was really having some fun with that.
Blue Moon says, how cool was it when Michael Jordan brought basketball to the world? All-time GOAT. Hands down. I will argue anybody. I don't care.
Yeah.
Jordan always will be. Sorry.
Again, yeah, I'm always going to give Jordan that love. I mean, Kobe's right up there too, but I think it's more generational than anything. Because I literally grew up watching Kobe and do all the great things. Again, I mean, there's nothing.
He emulated his entire game and after the man, Michael Jordan.
All I'm going to say is I never seen Jordan drop 80 in a game. Kobe did.
Are you kidding me?
I haven't seen Jordan. I haven't seen Jordan drop 80.
You haven't. Yes.
I didn't see Jordan drop 80.
Wait a minute.
And I don't recall Jordan dropping 80, but when Kobe dropped 80 and the type of team that he had, I know Pong knows what I'm talking about. The team that he had around him during that time.
None.
Like all of a sudden,
that's why he had to drop 80. Yeah.
Fucking 5 to 10 years later, Paul Gasol now knows how to play basketball, although he couldn't do it at the time with Kobe. Like, that's a whole different bro. The shit that Kobe was doing, fucking broke fingers and all.
Yeah, that's
why he's a GOAT to me, right?
There's no doubt. Kobe's above LeBron for me, so that always will be. So
yeah, I put LeBron in there because he's been able to stand the test of time. I mean, that's sports talk. Dragonheart Yobi says, live a split screen. They know about the trash ass servers and they don't care. Yeah, talking about 2K. Yeah, they don't give it. They don't fucking give a damn. It is what it is.
Yep. They don't.
Vanda says, still Rain, don't you dare talk ish about Jordan.
Yeah.
Look, Vanda, I'm not talking nothing about Jordan's my guy. I mean, why do you think I love Kobe as much as I do RP?
Modeled his entire game. Modeled his entire game after Jordan.
Literally, probably essentially the reason I love Jordan. His personality ain't always the greatest, but you know, that's how it goes. He's competitive. He's a fucking super competitive.
And I gotta respect.
Again,
even if I would have hated being one of his teammates, I gotta respect it. Pure and simple.
Yeah, see,
I would have.
Jasper
the way he treated Tony Kukoc was
facts.
Not good.
Jasper came in here with some stats. He said Michael Jordan dropped his most points in game versus the Cavaliers.
That is correct.
1990 with 69 points. So
which is a better number than 80. It's a better number than 80.
Oh, what? 69 is a good number. You're right. That is a good number. That is a good. I do favor that number. It's a good time. You guys haven't experienced that number. You should definitely see what you could do. But nonetheless,
all right, Massol. Yeah, again, I'm not going to disrespect Bird or Magic either. I'm not going to. Again, we can go back. We can go.
Of
Dr.
course,
J.
Of course.
Listen.
There are the fathers of the that made basketball what it is.
Like ain't seen too many people drop 100. Okay, so let's go. I mean, again, we can go all the way back. There's always got to be somebody before the next person. It's always going to be that way in any sport or anything. It's just that there's no way that you can't look at what Jordan. Again, Jordan was the perfect person for the NBA at that time that blew the NBA up. And obviously there was a lot more. That was the prime of NBA for me personally. Every team back then had 1 to 2 superstars. It was fantastic. Like this whole team up thing that LeBron kind of started, bullshit to me, right? I just remember when the NBA had all the teams had 1 to 2 superstars. Whatever game you turned on, you were getting showtime. Like it was freaking amazing back then to me. And again, like Steele said, it's generational. It's going to be what you remember. It's just that Jordan did at the time elevate the NBA to the stratosphere.
There's no denying. There's no denying that. When you still, he's kind of like,
right.
I don't think it's a fair comparison, but it's kind of like Bruce Lee, right? When you go back and watch their highlights, right, and watch how skillful that they were, watch some documentaries, and you just see what they brought to the game, especially. I'm always going to give Jordan and Kobe that credit because they played in an era of basketball where it was super aggressive. You had to have that heart. You had to have that mental toughness. You had to have physical toughness also because if you didn't, you weren't going to survive.
Zone defenses ruin the NBA. So
I mean, it is what it is. Shooters have ruined the NBA. If you want to be real.
Taking out no forearm checking. No, because you saw shooters back then, right? You still had your Reggie Millers.
They weren't Curry though, bro. Like,
bro, no, but that no. And that's the next step, right?
Yeah,
the 3-point, what Curry and others have done for the 3-point. But that's part of the zone defense, right? Yeah. Because back in the day, you would have manned up, you would have put an arm into them. And that would have been allowed, and they wouldn't have gotten those shots off the way they do. Not to say that Curry still couldn't get a shot because I've seen him make incredible shots. But
fucking stupid.
Curry, I would say he's broke, and he would have been successful in whatever era he played in. He's one of those players that would have made it happen no matter what. But the fact is that's when the NBA really did change because it did open it up, and that's when the 3-point line became more viable than obviously the interior game. That's why we don't see centers dominate like they used to, all that good stuff. Yeah. Again, I will take my era over this era any day though, just because of the physicality, because of the play calling, because of how the chess matches used to work, who was going to one-on-one, who you were going to double team back then actually made a difference versus nowadays. It's not at the same for me when I watch it. It's just a different style, man. That's all. So different style. My God, we just had some NBA talk. Let's go. All right. So let's see. I think we've hit up all the monetization, all the money talk in the industry now, Steele.
Yeah.
I think we crushed that. So where should we go to next? Should we get into the Starfield hype, bro?
Yeah, let's get to the Starfield hype because I mean, again, you're the number one Starfield proponent. So I definitely want you to like lead that conversation and then kind of just bounce and then possibly bounce off of me at some point. Again, I'm the casual when it comes to this thing, man.
I know you are, man. I know you. I'm excited though. Like I talked about this with Blam a little bit last week after the Shot podcast. He was asking me how you were feeling about Starfield and stuff, and how I was feeling about you jumping into Starfield. And I'm just super excited for somebody like you who necessarily hasn't been the biggest Bethesda fan in the past to get a chance to see Todd Howard and the A-Team come out with a brand new IP, single player RPG. And you, like at this point now, Steele, and a lot of people maybe for the first time jumping into one of their games fresh out the gate, when the hype is real, when it's at its peak, like, well, not necessarily even at its peak because it could get even more so, but just getting that experience that maybe you weren't into back in the day because you were a multiplayer gamer. And again, I've seen you now jump into Mass Effect and it become a GOAT for you, a trilogy.
Oh yeah.
So I think there's potential here where even it might not be like the ultimate dream game for you. And obviously you are ultra hyped for Armored Core 6.
Yeah.
And that's freaking amazing. But I want to see you experience a game up front and potentially fall in love with a Todd Howard A-Team single player RPG out the gate. I think this is going to be a special. And even if you don't, that's cool. It's fun to be here and kind of watch this happen. Yeah, Starfield, the hype train is real. We talked about this a lot, Steele. We've talked about it other places as well. Obviously, people have been dooming and glooming Starfield now. A bunch of concerned trolls have been out here from the circus. The clown show has been out in full force as we get closer and closer to the Starfield launch. Mm-hmm. You guys all know it. You guys are all part of the community. You guys have seen it and heard it. It has been unreal. that both the positive and the negative attention that Starfield has been getting from the lovers, me, to the haters, the other side. It doesn't matter. This is what a game of this size, and we've talked about how people forget what a Bethesda single player RPG means to the gaming industry as a whole. You are now witnessing it firsthand, what these games are. And it's even amplified now in 2023 because sure, social media, internet was definitely around for Fallout 4, all that good stuff,
right?
But not to the degree it is today. So Starfield is like the first real big test of all this. And we're seeing exactly the magnetism it has. Again, both good and bad. It don't matter. It's getting the attention. That's why I laughed when even Xbox people I respect, people I call a friend, said that Starfield needed 3 months of marketing. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't, man.
Yeah.
It's getting all of its marketing in a 30-day period and then some. We've got Post Malone this week coming out on some girl's random video where she said she stood in line for 10 hours to meet Post Malone. He autographed something for her, but he was, he's a chill dude. He's a cool dude. His music isn't for me, whatever else. I don't care. I can still tell when people are just cool people. He just paid $2 million for the One Ring card, right? Come on, man. The guy's a geek. The guy's a nerd. It's awesome to see this stuff. But she stood out in line to get something autographed and to say hi to Post Malone. But she had a question. And that question was, are you hyped to play Starfield, Post Malone? And he said, Starfield? Fuck yeah. And he said, I'm going to be on the road, but I still got a rig to play it on. Like free marketing out of the blue because that thing went viral. Aaron Greenberg reposted it. Like stuff like that is what happens with a game like Starfield. It's big time. And this week we had 2 narratives die back to back. Steel. One, obviously was going gold. There was a whole lot of concern trolls that were just wondering why hadn't they announced gone gold yet? What's going on? Is it going to be delayed again? Oh my God, is there problems? Why can't they get this thing to go gold? Had Pete Hines getting snarky with people online because somebody decided, and I looked at the person's profile, and of course it was a Sony fan, super fan, who came after Pete Hines and said, well, we don't care about all this other stuff, Pete, but we want to know when Starfield going gold. And Pete was like, don't worry about it. Myself and the team know what we're doing. And sure enough, on Wednesday, Steel, they announced that Starfield was going gold. Huge moment, obviously, for the entire Bethesda studio. The game's done. The game's wrapped up. It's ready to rock and roll. Not to say it's not going to have a day one patch, but it's ready to rock and roll. They are getting it out the door. Gold, it's here. It's coming out August 31st for everybody in the United States for early access, and obviously September 1st for most of the world because of the time zone differences. It's launching the same time for everybody, early access, and then, of course, September 6th is the official launch date.
Right.
So that happens, Steel. And then Thursday, like I said before in the opening, right? It was a great day. Woke up, pre-download Starfield. It's over 100 gigs, pre-downloaded. Early morning, we're ready to rock and roll. And then Tom Warren, Jeff Grubb, Nerdy Blonde Girl, bunch of people started showing up on Twitter saying, got my review code for Starfield. Mm-hmm. The embargo lifts August 31st because that was the other concern troll narrative. And this one still hasn't gone away because, of course, the clowns never stop. They never take off their makeup, even when they take L's. It don't matter. They're out here just to entertain everybody. Honk, 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 honk. They that's what they're here for. They're actors. So this narrative still continued for a different reason. I'll tell you in just a minute. But that narrative died as well because people were out here going, oh, there was some account that made the statement that they knew that review codes weren't going out until August 31st or September 1st, that they were hiding this game, Steel, because obviously it's troubled. Obviously there's major problems with the game, and they don't want anybody to review this game early, Steel. Well, guess what? They're handing it out to everybody that they can find, except for a couple people who are really salty they didn't get a review code. But they're handing it out to all the major markets. All the major reviewers are getting this game. This game is going to be not your typical, hey, we got 13, 20 reviews on this Xbox game. Nah, this one's going to be reviewed. There's going to be reviews ready. I'm sure there's going to be a lot of reviews in progress come August 31st because this game is so gigantic.
2 weeks.
2 weeks.
I mean,
bro, 40 hours a week. That's 80 hours. Yo,
when that's your job though, like,
yeah, it's your job. Yeah, no, I get it, but I still do expect some reviews in progress. I do. I
mean, that's fair.
But there are going to be a lot of scores out there too. So that died this week as well. The hype, the energy levels from this community are off the freaking charts because it should be. This is an Xbox exclusive. Yes, it's on PC, but it's an Xbox ecosystem exclusive. Whatever you want to say, I don't care. The fact is, as we've mentioned a million times, this is the biggest launch for Xbox for Microsoft probably since early Halo days. I've said Halo CE, Mav said Halo CE. I've seen other people say 2. I've seen other people say 3. I'm just saying that this is a gigantic launch for Xbox.
No, it is. 100%.
And on top of all this, Steel, with the hype going through, the early review codes are out there now. The NDAs are strict. Like Jez and Rand, shout out to both of them. Rand got it. He came into PM, and the PM spent $10 to brag to me and Matt that he got his review code, which he wasn't expecting. Shout out to Rand. Love the guy. He deserves it. Good for him. Mav and I were giving him shit, though. It was funny. There are people like Tyler McVickers, who's I didn't know of him. But supposedly he is kind of a big review guy. He's pretty well known. He went in his Discord and said a couple things that, technically speaking, according to everybody else, NDA says you're not supposed to say anything. Everybody says you're only supposed to say that you're playing the game, and that's it until August 31st. And you can't give any personal opinions whatsoever.
So do you know the other things that he said?
Yes.
Just give an example of what the other things, because I think that's also an interesting conversation about the whole NDA thing. And again, nobody knows what the true NDAs and stuff like that is, right? I can give you guys an example. Atlas Fallen, I was under NDA for that game. Nothing in that NDA said that I couldn't say. You can go ahead and run with some of the examples that he gave.
Yeah, I'll give you the examples that came out. So said the game starts slow and tries not to overwhelm you with systems and choices, but it still does get a bit overwhelming. So the first few hours are weird, is what he said. And he said, but once you get into the main story, it gets very good. Quote, it's mind-blowing how good this game looks for being on Creation Engine. Quote, this game is something I'll tell you. Like, this game is something I'll tell you.
Yeah.
And he's 15 hours in, and he's reporting 15 hours in, he hasn't seen a major bug. A single bug. He didn't even say major bug. He said, I haven't had a single bug yet. For a Bethesda game, that's crazy if that's true. People question him on it, and that's when he came back and said, this game is something I'll tell you.
I don't know if I don't see saying that the game starts off slow and that there's a lot of systems in it.
Yeah.
Whether I don't know if that violates NDA necessarily.
Suppose you're not supposed to give any impressions. Like, that's what Jez and Rand were saying yesterday. You're not supposed to give any impressions.
I can kind of see why. Again, labeling it as an impression, but it's still It's still very generic as hell. I think that's the thing for me, because it sounds so generic. It's like I can say that about anything though. Like,
and anybody in the chat worried I'm not going to go to the spoiler stuff, the stupid story stuff that's out there. I'm not going to do any of that. I don't have issues with it. None of that stuff. I don't think it's real, even if it is.
Nobody
doesn't bother me, but I respect everybody who doesn't want to hear things. So we're not going to talk about any of that stuff.
Right.
But be that as may, outside NDA stuff, it doesn't matter. It's good to hear from somebody who does have it, and these general impressions are positive. This gives me hope. The fact that he said it starts out slow and he doesn't want to overwhelm you with the systems, but it still overwhelms you. If this is true, and again, take it for a grain of salt, this is one dude who decided to share some things on his Discord that obviously blew up.
Real quick, who was saying that? Parasite. It's Tyler McVicker. He's from Valve News Network.
There you go. They're Valve News Network. Yeah. Okay. But for me, Steele, if this is true, it confirms that what Todd said about them going back to their old RPG roots is real. And that for me is exciting. When somebody says it can be overwhelming, that doesn't make me go, oh, that makes me go, yeah, let's go. I'm excited right here. Anyways, the hype is real, folks. Starfield is taking over. Again, there's a lot of games this year. Baldur's Gate 3 has been on an absolute tear. It's probably the front runner right now. I'd even say, confidently speaking, just from the overall impressions, it might have already eked out Tears of the Kingdom. Baldur's Gate 3 is on a roll right now. Starfield, like I said, is probably going to wind up my game of the year. Baldur's Gate 3 is going to be close no matter what. But I think Starfield is starting to take over, just like most of us who are Bethesda fans, most of us who are Todd fans, most of us who understand what these games are, what they mean. This is not surprising in any way, shape, or form. The conversation is being dominated by Starfield. Starfield has been trending daily because of the good and because of the bad. Both equally just mean it pushes it to the forefront of conversation, Steele. But my God, there are a lot of people excited for this game. This is going to blow the doors off. I expect huge concurrent numbers on Steam when this game launches. I expect that it potentially could be one of the biggest games all time on Steam concurrent, because Bethesda through and through is still a PC first company. Right. Yes, they're well known on console now. They've been doing it for decades. There's no question about it. They have a home on consoles, but their main home is on PC. The mod page for Starfield, the official mod page for Starfield, is already up. It's already up. They're getting ready. Like, the modders are already in there. We talked about, we mentioned it. DLSS is not going to be there day one, but according to some people who have data mined some stuff, DLSS is not going to be there because they partnered specifically exclusively with AMD. So FSR is going to be offered. FSR, for anybody that doesn't know, can be run everywhere. Right. You don't have to, you don't have to be, you don't have to have an AMD card to run FSR. You can run it everywhere. Whereas DLSS is exclusive to NVIDIA cards. Right. But we know there's one modder who claims that he already has a review code. He's going to be working on DLSS. They'll have DLSS very shortly after it launches, I'm sure. The fact is, though, Steele, the conversations, it's all Starfield. There's Baldur's Gate 3, and that's still going on because there's a lot to talk about with Baldur's Gate 3, but Starfield is the other one, and it hasn't launched yet. So, Steele, for you as the outside perspective, as the person that, again, you watched the wifey play through New Vegas, right? You get it. You understand it. You tried playing Skyrim recently with all the mods that you could find.
I played Elder Scrolls Online, so.
And you played Elder Scrolls Online, ESO.
Over 200 hours.
You did like ESO for sure. But you are somebody, generally speaking, that, like I like to say, I'm a casual Halo fan. You are a casual Bethesda fan.
I am.
Right? You don't hate Bethesda games by any stretch of the imagination. You see the interest. You understand why they're popular. But this is going to be the first one you really kind of dive into out the gate day one, along with Armored Core 6, of course, game of the year for you. But you're going to dive into this one and you're going to check it out. What are you seeing right now, Steve, with this hype levels, with the news this week? What are your thoughts about Tyler McVickers and some of his early impressions and just kind of the general sentiment that's happening around Starfield right now?
Yeah, I'll start off with saying that I definitely get from that perspective. I don't know why that didn't click for me initially for that he did essentially give his impression. To say that the game starts off slow and has all these things, again, technically speaking, that is kind of you giving an impression up front. And you're not supposed to do that in NDAs. Again, if he gets in trouble for it, that's on you, dog. Should have made sure that you didn't do that type of thing. And just because you put it in Discord, that doesn't mean that you're safe. A lot of people don't give a damn about you. Surprise. So hopefully that wasn't a new find for you in this modern era of being online. But Starfield for me, and I talked about this quite a bit on Boom Show, kind of front, back, and side to side about how I feel personally about Bethesda games overall and how I feel about Starfield. For me, Starfield is going to be a game, and this is kind of, I had some conversation about this last night in the Ultimate chats with some people. Starfield is going to be a game that I play once and never play again. Mainly because that's just my approach to games, especially story-driven games. When that's the main aspect of it. Mass Effect, again, I kind of explained this last week or the week prior. As great as I think Mass Effect, the trilogy, is overall, I would never revisit Mass Effect. And I actually kind of regret some of my playthrough because there are so many mods that have been put into Mass Effect Legendary Edition since it's released. It's fucking crazy. Right? Just quality of life things, detail type things. They've made the game look even better than it did previously, than even what they did with Legendary Edition. And those are the things that really turn me off about single player games, because I know that games are always going to be better later. Now, Gene, New Game Plus in the Souls games, it's different. Because typically in Souls games, there's a progression system there. You go into your new playthrough, you're getting better armor, your character's getting stronger, things of that nature. You're getting better gear. Sometimes there's abilities and things that you don't get until you go to that next playthrough. So when games implement systems like that, I am more entitled to possibly go back through the game. Is it likely in a lot of cases? No, and it does depend on the type of games. Soul style games, Armored Core is, again, that's kind of the basis of those games, right? But I'm talking about games that offer, for an example, I think Red Dead does it, where you can go back through the game, the stuff's harder. The games that do things like that, but you don't necessarily get anything else from it, it's just, the same experience, but, maybe you missed a story element. I don't care. I really don't. For me, even Cyberpunk's another good example. If Cyberpunk 2077 wasn't getting essentially a brand new, completely rebuilt game, I wouldn't even be thinking about revisiting it because I'm satisfied with my playthrough. I played on the harder difficulty. I got my experience from that game, and I would leave it at that. But when you say that, not only are you adding additional DLC, but you're adding possibly more endings, more missions, a more dynamic world. A lot of the things that you promised, basically a whole new game. But essentially, a whole new world that you can kind of experience. That's different. And Lydia Master says in Mass Effect, you keep all your stats in gear, New Game Plus. Exactly. I don't care. I don't care about that at all. That just doesn't make sense to me. Now, if you were telling me, hey, Steel, you can get new armor and you can do all these things and still experience some other levels of the game on a story level, I'd think about it. But 95% of the time, I am the guy that plays. I like to get everything that I can possibly get out of that first playthrough. And this is solely a me problem, right? This is a me thing. Because I am the gamer who puts these unnecessary kind of standards upon myself in gaming. Because of how I like to play games and my perspective on games, right? So when I play Starfield, whatever choices that I make throughout that entire game, whatever ways that I take that game, however long it takes for me to beat that game, is exactly that. And I would take that experience for what it is then. I'm not going to, whatever ending that I get at the end of Starfield, that is the ending that I'm going to live with. And that's the conversation that I am going to bring to any conversation that I am a part of. And I'll be proud of that because that's how I decided to play the game. Again, I also like to play multitudes of other games. So that's also part of that conversation, right? But a lot of my excitement for Starfield, because this is the other thing that I seen people again running with is that, oh, I don't understand why you're hyped for this. You're not traditionally a Bethesda fan. Why would you be excited for this game at all? What is this game doing very much? What is this game presenting to you that's different from what you've experienced in a Skyrim, what you've experienced in a No Man's Sky, what you've experienced in an Everspace, what you've experienced in Star Citizen, what you can experience in any other game that has ever been created? Because again, it's, for whatever reason, like it's a demeaning mark against the game for it to be a space game all of a sudden. For it to pull, like, again, like, and this was an interesting piece that I pulled from the other night. Somebody was like, oh, well, it's obvious that Starfield was influenced by No Man's Sky.
Every game is influenced by other games.
Yeah, I mean, of course.
At this point.
But this space game was also in development before No Man's Sky was really a thing. And then No Man's Sky also did not become the game that it is today until 6 years later.
And shout out to John Murray and Hello Games.
Shout out to the team. That's dedication and love and passion. Fantastic. That's what I would want to see. I am no way, in any way, shape, or form, demeaning No Man's. They got me to spend 100 hours in that game. And that game literally has no real concept of story. It tells you, you get to a point where it tells you you just need to reach the middle of the galaxy, or reach the middle of whatever universe, and that's the it.
And let's not forget, Todd had this game in his head for 25 years too, legitimately.
And then, speaking of that point, this game hasn't been in development for 20 years. There's one extreme and then there's the other extreme. Like, oh, it's a No Man's Sky clone, but oh, this game better be the greatest it's ever been because they've been making it for 20 years. No, that's not how game development works. No. They have stated that they have been making this game for 6 to 7 years. 6 years, if I'm correct on that. It's been an idea for 20 plus years. An idea and you actually putting development time into it is two different things, right?
They probably storyboarded about 8 years ago, somewhere in that neighborhood. Probably had some basics written down. Again, when Todd really started getting serious about making this game, probably. But again, also Steel, to your point about No Man's Sky, about people saying, of course, it's going to be influenced, but we're also talking about movies influencing. We're also talking about the simple fact that if you're going to have a grounded reality, semi-reality based sci-fi game, there are going to be certain aspects to tech and to exploration that are going to be universal that we've seen in movies going all the way back to the 60s, 70s, 80s. You're going to see that when you think about NASA punk, as they call it, at Bethesda, but you're talking about that grounded kind of semi-reality based exploration. What could we see happening in the future? There's going to be similarities across the board because there's only so much. If you project out, if you talk to anybody that are real science engineers, space people, that you can see the tech getting to a certain point, it's going to be kind of linear. Like when you're projecting that out. So ideas like how we're going to break rocks and mine in the future on different planets. Of course, there's going to be laser mining tools. Like that's like the natural progression. Like, of course, we're going to have scanners that identify things on those planets for us. Like that's natural. Sorry, Steel. I didn't mean to jump in there, but
you're good. It's just, Fahim, I don't know if you're trolling.
Fahim's in here. Oh God.
Yeah. I don't know if you're trolling, Fahim. I am going to bring you up because these are some other things that I have also been seeing. It's No Man's Sky with a story. Again, I get what people are trying to say with that, but when they say that, I personally feel like it's being disingenuous because you're literally, when you say it like that, you're literally obliterating all the other systems that are at play in a Bethesda game. And again, this is me coming from a casual perspective. This isn't, I've played every single one of their games. I know how they all play. And no, I've only played Elder Scrolls Online for real. I played 10 hours of Skyrim after modding the goddamn out of it. And I've watched my my wife play over 100 hours of Fallout New Vegas. And that's not even made by Bethesda's main team.
No, it's made by Obsidian.
So, like, and even that, it still gives me a perspective on what their games can do. When I saw my wife go to different factions and see how the factions, he says, I kind of am. And when I saw how the factions impacted the world overall and her interactions with different NPCs, I was like, I would ask, I was like, so what you did yesterday had an effect on this conversation you had with this dude today?
Mm-hmm.
She was like, yeah, you know, I did these things so I could help out this person, and I did this thing for this old dude, and then I met this dude, and he asked me if I helped with them, and it gave me this option, and since I had so many charisma points or whatever, I was able to go this way, and because I did do those things, now I was able to go down this route. Like, she was essentially like able to do literally almost everything in the game because of how she approached it, right?
Well, yeah, and then you could flip it too, Steel, right? You could flip it if we're gonna roll with Fahim's troll. You could flip it and say Sean Murray and Hello Games looked at the sandbox features in a Bethesda title and were influenced by those and brought those into No Man's Sky.
Yeah, 1,000%.
Just saying.
Yeah, 1,000%. So it's just like, and then Fahim said they could have been made this game again. I'm not a game dev. I'm not going to tell anybody else that when they could have or could not have made this game. Todd Howard himself said this was the perfect time to make this game. I have to take his word at face value. Yeah. I've seen the struggles that other space games have had. EVE Online, games even further back that had a lot of these underlying issues or weren't as vast or didn't do some of the things that Bethesda is doing as far as having an intrinsic world that kind of folds in on itself no matter what you go and do. That is such an impactful thing in gaming because there aren't many experiences that literally without involving AI of some sort to try to lead those conversations or take control of that. There's not many games that literally kind of build themselves based off of what you do within them. Mm-hmm. That literally cater experiences that are different from player to player, right? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Again, I restarted Skyrim 3 different times, and it was only one time out of those 3 times that I ran into the dude that Paul talks about the dude running up on you, trying to give you armor and whatnot, and then he takes off. Out of the 3 times, the one time that I ran into that dude. Mm-hmm. So it's like, if there's already that type of variance there, and there could have been much more variance, those are the things that kind of get me excited for Starfield. And what separates Starfield from other Bethesda games, as much as I like fantasy, I am more of a fan of high fantasy, right?
So am I.
Yep. So those Bethesda games typically don't necessarily speak to me in that way outside of like dragons and stuff and magic and stuff like that. I am into
Elder
that.
Scrolls is high fantasy.
In Elder Scrolls, yeah, and that is so. Maybe that's why I was able to get into Elder Scrolls Online more, and why it appealed to me more, and why I was able to spend 200 plus hours in that world, and why I enjoyed every facet of it because it was that, right?
Yeah.
But because of that experience, that gives me a baseline for what Starfield is able to bring. Right.
Yeah.
And I know Starfield isn't an online experience. It is going to be more akin to their traditional, but this is also a space odyssey game. This is also more based in reality. Hey, this is humanity trying to find what else is out there. Are we the only thing? Now you're telling me there's space, there's artifacts in here. So obviously there's some form of aliens, or something to that facet. Also, the way they're approaching space travel is different. It's not like Mass Effect where they're using like this rail system and it's something else and a whole different approach to that. Also, we don't have any idea of what that second big moment is that Todd was speaking about, right? I can imagine that one big moment is really maybe getting onto your ship and being exposed to the galaxy for the first time, maybe. But what is that second moment? Is it when you find that big halo looking relic and you transport you to a different galaxy and now you're confronted by, I was making this joke, maybe it is like Mass Effect where you have this other extraterrestrial alien type life form who literally has a more key impact on the universe in totality. than you even thought as you were getting this baseline of the game. Like, just that thought process for me is very intriguing and interesting in that, and also knowing that they've have more dialogue in this game that they've ever put in any previous game. Seemingly are going to have more options and ways to play than they've had in any previous game. To say that this game is a Han Solo simulator is again at this point almost shuts this game is like selling the game short, because you will have
you can make it one.
You can make it one for sure,
Yeah.
but you'll have so many ways to tailor your experience to whatever you wanted it to be.
Yeah.
And take advantage of that. Those are the things that get me excited, that have me excited for Starfield. Not only that, but touching on the point of this literally being Xbox's biggest game since I would say Halo 2, Halo 3. Right. It is. Gears, as much as I love Gears, and Gears is the reason that I missed a lot of that Halo 3 era. It was. It was, oh man, Halo 3 was the greatest Halo that ever existed. I missed a big portion of that era because of Gears. If we're going to compare it to 2 and 3, and the last time really Xbox had something to stand on, Starfield is that. And if you don't want to give Xbox credit for that, again, I can hear that conversation, but Xbox has also allowed Bethesda 2 years at least of additional polish time that they didn't, or at least 2 years of time to work on their game. We know there's at least a year of polish based off the previous release date that they had, to put more effort than they have put into any previous game that they've ever released. And that's because they have support now. This isn't a Bethesda. Again, this, you have to include this as part of the conversation. This is not a Bethesda who had to make a game, in their game had to be some form of successful so they can continue to support their other games. This isn't that. Right. That's why we got Redfall. Again, you can take that at face value if you want, or you can say, "Oh, well, Bethesda's just shitty." I get it if you want to come from that, but there has to be some form of smarts put to the test. There has to be some form of thought process put in place when you see all the things that ZeniMax has been possible of since they've been in the gaming industry. The way that they approach games, the overall diversity in their games, the choice that the player has in their games. And then to now know that they have a publisher behind them that can say, hey, that they've built a relationship with from the very beginning on PC, to then now be under the Xbox banner, Microsoft banner, and be getting the utmost support that you probably have ever seen, I think is something that you should be excited for. Again, PlayStation wanted to make this game exclusive for a reason.
Yep, absolutely.
Again, also, you could take that for what it is. You could say, oh, that's smoke. They just wanted to get some exclusives under the belt. But we can't say that, oh, Sony believes in quality. You see the type of games that they release, then say, oh, well, now that Xbox has it, oh, that's not why Sony wanted to get Starfield. Oh, they didn't. They saw the game. They just wanted to keep it away from Xbox. No, they saw something more than that there. They know what Bethesda can do. They know what Bethesda brings to the table. They know that Skyrim is a 10-year game, at least.
Generational.
These generational type, like Paul's point, Bethesda is capable of generational defining games. And no matter how you feel about any of their games, most of their games are on the most popular mod sites and are the most popular modded games to date because of the different systems and different elements of the game that they have in practice. So for me,
Bethesda embraces modding as well.
And that too. So for me, huge. That's what gets me excited about Starfield, right?
Yeah.
It
makes sense.
The thought of that ever-arcing space odyssey coming off of a Mass Effect, right? Maybe if I hadn't played Mass Effect yet, maybe I would have a little bit of a different thought process on that. Yeah, I've played story-driven games, and there's other games that have given you some form of a choice, where you get multiple endings. In Souls games have always kind of traditionally done that, right? Yeah. But not to the level that Bethesda does their games. And even without playing Mass Effect, I still would have had that thought. I still would have had that experience with Elder Scrolls Online to know that these games give me choice. This isn't some medieval game. I'm not playing with swords and stuff anymore. Now we're using lasers. Now we're using spacesuits. Now we got spaceships. Now I got the possibility of aliens. Now we're trying to deal with some form of reality that can happen within the next 300 years. I may not be here to experience it, but maybe this is a good example of what is possible. And that's what gets me excited about Starfield, right?
Yeah.
So that's my thoughts on how I feel about it.
It's the dream, Steel, and it's great thoughts. And again, you have a lot of different perspective because you're coming in from a different way. And that's why I'm excited for you to experience it. And I hope it lives up to at least a portion of what you're looking for in a single player RPG that isn't necessarily always a priority for you as a gamer, but maybe this is the one. Like I said, I knew the minute that they started showing off the third person view point and how much effort they put into making it's always been there. First person or third person, but
it hasn't looked good. Yeah,
it has. It was always secondary to Bethesda to have that third person view in there. The fact that they showed it off the way they did, that's when I was like, oh, maybe we can get Steel on this one because I know for a fact that's a major point, right? That's something. Yeah, it was, and so I'm excited to see. And again, the gunplay, the way that it's looking, and it's again, we won't know,
especially in third person,
real good. Yeah, it's looking real good. That's the second part of it. Like if I can get Steel on a game, it's got third person mode and the gunplay is feeling good. We're already winning. We're already winning right there. So, like I said, I'm excited. I'm excited to see your journey, no matter how it ends. Even if it turns out to not be the game for you, it doesn't matter at the end of the day. I'm just excited you experience it out front. And for so many people, saw people like Blue Moon FC who says he hasn't been this excited for a game since Red Dead Redemption 1. Like again, I get that. Like there's a lot of people. This is a chance to have Bethesda come out with a generational type game for Xbox that really puts it on the map. And I think that's the most important key thing about this for Xbox business wise, why they wanted ZeniMax, why they wanted Bethesda. And Fahim, I know you're still kind of trolling there. You've been around long enough. And I love Fahim comes in here with a different perspective too. But Fahim, it is, you can call it anything you want to. You know, you could say they were scared to lose Starfield for a year, 2 years, whatever it was going to wind up being. Sure.
I think
go ahead and put it that way.
Exclusive, but
I don't care. I don't care. The fact is that their relationship out of all the acquisitions they've made, if any Sony fans want to argue against this acquisition as not being organic, you are completely 100% lying. 100% lying. This is the exact same scenario. You Sony fans like to point out how Sony does their deals with certain studios. They get to know them. They get a relationship built up. They work with them. This is that exact relationship when it comes to Bethesda.
Yeah.
Exact relationship. It's been going on for a lot longer than a lot of those Sony studios that they acquired. So this is an organic purchase right here. They have been good friends with Bethesda for a very, very long time. And you're right. The minute Sony started moving in on that territory, the minute that Phil got the green light from Satya to go start making big acquisitions, of course, this would be one of the first ones because there's no way in hell Phil, the gamer that he is, the relationship he's had with Todd and that entire team for a long time, the amount of players that he knows that love Bethesda single player RPGs from that team, there was no way in hell he was going to lose Starfield. No way. And if that meant going and acquiring them, so be it. It was a business move at the end of the day. Of course it was. But it also was for the gamers on the Xbox platform to make sure that they had those games, because that's how important these games are to so many people. So it works out in everybody's favor. But overall, the Starfield hype is something that is special. It's different.
It's not inflated. That's the thing that I've been hearing people say. Like, oh, where
bro, you just
all of a sudden all you guys are so hyped for Starfield. What are you hyped about Starfield for? Oh, I don't have any doubt that it's going to be a good game, but what are you hyped for? Bugs? No. You're just excited about bugs? Oh, this game isn't going to be that great. God of War was the greatest thing I've ever played.
Right.
Now, in time from Tsunami, you're 100% right. You're reading me like a book. You already know what I'm about. Again, that's my first journey. I'm going on a space journey to find the best suit that I can find. I need to find the one suit that they had. Who was that? They leaked it kind of early. It's looking like it is.
Oh, that guy who was never chosen. Well, yeah, we don't know for sure, but yeah, the dude who was trying to get into Bethesda, right? He did some work for them. He did some mock-ups of those suits. I forget who it was too. Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, I can't remember his name, but if they got anything like, I'm telling you, man, that's gonna be the first thing. Y'all want to come see what the Starfield experience is when you're chasing cosmetics? Come find me. I'll be your your standpoint. I'm gonna be going to every shop that I can find, whoever I need to talk to. I'm telling you, if I gotta join the bad side, hey, they told me that I can be a double agent. I'm gonna do whatever I need to do to be the best looking space dude that you've ever seen. I'm just saying.
Yep. Nope. I agree, Steele. And thing I didn't mention that happened this week also was that there was a Q&A session with Will and Emil from Bethesda as well. They did a Discord, which we got some
good info in there.
Good info. Again, there could have been some tougher questions. I thought they picked questions from the community from Discord. They probably obviously stayed. I'm sure tough questions were asked, but I'm sure they stayed away from ones that they couldn't necessarily answer or didn't want to answer because they don't want to give away everything. So there was a lot of softballs in here, but then we did get some interesting answers. So let me run through a couple of them here. Number one, and I got the full transcript here too. But Emil Pagliarua and Will Sheen, or Shine, depending on how you pronounce it. And they were answering questions. And one of the big ones right out the gate, the first one was, can we buy houses or property in main cities? And yes, they confirmed that on top of being able to base build still, on top of being able to create your own anywhere in the universe you want to, you are also going to have like properties within these main cities that you can purchase, or they also stated there are going to be at least one, and they kind of hinted that there might be more than one that you can earn through quests, which is kind of cool. Again, I bought all the properties in Cyberpunk. Maybe it's not for you. I don't care. I like owning properties. I like going into a main city and going to my house and having storage there and whatever else I can do in there. So they did confirm there are housing opportunities for you to purchase or earn in all the major cities. So that is definitely cool as well. They confirmed that a lot of people had questions about the parents. If you choose that the children trait where you get parents that you have to support, you send money to, and you can show up on Earth and visit them, right? And you can see your parents. And a lot of people were like, are they generic parents, or are the parents based upon
your character?
Based upon your character? And yes, they confirmed that they do have an algorithm built within the game that tries to make your parents semi look like whatever you made your character look like, right? Like you could be an offspring of these two people. Right. So that's cool. That's really that's a nice little touch right there. Let's see what else. Smuggling and cargo system, right, Steele? This is a big one.
That was dope. I like the concept of that there is a way that you can get around some things. So
there was like, when we saw the videos, we saw the direct, there was a lot of hints there that we were going to have something, because they scan when you enter a major planetary star system, right? You get scanned by the outer ships, like the security ships, before you can land, before you're allowed to land, and they look for contraband or smuggling. And so they did confirm that you are going to be able to upgrade your ships with certain parts that will allow you to hide or attempt to smuggle in cargo, different cargo. I'm sure Aurora is going to be one of them. That's the drug of choice in the universe. But I think it was Emil said, yes, as you're trying to, what do you say? I think I've got it right here. Yeah. So he said, so you don't get caught with those harvested organs.
Oh wow! The
So
fact that you can do that too is crazy.
Parts. We're doing body parts.
I mean,
so now
it's a thing in real life. It's crazy that's carrying over into here.
That was a question though. Like, are we going to be able to get like a skill where we could take? Not only can we loot bodies for guns and armor and all sorts.
You can do it to all bodies.
Are we going to be able to harvest organs off of bodies that we kill? Just saying.
It sounds kind of deep. I ain't gonna lie. I don't know if I want to keep a bunch of bodies in my ship, but keep a bunch of organs in the cooler.
You just take their organs in the cooler.
Hey, Sandy, go check the cooler. We lost power in Space Bay 5.
Exactly, but bro, that'd be so dope if you can. But this made me instantly think of the hidden panels in the Millennium Falcon with Han Solo, right?
Yeah.
Because they had the hidden floor panels. Yeah. Remember when they were hiding out in there when they got boarded?
I'm gonna try to make the Millennium Falcon.
I know you are. I know you are. It's gonna be cool. They also talked about kind of on that same topic. Somebody else also asked about the economy that you can have by transporting different stuff, because Todd talked about that specifically, that you are going to be able to set up. So if you have multiple bases on different planets that you have made, you'll be able to transport between those different bases, different cargo, depending on resources that you're gathering, because different planets will give you different resources, etc. And he said you'll be able to transport and kind of create your own economy. So somebody asked, first of all, whether or not that economy was going to continue to run while you weren't playing the game. And obviously, no, it's not an MMO. It's not something like this game's not living on while you're offline. So you will have to be online for that to work. You have to be playing,
which is cool.
And then second of all, they asked whether or not that economy would fluctuate. We've seen a lot of strategy games, 4X games, crafting games, all sorts of different games have introduced kind of this
No Man's Sky does it too.
Evolutionary kind of economy where things can be rare in one system, so you get higher priced, and if you flood that system with those higher price items, eventually those prices will start dropping down, right? Because they're more available. Real economy, right? They did say no, that the economy for resources is set. Now they said that skills can affect that, right? That if you're better in certain areas, that you can increase the prices. They also said you can negotiate sometimes with certain traders, obviously for a better price. That's normal RPG stuff.
I like that for consistency, just because it doesn't make you kind of start getting an idea. There's already going to be a lot of systems in the game, right?
Yeah, and that's what they said.
This just kind of gives you some of that. I need some more of those. It costs this much. I need to get this money. Okay, I need this much to go be able to go get those. It makes full use of your trip, where you're not just like wasting time and trying to go to system.
Yeah, I like the more hardcore experience. So again, they said they specifically said they want to simplify certain things for people, because there is so many systems. They didn't want you overwhelmed all the time about thinking about this stuff. Right, like the fuel.
I get it. And it could be fun, but I can also get why you would take it out.
I know eventually, we're gonna have a hardcore. We're gonna have a hardcore Starfield where you do get. And I can't wait for that playthrough, because that's gonna be fun as hell. So they did confirm all that as well. They confirmed jail, of course. There's gonna be guards. There's gonna be jail. You can talk your way out of it. You can try to fight your way out of it. You can get put in jail, and you can break yourself out of jail as well. You're not
okay. I don't care what I do.
Bro, you don't know. You don't know about the guards like in Elder Scrolls, bro.
I know they're real. No, Elder Scrolls Online. They will come chase you, and they will two-shot you.
The chaos that you can create with getting guards chasing you, though, is absolutely so much fun. Oh my god, I can't wait. So yes, they did confirm all of that as well. Let me see, what else did we have? We had they confirmed once again that you can join all the different factions, right? That the different factions they talked about again, you can go undercover. That is one of the main missions. If you choose to take it on, that you can go undercover, join the Crimson Fleet, and obviously be an undercover cop if you want to, or you can betray, and you don't have to. So they talked about that as well. They talked about pacifist mode. I don't know if anybody in our chat is a pacifist player. There are plenty of people, and I know there's some streamers out there that love to do pacifist runs. They could not confidently say that you can play the entire game without killing somebody. They said that we cannot say you can do that. There are going to be a time or two where you do wind up having to kill somebody.
Well,
However, they said that there is ways to play the majority of the game as a pacifist because they do have weapons, abilities, skills, etc., that will allow you to talk your way out of most situations or non-lethally put down people, right? So if you are one of those passive players, just understand they said they can't say that you 100% can complete the game without killing somebody. So, but they did talk about that, and I know a lot of people are interested in that stuff. Not me. I'm going guns blazing, bro. So I never will do a pacifist run anytime. I'll do sneaky runs and I'll do a lot of stealth killing, but I'm not going to do a pacifist run. They went into more detail about religions. They're going to have real world religions in this game. And of course, then they're going to have the lore religions that they've created for this game, which is cool. So they're going to do that. That's going to be even a part of some of the missions where they talk about the themes about government, about laws, about religion. It's going to come up. It's going to be deep. Again, they're trying to answer big questions here about humanity. So it's cool to see, again, as a game that Bethesda and Todd, for the first time, are building the lore from the ground up from day one. Like, this is Todd's first game. Like I said, he came in while they were working on Daggerfall. So there was already lore created for Elder Scrolls, right? He took it and elevated it and all that good stuff. Same with Fallout. They took over the Fallout franchise and elevated, changed it. But this is the first game from the ground up. They're building all this stuff. So
well, cool I was told that I should be worried about the lore because since there's not already existing lore that we know of, that we should. There's no confidence that Starfield would have good lore because there's no basis. There's no basis to build off of, Paul.
Yeah, because Bethesda's never written amazing lore ever.
No, right? But it's hard to have faith in a game from a team that traditionally has made stories and has created lore for other games. It's hard for me to believe that they'd create good lore in this game.
I love concerned trolls. Well, we're going to find out in about a week and a half here. So no problem. Concerned trolls are ridiculous, bro. Companions, total number of companions, name companions that you can recruit for your ships and for your bases. Over 20. That's a big number. I wasn't necessarily expecting there was going to be that many. That was pretty damn cool. So,
but you don't have you don't have the same interaction with the same levels of interaction with all of them. I think it's like 8 to 10 core people that you actually have.
4 romanceable people, right? Which is Constellation. Yeah. There's only 4 from Constellation. And then there's 16 plus more that you can recruit in various ways and that you can bring on board, but you can only romance those 4. But they also did say that they made the companions, even the ones that aren't a part of Constellation, do have backgrounds, do have stories to tell. They do have missions. Yeah, they do have all of that because they said that they learned that from Fallout, from Elder Scrolls, how important companions were to people when they were playing through these games. They put a huge focus on companions and making them a big part of the stories that you're going to tell in Starfield. And with 20 plus, that's a lot. That is a lot.
Yeah, it's a lot of people to
interact with and have different. Again, you can't romance them all again, but that's fine. There's still more to do than romancing, right? So
for me, it's more about the engagement for it, right? Because even in Mass Effect, like it's not like I was thinking about that for everybody. It was more just how do you add value to my team? Why should I care about you?
Right? Exactly.
And if a game like this game, if it can get me to care about the characters that I'm playing with, that's the first step to getting me engaged, right? Because and it has to, if the 4 core, that's the other thing too. I wish it was more so there'd be more variance in people's experience. I mean, I think 4 is plenty. It leads to a lot of different possibilities. It's not like that's
I
a
wish
big
there was
deal.
more, but
again, I mean, the only game I can really compare it to is Mass Effect, where you have essentially the same amount of people. It's about 4. I think it's about 4 to 6 people that you can like really take your conversations to the next level. Not necessarily romance, but
depending on what number you're talking about.
Take it to the next level. Yeah, Big Bad Bo said he got every female he could in Mass Effect. See, I didn't. I ain't gonna lie to you. I was kind of with you, Big Bad. I was kind of dedicated to Liara. Once I saw she was a rider,
I am dedicated to Liara.
She was a ride or die, bro. Like once I found out she was a ride or die in Mass Effect 2, I was like, yo, you can become whatever you want. You want to become the Shadow? Hey, I'm with it. Be the Shadow. Hey, I love you. I appreciate you. You're holding me down.
Liara had that effect on a lot of people. She was dope. She was BioWare peak BioWare right there, man. What else with the companions as well? They will have. We already saw this. We already knew they had their own skill sets, but they did ask whether or not we could level those people up. They said no, you can't level them up. However, they did. They did confirm that they have perks, but they also confirmed too, Steel, that depending on your skill set, if you have skills that are what do I want to say? If you have skills that are stackable, let's say let's say ship flying, and you bring another companion on that is also good at ship flying, it does stack. Okay. They said there are ones that do stack. Not every single one stacks because it's not applicable, but they said the ones that are applicable, like certain skills for your ship, etc., they will stack on top of each other. So that is a good positive. I do like that for sure. Let's see. Oh, and just a little nugget. They are keeping the voice actors for the companions secret until launch.
Really? Oh yeah, I did see that, which is really interesting because I want to know. I do want to know who they ended up getting in there.
I don't remember if you remember, Steel, but there was a rumor like a year and a half, 2 years ago that Tom Cruise was in Starfield. Everybody died laughing. He could be a main companion. Yeah, he could be one of the named companions, just as like a fun little side gig. Maybe he knows somebody at Bethesda, right? Maybe somebody just asked him offhandedly, and he was like, "Yeah, let's do it." I'm just throwing it out there because that was a rumor that started spreading. Most people laughed it off and said, "Yeah, right, Tom Cruise." But interesting that they said we're keeping it a secret. We can't wait until you guys find out who is the voice actor. So maybe they got big names. Maybe they got some big Hollywood talent to come on board. It would be kind of dope. It would be. Let's see here. Let's see. You only pay your crew members that you assign to outposts one time. Again,
that's dope.
It's cool. Again, I like more hardcore. I got to pay them out monthly, but that's fine.
Pay attention to it.
Again, they wanted to slim it down. There's so much going on. They didn't want people worried about this stuff. So they said one-time salary for your companions, which is cool. Let's see here. What else? Is there anything else? I think that's about it. Mechs did come up again because obviously in the anime shorts that they dropped, there was scenes of the colony war in which mechs were used. They confirmed that no mechs have been outlawed at this point in the game, and that you're not going to be able to find a workable mech. They said you will find remnants. They said you actually can come across an old factory or potentially a battlefield in which you will find mechs, but none of them are going to be fixable, repairable, workable, any of that stuff. They're just going to be there kind of for set pieces. Yeah, that kind of did suck. One other little lore treat that came up with the mechs, though, was that the United Colonies, sure, they had mechs, but at the time of the colony war, they actually had a Xeno warfare division, Steel. And that kind of lends into, we've seen the skill where you can actually telepathically control some of the alien species on these different planets. Some of the animals, you can actually take control of them. They had a Xeno warfare division, so they actually used some of the alien creatures on these planets to fight in the colony war. I thought that was a cool little lore.
That is extremely interesting. But I think that too is what solidified me, because I believe it was what was the other one called that was like the mechs were their thing. Like,
Free Star Collective.
I'm definitely gonna approach them and be rocking with them, because since I'm planning on going cybernetist anyway. I do think it would be smart to go that direction, just to see how much of that can I truly take advantage. Am I going to be able to get different abilities like Cyberpunk, where can I get a robot arm, or can I don't know. You know,
there's been hints that there potentially could be that in this.
If I'm going to have force powers at some point, because apparently that's a thing. What else? Just because you say that mechs aren't here, that doesn't mean that I can't have some of those abilities. And how far because aliens are obviously going to be a thing, right? I mean, they're at some point, especially the creatures, you're going to approach them, and hearing they had a whole division for that kind of already solidifies that fact that you're going to run into more, or you're going to be able to control some. So it's like, okay, what does the mech side of that look like? Am I going to be able to control little droids, or am I going to be able to have a deeper connection with
Vasco?
Am I going to be able to upgrade him more, where he can be more combat eccentric? And he's my kind of my buddy that I take everywhere, right? I think that would be really dope. I mean, again, you're speaking my language if you're doing these types of things, right? So that'd be really dope to see. Really dope to see.
Yeah, no, it's going to be cool. That was pretty much the main points, I believe, out of the Q&A session with Will and Emil. Really good Q&A session. Again, it was quick. 16 questions. It was quick and dirty. You can read the full transcripts. People got them out there if you want to get really deep into exactly what they said. But those were kind of the headlines that came out of it. Again, just more impressive stuff. Nothing like mind-blowing or, oh my God, I wasn't expecting that. I think they're still saving a lot for the game. Todd talked about it, and he said there's more to show that we're not going to have a chance to show you. So I'm excited about that. Like you just brought up, Steel, the force powers, space magic, whatever you want to call it. What is up with that? How deep does it go? How much are there? How many different powers can we have? Like, are we talking about getting Jedi-like here? Are we going to go full-fledged? That stuff still, like, I'm peaked.
I'm just saying, because we weren't expecting for that stuff to be in the game, and then you show us force powers, and you're telling me it just doesn't stop there. Like, it goes beyond just mind control. Oh, open the door. Like, what else you gonna throw at me? So,
well, no, because they show that whole scene where, I mean, he dead stopped 6 people in that room or whatever it was, something like that, and it was like he just turned off the gravity, but he could still walk. And that was it. He put him in a stasis, which reminded me of Mass Effect, obviously. But it was a big, wide area. Like, that was so. I can't wait to see how powerful
it's gonna be. It's gonna be interesting. And as a single player game, there's a lot of things you don't have to worry about balancing and stuff for. So it's like if you feel like it's broke, use it, right?
Because you can become OP in Skyrim. You could do all that kind of stuff. So level 100 is the cap. I did see that this week too as well. Level 100, because there is
which isn't bad. That's kind of
the achievement list did leak. We won't talk about it because there are spoilers in there, and I do respect the people that want to walk in fresh. It is out there if you want to go look at them. True Achievements got it. I won't
even look at them. So
I looked at them. Pretty reasonable stuff. I will say this for anybody that was worried that are achievement hunters. I know Jasper was. I wanted them to do this because I thought it would be amazing for the people that need those 100%. I wanted people to sweat. Jasper was worried about it too. It was funny, the DMs, but there is no achievement for going to all planets and landing on all planets, all 1,000, right? So there is no achievement for that. They didn't do it. So, again, I wanted it in there for just to make people sweat, but they didn't do it. So don't worry about that, but we won't go through that. But if you do want to see the achievement list, it is out there as well. Starfield is on its way, folks. Again, if you got Game Pass, if you got Game Pass Ultimate with PC, same thing. You can upgrade to the premium. $32 on sale or whatever is $32.99 or something like that. I don't know, 31. Yeah, I got to get mine too. I got to purchase mine. I am going to go through. I had that conversation with Jasper and Steele in the background. I have decided that I'm going to go the Xbox PC route and pick up the premium edition there. The upgrade path. I will double dip if I need to, if modding, because there is on PC for the PC players out there. You guys, if you're experienced PC players, you already know this. If you're not, Steam is easier to do modding on. It's more open.
And Xbox changed things.
Yeah, so we'll see how this works out. If I have to double dip, I'm not worried about modding for a year at least. I'm not worried about it. So I'm going to start out in Xbox PC, and then of course I'm going to still play on console. Like I told you all, I want to experience that on console. I want to see what the 30 frames feels like. I want to see how it plays. There's just going to be times where I just want to sit down on the couch, fire up my Xbox, and just play. And so I'm going to have it both places because of Play Anywhere, which is nice. And next year, if the modding community has just gone buck wild and there's a ton of mods, it's going to be guaranteed.
It's guaranteed.
When I get ready to go through that second playthrough where I go full mods or I start trying to play with the mods, if I got to double dip on Steam because it's just too difficult on the PC, Xbox side, then I'll double dip next year. I'm not going to have a problem doing that. It's fine. So that's where I'm going. But everybody, August 31st, United States, 8 p.m. Eastern
That is
for
crazy,
the United States,
bro.
8 p.m. Eastern,
so
the 31st. Oh my God.
That is
it's
so
going to
crazy.
Be freaking fun, bro.
8
I am
o'clock,
off.
not even midnight.
I'm off the 1st through the 5th. So
Yeah,
Labor Day weekend, you know what I'm going to be doing. So I'll probably be streaming. You can probably see me around. I'm going to be posting pictures nonstop. They got a photo mode. First time for Bethesda game with the photo mode too. I think did Fallout 4 have photo mode? Everybody, I can't remember. Maybe it did. Anyways, the fact that they included a photo mode in this game, you're going to be getting nonstop photos from me on Twitter.
I remember
okay,
about
on
Fallout
X.
4, yeah.
Okay.
On the Xbox, I don't know.
Yeah,
I know I
can't remember. They probably did.
If I remember correctly.
But anyways, I'm going to be flooding the X streets with photos and videos from my PC, from my Xbox. Man, this is going to be life. It's going to be life for me. I can't wait. The fact that Steel we got, and I know you haven't played it, but generational Baldur's Gate 3, and I can say that confidently. It is.
I have played Baldur's Gate.
Did you?
Mm-hmm.
You popped in? Oh, I didn't know you actually did it.
Oh, you didn't see? I wrote about it in the DMs. You didn't hear my experience?
No, bro. I've been outside. I've been working.
This was like beginning of the week, or last week.
I knew you talked about it because we had talked about it in chat. Remember?
I actually played it.
Beautiful. Did you have fun?
The way that I was able to play it. Again, I have a buddy who owns a server. Again,
yeah. For you.
That's all I can say. Anyway,
yep.
For that, but from that, I kind of treat that like as my demo system. So
sure.
if I want to see, if I'm really questionable about a game, I'll use that to either play it or not, and then decide if I want to put my ducats down. But anyway, I did end up jumping into Baldur's Gate 3. I did enjoy about my first hour of the game. I thought it felt all right. I actually was getting into it more than I was expecting. The first part where you're on the ship and everything, the ship's crashed, you got to get to the console. You got this whole fighting section. I went through that like it was nothing. Again, I was playing on the hardest difficulty. Harder. No, I was playing on normal. I left it on normal. When I went through that part, no section. The issue that I started having was when I got to the beach and I fought my first group of aliens or brains or whatever they were. When I was going through that section, I was kind of getting to a point where it's like, I see why people can get into this game, but I don't like this turn-based aspect of it, or the way that like you approach movement and all that. And it does feel pretty natural on controller for the most part. So that was dope to see too. But I got to this part where I fought the two brains or whatever, and they kind of give you different ways you can go. Either up, you can go like to the right and kind of go around or whatever. But whatever, you're muted, right? By the way.
Yeah.
But anyway, they make a comment like, "Oh, we should be careful" or whatever. But anyway, so come to find out, no matter what I did, how I approach the situation, these brains are going to push you regardless.
Mm-hmm.
One, the issue that I had the first time, my game crashed. That's fine.
Okay.
The game's crashed.
Okay.
Got back in. The problem that I had after that though was I got to the engagement, and the first time I didn't save right before the fight. So mind you, I had to do the whole beach section again. So I was like, okay, here we go. Now it is what it is. I'm used to Souls games, doing something similar. Now I'm not used to having to fucking pick up everything, but nonetheless, went back through it, and I got to that point again, and they push you, right? They just they're unrelentless and they do a lot of damage.
Mm-hmm.
So first time, or the second time that I do it, I'm approaching the fight and I'm like, all right, so I move a direction. I get up on the path of going towards the right, and that's my first move. I end my turn. So boom, they push. One of the brains fucking comes up on the thing where I'm at, because they get the dash, and they could go the furthest they fucking could go. They could go wherever they want to on this fucking map. But anyway, he gets up on this ledge, and I'm like, all right, well, what I'm gonna do, since we're kind of focusing, I just want to see if I can get around these guys. I want to see how far can I go, or do I have to do I have to fight? So
Yeah.
I try to go back up because it's another step that you got to go up so they can follow the path
you thought
around.
You could run away.
I would have loved to have died by the brain things. I would have loved that.
Yeah.
This happened to me 3 times in a row.
Mm-hmm.
I choose the path to go further right, and my character falls through the floor.
Mm.
So now it's showing me the section, like making it act like it seems like I can get back out of where I'm at. Mm-hmm. So I'm like, I waste 5-6 turns trying to get out of that. So now my other character's dead. But I waste 5 or 6 turns trying to get out of this area, and I can't get out. Okay, so I reload. Do the same thing. Trying to get around. Does it again. Okay. Then I treat it like normal, and I'm like, okay, well, maybe I need to try if I can just get by them or whatever. Or maybe I can just do one at a time. No, we can't do one at a time. They're all going to come approach you. They don't care. And that last fight, because they basically fucking obliterated me, after falling through the floor twice, trying my hardest to try to get out of that, and to reload my saves from that point, I was just like, I'm not having enough enjoyment from this game to continue playing. The bugs that I experienced killed it for me. But I could also already tell, because of the style of the game, that it wasn't going to be for me. That I wasn't going to continue to enjoy that experience. I like what the narrative was giving me. It's a very pretty game, but outside of that, I'm not a turn-based guy. I don't have that same, I don't have the same love for it that I used to, but it's also, I don't think I've ever had a true love for turn-based the way that I used to have a love for RTS games. I can see myself falling back in line with RTSs before I fall back in line with a turn-based game. It's not for me. I'd rather be in full control of all the action at all times, not this whole taking turns dumb shit. No, I'm not playing. If I wanted to play chess, I'd go play chess. But that's just me. I get why people like it. It's like you're constantly playing chess against the computer. In this world, again, like D&D, I also don't have those experiences with D&D. I always thought that was it's an interesting concept, but I've never done that with people. So I don't have that love there either to be like, oh yeah, this is why I'm here. No. Yeah. So again, it's just things that we're stacking on top of each other. And like I say here all the time, we haven't gotten to this. We may not this episode, but you got to know who you are as a gamer.
True. You
shouldn't force yourself to play a game just because everybody else is playing it and everybody else says it's grand. Again, it is a perfect example of why I did want the game to come to Game Pass.
Right.
Because at least I think it would have done more service for this game than even way the game is set up now. Just because it was early access and people got to jump in and try it out and all that, you still had to pay something up front. And I do think that there would have been people like me that are questionable about it, would have got to that first hour, were like, oh, this is all right, this ain't bad, and would have been able to get past what I got through, maybe didn't have the same experiences that I had, approach that situation differently, and and can possibly find something special for themselves. So I'm not going to say, oh, well, this game is for nerds. I'm not going to sit here and say that, you guys are overhyping a dumb game, because that's not how I feel genuinely at all.
Right.
It's just, I literally can acknowledge that this is not. Now, did it make me want to go look at, okay, well, what does Divinity Original Sin 2 look like? Yeah. Okay. Oh, that's cool. It has a basic concept. It's not necessarily D&D. It's more so, it's their own game, right? It's their own rules and facets and things like that. So I was like, oh, that looks cool. I might jump, but it's turn-based. I'm just like, all right, well, it is what it is. It's not for me. Nothing wrong with saying that. Know who you are as a gamer. Stand on that.
100%.
And then just kind of go from there. Nothing wrong with trying things. That's the beautiful thing about Game Pass. It's the beautiful thing about my buddy having a server. It's just like, it's okay to be able to try things and then make a decision to say, hey, it's like a demo, right? Give me an hour demo. Let me decide whether I'm really, because that is a game, another example where I would have been, if I would have had an hour demo of the game, I would have still came to the saying, this is cool, but it's not for me. You know what I mean? So that's just kind of my perspective on that.
Yep. Nope. Good thoughts, Steele. Again, I was curious to see what I didn't think it was going to be a game for you. Just knowing you, again, I was going to be pleasantly surprised if it turned out to be something that did grab your attention, but just knowing
it was cool. I like the concept.
Yeah. No. And we always come from the same place, Steele. Again, I don't, the game isn't horrible just because it's not for me. I do see qualities in games. I want them to make an action version of this game. It doesn't have to be Baldur's Gate. Yeah, but I would like to see a more action-oriented version where, as far as just the level and depth of the story. Did you play Dragon Age?
Which one?
Any of them?
No.
Because they are action-based. You can pause. You can go to tactical mode. But they are more action-based.
I've looked at Dragon Age Inquisition like numerous times, but I don't know. Like I just haven't tried. I haven't tried Dragon Age.
Okay. No, that's why I was just asking, because it's almost exactly what you wanted, especially the older Dragon Age games are from the peak BioWare, right? Which was who made the original Baldur's Gate, except that they kept it action. It's like Knights of the Old Republic. It's action based, but you can pause it and go to tactical view if you want to. Right. So, but same concepts, right?
Well, then I'll put it to you like this, ladies and gentlemen. If that's the case, if there's a Dragon Age game that you guys would recommend, I'm going to ask Pong this in a second, but chat, if there's a Dragon Age game that you probably would recommend to say, hey, Steele, maybe try this one out, see how you feel about it. It has that level of story and everything else. What would you think? But Pong, I mean, if you were to make a recommendation, what would you say?
I mean, I always tell you go back to the beginnings, but again, those games don't necessarily hold up. I don't know what they look.
If I can get them on PC, I could still I could put mods on them and
you could try them. I'd go back because the originals, Inquisition is not peak BioWare because that's when they were losing talent left and right. So Inquisition is when people started questioning whether or not BioWare had lost it because they had lost so much talent. And of course, then we got Mass Effect Andromeda, which really sealed the deal. And everybody was like, oh my God, BioWare ain't BioWare no more. So, but again, if you want a taste of the action, but also have the option to do tactical, I go back to the originals because that's peak BioWare. That's right after they came
Dragon Age 2.
Yeah, that's right after they came off of making Baldur's Gate 2, right? So there's a ton of influence. It's not D&D because it's their own game, right? So it's their own style, it's their own rules, all that stuff. But I would say, if you can go back and play the original Dragon Age and go ahead too. I mean, if you can do,
there's a lot of there's fucking got a lot of games coming out, and I am definitely going to be dedicating myself to Armored Core 6. So you guys are going to see a lot of that on the channel. So just be aware of that, and we'll talk about some more things here too. As we start probably winding down the show now. Just
I love the Origins. I love too. So I love both of them. And I didn't
Origins get remade.
I don't remember. I don't think so.
Well, not remake, but like a remaster or something like that. I thought there was nothing like that.
No.
If you guys are saying,
hold on, maybe they did.
Dragon Age 2,
unofficial.
I'm gonna look at Dragon Age 2.
Yeah,
and
no,
see what that's looking like.
No, they wait.
Derek Johnson.
No, they've got the Ultimate Edition.
View. Appreciate you, man.
Yeah, they got the Ultimate Edition, but no, they don't have like a remaster version. Okay. So, but you could definitely check it out. I again, just from what you said there, if you're interested in that style, then I would definitely try out Dragon Age.
Two or because I like Final Fantasy VII Remake was the same thing. It's literally the exact same combat mechanic. You can pause, quote unquote. It slows it down. It slows it down to a fucking crawl. It's pause.
I know.
So that would probably be, if it's like that, then yeah. Eastside Vandal says no. The first Dragon Age Origins is the best one. See, you say that, but everybody's saying that Steel should probably go 2 or Inquisition. Yeah. And I saw stuff about Inquisition, but if people are like, well, the combat in Inquisition isn't quite that. I've seen people say some good things.
It's not about the combat. It's about where they took the story, and it's about the writing, and it's about.
I want a good story. I want good story and good gameplay.
Right. It's
I
just
need
not,
both.
but again, you're hearing Inquisition from most people who have played the originals. That
Right.
again was like the signal, like, oh, maybe BioWare isn't the BioWare, right? Of old. Like that's what started the conversation. Now I had a good time with Inquisition. Actually, I played the Inquisition multiplayer more than anything.
Really? They have multiplayer?
Yeah. They added that, and then a lot of people hated it. Like a lot of people,
I wonder
purists,
why.
hated it. Well,
It's
it
co-op,
was
ain't it?
it's co-op. It's co-op, right? And it's basically dungeon raids is basically what it is.
Oh, okay. It's not
That's what
the
you're doing
game.
for loot. Right.
Okay.
Right.
That makes sense.
Yep.
I would hate that too.
So, yeah.
El Domingo says the only reason I would say Dragon Age 2 or Inquisition,
Yep.
just due to the fact that you can control the combat and it's not turn-based.
In Origins, you could still do it, but yeah, they're right. They kept evolving more and more action-based as the further you get along. But two, I guess I would agree with most people for you, Steel. Start with two and see how it feels. See if it's your style. Start with two.
Because I can always go back to Dre, because I don't mind starting games out of order. In certain ways. See, Cullen ain't saying that is so funny to see the drastic differences.
I know.
Andrew says he loves Inquisition, and then Jasper comes in here and says Inquisition was ass.
Right.
But then me and Jasper also share a similarity in like games that we like, because he liked Forspoken, and I thought Forspoken wasn't that bad either for what I played of it. Do I think Atlas Fallen is better? Yes, but I'm also favor combat mechanics a lot more. Right. But I'll be honest and say I didn't really, again, 10 hours for 10 hours. I've been able to experience more of what Atlas Fallen has than Forspoken. So Black John says Origins, Inquisition, and then 2 for him.
Yeah, see, there's a lot of people who don't like to. I like to. I like to. I'm gonna look into it. I would say Origins is the best by far. But
right now, I'm telling you guys are like pushing me towards the 2 direction.
Yeah,
I'm gonna look into that. I'm gonna look at Inquisition again. If you guys said 2 is good, again, I don't know when I'm gonna end up playing it. I do need to do something for us hitting 1K again. The original plan for us hitting 1,000 subscribers was me playing whatever scary game that you guys wanted me to play. Because we're not gonna put Pong in that position. And honestly, I probably have a little bit more time than Pong does. And again, I can't guarantee fucking 6-hour streams of it. But scary game. So here we go. Since we did hit 1K, and I told you guys previously, we hit 1K. If there is a scary game that you guys would like to see me play, let me know what it is, right? I will say this. Because of real life and how other things are working in the background, and we're not like whatever. If you end up gifting me the game, it would be easier and quicker for me to get that stream going live for y'all than if you tell me and then I got to get it in the background. I still have to be realistic with real life, and I still am a gamer who knows who they are. I am playing this scary game for you guys, not for me. Okay, so that's all. That's what I would say with that. 1, 2. I want to roll because we do have some big major plans for Living Splitscreen, at least for kind of our plans, and we'll continue to work on this in the background. I don't have VR Dragon Wolf, so I'm not going to play for RE7 in VR. You were trying to kill me, quite frankly. But anyway, so 1. Armor Core 6 is coming out. Per time permits and there's nothing really crazy going on with family or anything else like that. My plan currently is that there will be a section, and I'm going to put it in its own playlist because that's how serious I am about it. I am going to put Armor Core 6 heavy on the Living Splitscreen channel. Just for, again, it's additional content. It'll get new people to come in. If those people end up staying, great. If they don't, great. I'll say this up front too. I'm not the gamer that's going to spend years of his life dedicated to one game. I'm not there. So if people drop in and they're like, oh, I only want Armor Core content. Well, again, and I'll iterate that during those streams too. That's not what this is for. But, and if need be,
thousands of hours in Destiny. You've dedicated.
Yeah, I mean, no, that's time.
That's years.
But people like to see you spend
No, I know.
That's the only game you play. Don't play nothing else. And
right.
you know what I mean? And that's not realistic or of expectation for me, at least. But I do want you guys to know, if you want some Armored Core 6 content, or if you're questionable about the game, you don't know what's going on, or maybe you just want to tune into something, I am planning every day next week for there to be an Armored Core stream once the game releases. So there's that. Also for Starfield, and again, this is something we hinted at towards the beginning of the show, and something that me and Pong definitely got to get a little bit more in depth, because I want to make sure I got the layouts and everything set up for Pong so he can just kind of drag and drop, make it as easy as possible. Starfield, this is our plan. I am planning on streaming Starfield day zero. Me and Pong both are. That's kind of what we've been thinking. I know I will for sure. With that being said, the current plan with Live in Splitscreen, unless we decide to do things differently, is that we wanted to do something that was more akin to the Splitscreen name. Us being on one stream, you come to one place, you can watch the gameplay. Obviously, that's going to be very difficult on the audio side of things, right? Of course, you can hear us in chat, stuff like that, so that could be interesting. Not like, I don't know how much we'll be talking while playing that game. Who knows? We might just be in our own zone. I think it's part of the reason why I came up with this idea, because we wouldn't have to be on a party. We can just kind of go however we want. My idea is we go live with Live in Splitscreen on Twitch and YouTube. It doesn't matter who is where. I'll probably put Pong on YouTube, just so you guys have instant access. Again, Pong being more the Bethesda guy, he'll be easier to able to translate what's going on. You guys can come check me out on Twitch, for an example. You want to get a new player's perspective or whichever, or if you just want to come to a different place, or if you want to double tab it up, you can do that too. We're the home of the double tab. We came in the game doing that. So
true.
So with that being said, whether it be Twitch, it's all going to be under the Living Splitscreen name. Whether it's Twitch or YouTube, you'll have a Starfield stream to tune into. So I think that's going to be really dope for us to do. Both of us going live. I'm pretty sure Mav is probably going to be going live too. So you'll be triple, quadruple tabbing it up. You'll pick a place. Again, I do want to use it as a place for growth. Yes, it's probably going to break up a lot of our audience, but again, that's not what it's about. I'm going to be streaming the game to stream the game. I am going to set the standard as I stream of how I play games, so people can, if you fall in line with how I play games or along with my experience, because again, when I get really involved in some of these games, maybe I get quiet for a bit. But I think this would be a great chance for us to do some growing and whatnot, kind of reach outside of our community, especially with Starfield being such a massive game and reaching the audiences it seemingly is. I think this would be a perfect opportunity for us to jump into that. So regardless, again, I know it's going to break up some folks, but I think overall it will help us build up our communities overall, and then we kind of go from there, along with me doing the Armored Core streams, because I know Pong is going to be part of that. I don't know if he's wants to stream that or not. Probably not. But either way, just kind of wanted to kind of set a baseline for what to expect. Again, we're at 1K. We want to keep growing. We want to keep building. And are we going to be able to stream all the time? No. But if we can make it more frequent, the more you guys support, the more we get, move into the future, sponsors, whatever else the case might be, that helps us out with these things. The more you may be able to see us stream and whatnot and do these live games, day one type stuff. So there is that. And Dusty says, you can add both Twitch chat and YouTube chat to each other's streams as well. And I did. Yeah, that was my plan, Dusty. Exactly. I was going to do that exact thing. So no matter what, the chat will be able to be seen on both sides. And it's all pop out chat. So you don't have to make it uberly complicated. It could be in one place. That's what I was planning on doing. Kind of going back and forth and then going from there. So that's kind of the plan. Eastside Vandal says The Forest is the scariest game I ever played, period. Oh God. Smitty Smith said Final Fantasy 16, it's scary because your PS5 may spontaneously combust. You're stupid, Smitty. Visual Walkthrough says Game Pass, The Evil Within 2. Is that scary? If it's scary, if enough of y'all say Evil Within 2, I'll download it, especially if they got it. I'll put mods on it and everything. I'll make it as gruesome as we can make it. I don't mind it, but I'm telling you, I'm gonna be you on mute, Pong.
That for you and I, it's scary. I don't know if everybody
it's-
else agrees, but yeah, I've popped in the Evil Within before, and it's been like, yeah, nope, we're not gonna do
Dead
this.
Space. If Dead Space 3 gives me some moments still,
Yeah,
like it's like, hey, yo, wait, hey, you need to calm the fuck down. Some moments where I've run out of bullets, and I'm just like, I don't know what to do in this game now.
right.
It's like I completely forget how to play. And we'll see. Gogol says play Visage or Visage?
Visage. Yeah.
Visage?
Yeah. Yep.
Dragon Wolf says he thinks Evil Within 1 is scarier.
Okay.
I'll put what I'll do is because I think I could put a poll on the channel, and we'll kind of go from there. You guys give me a list by the end of the show of like the scariest games that you would recommend, and I'll put like 3 or 4 in a poll, and then we can kind of go from there. Let me go ahead and get that set up in a notepad. So I think we had The Forest was one.
You might be dead at the end of Visage or Visage.
Yeah,
Visage.
Then we got
you
Evil
might
Within
die by the end of that.
Is it Evil Within 1 or 2?
I don't know.
If Evil Within 2 is on Game Pass, it makes it easy.
Yeah, they're both on Game Pass because they're both Tango
on Game
Game.
Pass? Okay.
They're Tango Gameware, so I think they're both in Game Pass now.
So I got The Forest, Visage, and Evil Within. Evil Within's on Game Pass, so that makes it really easy. Layers of Fear. You might as well say The Hills Have Eyes then. Or you might as well say the Silent Hill. Vandal says The Forest definitely.
Yeah, those.
Visual says Evil Within 2.
Okay.
Let's see. You said 2 is better. Okay. I got 3 so far. So we got The Forest, Visage, and Evil Within 2. And again, Evil Within 2 is probably going to be the easiest to play, where I can kind of just set up a random stream some night when the wife goes to work. I'll stay up until past midnight on a school night and do that. So I can be scared to balls and then be worried as I go to bed that something's going to fucking attack me.
Wow. You ain't sleeping.
Cause yeah, again, but this is the 1K promise, so there's nothing wrong with that. Hey, The Forest is co-op too. Oh, are you trying to co-op it with me, Vandal? Is that what's going on here? Because I'll be real with you. I don't know if I'm gonna make it. I don't know if I'm gonna make it through. I'm telling you, I will put down the controller and I'll just die and I'll just turn off the game because I don't like to experience that multiple times. I'm not that guy. I don't get the thrill in that. I'm just saying. I'm not a scary dude. But there's certain things like horror shit. If I can't attack it directly, like punch it, I don't want to experience that. Mortuary assistant. We're going crazy now. All right. Pong, was there anything else that you'd like to get into here as we wind things down? We get into our This Day in Gaming segment.
We had some good conversations. A bunch of other topics we get into, but I think we had some really good conversations. We've been here for what, 4 hours?
Yes.
30 minutes now,
yes.
something like that. Yes, sir. Let's go.
Get into it.
Yeah.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. Well, I want to again thank you all for joining us on this episode thus far, but we got to get into our This Day in Gaming segment.
Let's do it.
Real quick, Eastside Vandal. You said I'd have to turn on my PlayStation. I don't even know if it's crossplay or any of that. That's interesting. But anyway, let's get into our This Day in Gaming segment. Again, This Day in Gaming is where we go 30 years in gaming history so you can understand where we have come from and appreciate what we have today. Because gaming is art and should be treated as such. Oh, you're on mute. It's going to be hard to tell, Pong, because we're probably going to have to tune in live if you want to talk. Because again, I'm doing the same thing we did last time. I haven't changed anything. Your mic's live from me on the right source. So if you guys can't hear Pong for whatever reason while we're here, let me know. I guess we'll figure it out. I don't know what the hell's good with that. Anyway. All right, so let's start. So we're on August 19th, and we're starting in 2002. We're not going that far back this time around. Still 20 years, though. So there's that. Anyway, so on August 19th in 2002 on Xbox, you had Dead to Rights. Dead to Rights was a good game. Shout out to Dead to Rights. Then in 2002 on PC, you had Medieval Total War. Shout out to Medieval. Wasn't a bad game. Pong is muted. Okay. Interesting. No, I got you.
That's
Go
fine.
ahead. They'll probably be able to hear you now.
Okay. All right. Let me know. Long is muted. My name's not Long.
Whoa. Long what? Yeah, let me know if you can hear him now.
Let me know if you can hear me now.
Two different audio sources. I'm just gonna have to go through and filter that shit out. Again, I might just have to start with a fresh source and go from there. Is what it is. Hey, what happens when you're streaming? All right.
There we go. I am back. I am back. I
Perfect.
just heard myself, so we're good.
Perfect. Yeah, I don't know why it does that.
That's fine. Dead to Rights is classic, by the way.
Dead to Rights is a classic. Dead to Rights is a good game. Then in 2004 in Japan on PlayStation 2, you had Suikoden 4.
Oh, waiting on those remasters. Shout out to C Unit, Chris Jones from ILP, of course, from Lognet. Listen, Suikoden is a classic, and they're doing the remasters, and we're getting those in Game Pass, I think, as well for Xbox. But they were delayed. They were supposed to be out this year, and they've delayed them a little bit. But Suikoden is freaking fantastic. Freaking fantastic. Let's go.
And AB, Bloodborne isn't scary. If Bloodborne is scary, then Dark Souls games are scary. Those games aren't scary. They have their moments where it's just like, what the fuck is that? But that's not scary. Scary is like when shit's like running up on you, putting your hand on their virtual shoulder and turning you around all of a sudden. Shit's like that, popping out of nowhere. I'm real bad with jump scares. I'm not good with jump scares. I'm good. That'll make me not play a game. It's jump scares. But anyway, then in 2008, Xbox 360 released 2 Human.
Oh my God. This is what I
never played 2 Human.
Bro. Was it the game that Silicon Knights promised? No. Okay. This is one of those games that was over promised. Shout out to head of Silicon Knights at the time, Dennis. One of the Godfathers too.
Rodman?
No. No. But anyways, he actually did he follow me? I think he followed me on Twitter because I said something to him. 2 Human though is now backwards compatible to give it away. I think it's actually free. Dennis Dyack. Thank you. Dennis Dyack. That's who it is. Dennis Dyack was one of those visionaries. He was a not a good technically person as far as to work with. His ego was off the charts. He was very hard to work with, according to many people. Yeah, kind of Cliffy, but different too. More old school, just not as personable. Not as personable. But Dennis Dyack is a godfather. And he had huge plans for 2 Human. I don't remember if you remember, Steel, but they introduced a mechanic, twin stick mechanic.
I never played it.
He introduced a twin stick mechanic for a melee based combat system. Now think about that, Steel. So twin stick shooter has been around forever, but he did it for melee based combat.
Like For Honor?
Kind of, but different. You'd have to play to understand. So one basically lock on, move towards, and then you would use your right stick to do combinations. 2 Human didn't live up to the promises, but my God, 2 Human is still a good game. And the futuristic Vikings lore that they have in there with the Norse gods, but in a futuristic setting is really well done.
I'm still trying to understand you saying that there was melee combat with the stick.
Yes.
Like you would push it certain directions.
Yes. Like one would move you. It's hard.
Is it third person?
Yes, it's third person. Yeah.
What
absolutely. Oh yeah, bro. But you controlled your movement with your left stick but it would lock on to different. So you'd be fighting groups of enemies, right? There was groups of enemies, and it was co-op as well. You could co-op this, and you could go from one to the other and hit them like all over the map. Like you had range to your attacks, so you would like go flying over, do uppercut, whatever, get them up in the air, do some juggling, and then you could go straight to the next enemy, like off of that. Like this is what he was trying to do. Did it always work the way it was meant to? No, it didn't. But goddamn, if it wasn't fun, and it was a looter too, still. So you were picking up loot constantly, and it was a loot that was a lot like Diablo, kind of in a way, where it was minute little bonuses, right? So you'd just be looking for that next little thing that gave you just a little upgrade, but they had different classes still. They had different weapons. You could dual wield in those. Otherwise they had, bigger weapons. You could parry, you could dodge, you could do all that kind of stuff. Too Human, again, never got, because it wasn't what was promised. It never took off the way it should have. But to this day, I still have some very, very fond memories. I actually joined a group. And this was back in the day when I didn't join groups to play Too Human, so that you always had a team to play with. And we used to wreck shop. But again, the lore itself was off the chart. I think you would love the lore. With, like I said, the futuristic Norse gods. There was some great writing, some great acting in there. Just a really cool game. And sad that they never got to do another one. But yeah, it's still out there. It's backwards compatible. You can go play it anytime.
Yobi says try to stream it one day, Too Human. I wonder if they got mods for it. Was it on PC?
I don't know if it was on PC. I think it was. Was it? Hold on.
Hey, yo, Vandal, you gotta calm down, man. Yeah, you said talking about I got melee combat with my stick every night. Hey, yo, wow. Watch out. Wow, you gotta calm down, Vandal.
No, I think that was a console exclusive.
Oh wow,
back in the day. Yeah.
So okay, so I get it. You said I can go back and get it?
Yeah, it's backwards compatible. It's free. I think you can probably pick it up free right now. Yeah.
Oh wow. Yeah, I'll give it a download. Fuck it. Why not? I might not finish it because of whatever reason. Because damn, the game looks old as hell.
Yeah.
But yeah. I guess we'll see. That stuff does bother me. Like that's why I do. Yeah. Like for Skyrim, that's why I had to put as many mods. Like it bothers me, personally. But nonetheless. Interesting. We went on a whole side tangent about Too Human.
Awesome. Yeah, Too Human is freaking.
Anyway, on to the next with 2009 with the PlayStation 4 and Xbox 360 releasing Shadow Complex.
Freaking amazing game as well. Shadow Complex, shout out 2D Metroidvania, just awesome animation style, just off. Oh god, so good. Steel Shadow Complex is really good. Yeah.
Okay. Then in 2010 in Japan on PlayStation 3, you got Ace, Another Century's Episode R. Okay, interesting.
I don't know about that one.
Dragonheart Yobi says it's free because of license. It's not allowed to be purchased, so it's to be given away for free. Oh, damn. Okay. Well, I'll go in there and give it a download. I mean, for a free game. I mean, why not make it a post? Hey, okay, you got the OG version.
And I've got my strat guide too as well.
Oh shit!
Still,
okay.
To this day, yeah, this was going to be a big deal.
I wonder if the co-op still worked for it.
That is a good question. I'm trying to remember the last time I fired it up if I could play co-op or not. I don't know. We'd have.
Oh no, that'd be interesting because I wonder if it's because that would have been during the time where it was like co-op was really based off the host and whatnot.
Yeah.
So it might have peer-to-peer.
Yeah, it was 2-player co-op, so maybe it is peer-to-peer.
That'd be interesting. That'd be dope. Yeah. If we end up going back to play, I mean, we still got to finish playing Dead Space 3, and we were having a really good time with that shit. I don't know when we're gonna fucking do it because all the fucking good games that are coming out, which is ass. But now we got to throw Too Human on that list. So I don't know. We might do that. What do you guys think? 1K stream, me and Pong could get together and play Too Human, or we could play, or you can watch me play a scary game.
I can't imagine people's responses to see us play freaking Too Human. Again, that game was panned when it came out because it wasn't, but there was a group of fans that really loved it. So it's very good.
I think that would be interesting as hell. Me and Pong going back and play an old ass game called Too Human that apparently is interesting as hell, if it's possible, or watching me play a scary game. I'm gonna put that in the thing. All right. Then in 2010 in Japan, we got Arcade Games released Katana, excuse me. I don't know. Did I say Katana? I hope I didn't. Oh, I did. Anyway, but that's what released in 2010. Then in 2010, you also had Japan released on PlayStation 3, Hyper Dimension Neptunia.
The Neptunia games, the Hyper Dimension, very good games.
Dusty
those are
said
the ones.
both.
Steel. Those are the ones. The Hyper Dimension Neptunias. Those are the ones that I told you about. That they're like a lot of fan service, but those are the ones where the girls are set up to represent each of the major consoles. Or Xbox and PlayStation.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is this an action-based game?
Yeah. They make action-based games. Yeah, they have action.
Hey, yo, I might have to play that.
It's funny as hell.
Just because it's funny. I know it's gonna have fan service. I don't have a problem with fan service. I don't.
Yeah.
Do I prefer it? No, I don't need it, but
right.
Jigga said
good shit.
Jigga J says I want to see Steel play Resident Evil 7.
Evil 7.
That's kind of up there too. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
It's kind of up there too. I mean, hey, I'll throw it on the list. Can't guarantee it. Again, like I mentioned earlier, if they're one of these games off this list, if it ends up somebody gifts it to me, it is much more likely that I will play it sooner than later. If it's in Game Pass or something else like that, it'd be extremely easy for me just to jump into, just off of principle. But again, we'll see. I will throw Resident Evil 7 on that list, though. Again, if it wins the vote, it wins the vote, and I'll do whatever I need to make it happen. Because again, that's just that for the thank you for getting to that 1K. So, but all right. Oh, I know Resident Evil's scary. I know. I saw it. Do not stream Phasmophobia. I'm not going to do that. Anyway, then in 2012, you had 3DS release New Super Mario Bros. 2.
Nice.
Then in 2013, PC released Race the Sun. Okay. Then in 2013, PC released Saints Row 4. I did play Saints Row 4. That was a good game. I had fun with that.
Saints Row 4 was good. Saints Row 3 is still the best, but that's all right.
Then in 2013 on PC, you had The Bureau, XCOM Declassified.
Again, an XCOM game that nobody wanted, but it actually plays well. Published by 2K. It is old as hell, but I actually got it. It's backwards compatible. Kind of I don't know if I'd say underrated game because I don't know if it's actually anything that most people would consider good, but I actually had fun with it because it's action based. It's not turn based. It's action based. And it's if you like aliens and you like the old setting of the 50s and 60s, it's got a lot of flair to it. Okay. The colors are ugly as all get out because it's a 360 game. So, but other than that, it's fun.
Okay, game. Nice. Then in 2013, PC released The Girl and the Robot.
Okay.
Anybody was looking for that? Then in 2014, PlayStation 3, 4, and Vita released Counter Spy.
Good game. Underrated game.
I remember hearing about this.
Yep. Counter Spy was cool. Yep.
Then in 2014, Macintosh and PC released Invisible Ink.
Yes, another underrated tactics turn-based game. That is very good as well. A lot of people didn't pick it up, but it's on console.
Okay.
It's if you like turn-based tactics and you are into spy stuff where you get to use like spy equipment and stuff, like that's a game. It's very well done. The levels are set up. They're not complex per se, but they are well designed. That keeps the flow going, and it gives you a lot of room for creativity, which is always a good thing in a tactics game. You want to be able to get creative, and that's one of them. Invisible Ink is another one.
Okay, nice. Then in 2014, PlayStation Vita released Sword Art Online Hollow Fragment. Shout out to Sword Art. You can put me in a virtual world like that, I'll jump into VR. I don't want to be stuck. Keep in mind, but yeah, put the whole thing on and I'm there. Anyway, then in 2014, PlayStation 3 released Tales of Xillia 2.
Tales of Xillia.
Hopefully I said that right. Then in 2016, 3DS released Metroid Prime Federation Force. I didn't even know that was a thing. Interesting.
Yeah, I don't remember that one.
Then in 2016, the PlayStation 4 and 360 got Shadow Complex again. I guess it was a remaster, maybe.
Yes. Or not a remaster, but it was re-released again.
Oh, re-released. Okay.
Yeah. For play. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I don't know. That doesn't make any sense why that came up again. I don't know.
Oh no, we had it in 2016, and then we also had it.
I guess because that was 2016 would have been the 360 arcade version, and then they finally released it because it came out on
yeah,
arcade, and then they relaunched it for PlayStation 4.
Okay, I guess that makes sense.
Yep.
All right, and then we go into 2016 on the 3DS. We had Style Savvy, Fashion Forward. No, okay.
No, nothing for you.
Then in 2019, on PC, you had a game called Rad.
Rad. That is from oh my god, that is from Tim Schafer's team. Actually,
okay.
And it's a roguelike game. Like people don't remember that they made it. But yeah, that was a Tim Schafer. Yeah. I've almost picked it up on sale a couple times because it looks kind of cool. It's got a unique style to it, and it's set back in the 80s, kind of, in a way. But you actually, it's roguelite as you kill monsters, alien type weird shit. You can actually get parts of their body and graft them onto your body and gain their powers.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, interesting. Then in 2019, PC got Remnant from the Ashes. Shout out to Remnant. The first Remnant was a really good game. I had my enjoyment of it. I didn't play it the way it was intended, like you're supposed to play it multiple times. But I did play it the one time, and it was good. Second one is even better. Then in 2021, on Nintendo Switch, you had Monster Train First Class.
Shout out to Monster Train.
Then in 2021, on PC and PlayStation 4, you had Rims Racing.
Another motorcycle game, right? Or is that no? That's like the futuristic.
No, it's motorcycles.
Is it motorcycle? Okay,
Arcade.
Couldn't remember. The arcade style. Yeah.
Interesting. Then in 2021, on PC and PlayStation 5, you had Train Sim World 2.
Shout out to Sim Games.
I can see that being interesting. Then in 2021, Wall of Insanity.
Never heard of that.
I don't remember that either. Don't remember anybody talking about it, but nonetheless, that is your This Day in Gaming segment.
Love it. My favorite. It's just one of those 360 games, man, that I just wish would have gotten better.
Yeah, no, that was kind of crazy to go on that slight too human tangent that we were on right there. That was interesting. Yeah. But I'll take it. I mean, again, that's what it's about, man. That's what gaming should be about.
Yeah.
Bringing up experiences, old or new, us being able to sit down, have those conversations, whether we're reminiscing or we're talking about the current industry, the benefits, the disagreements, and on every facet. Again, there's a reason why we coined the RTS view perspective, because again, you have to pull yourself out of the world, look at the darker crevices of the map, pull those resources together so you can build a foundation and can bring in people, so you could potentially reach those 3 billion gamers that are out there, that are involved in this industry, right? No matter what facet that is. And the more that we can, maybe we can help prevent things like we talked about earlier with the whole 2K snafu, in the whales and not being taken advantage of as gamers, or like I mentioned with Wayfinder, where we get games even in early access where there's just a better expectation up front, right? Where we get devs that, because again, I will say this, and I'll kind of lead off with this, we are still getting games where it seems like devs aren't looking across the street to see previous problems or growing or trying to learn off of games that currently exist. Like, I get that you're dedicating all your time, energy to whatever game that you're working on, but guys, at least spend a day or two during work hours looking at games around you that are doing similar things and learn from each other. Please. Good God. Because it just seems extremely clueless in some facets, but nonetheless, ladies and gentlemen, go ahead.
I just gotta say, Steel. Talking about, speaking of memories, just watching you play Nuketown. How many hours of Nuketown I spent playing? Like, it's crazy watching you run around in Nuketown again. I just, oh my
I don't
God,
miss
so
it.
many hours.
I don't miss Nuketown. I really
24
don't.
Nuketown
Oh my
24/7. Oh my
god.
God.
That was so toxic, bro. Nuketown was so toxic.
Oh, but it was
Oh.
so much fun, bro.
It was
In
a
a
good time.
way. In a
It
way,
was a
it
good time.
was, man. Yeah.
If you were actually decent, it was a good time. If you weren't, you probably weren't having fun at
I
all.
just no, but oh my God, domination
Oh my
with the
god.
B flag right there with my LMG and having the
There's some
freaking
battlefield moments that we've had well on
yeah,
domination on Newtown.
oh
For
yeah,
sure.
yeah.
And
Back
getting
and
B was those
Yeah.
are battlefield
Bro.
moments.
Bro.
No, you gotta push everybody small. No, push B. Get in there.
LMG with night vision scope, throwing out smoke grenades and just
Phone was
laying
broke,
down
yeah.
anybody that walked in there. Oh God, it's so much fun. Or heat vision too. Oh
Yeah,
God, it
yeah,
just
they
works
both
so
work.
good.
That is so
Yep.
funny.
And all the camping spots, the camping spot in the garage. Oh my God. It's just nonstop.
So
Anyway,
stupid.
sorry. I was just watching you play. I was like, holy shit, Nuketown.
You're good. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I want to thank you for joining us on episode 115 of Living Split Screen. Also want to thank you guys for helping us get over that 1K hump. Again, here's the road to 3K. We're skipping right over 2. We're going straight for 3. So, again, we'll set another good bar there as far as new things and standards that we'll do with that. We'll just continue to grow and continue to push it. So with that, you can find me, Steel Rain. Currently, it is still Steel Rain I. The T is a 7 everywhere. I am working on trying to see if I can get the eyes taken off. I already changed it on Xbox, so you can just type in normal Steel Rain on there. That's the way that I originally intended it. The eyes kind of made it more unique, but I don't know. I've been thinking about the future and branding and stuff like that. And I want to start continuously pushing it and making it easier for people to be able to find me. When you add all the additional letters and things, if I could just say Steel Rain, it makes it easier. T is a 7, flows better. So that's why I did that. So I'm kind of working on that in the background, but again, Steel Rain I, the T is a 7. You type it in Google or regular Steel Rain, you'll find my information regardless. I did it both ways. There's one dude on Xbox whose name is literally Steel Rain. The T is a 7, spelled the exact same way as mine, and he is offline. He has 3 friends, and he doesn't ever play Xbox. And he's the reason why I can't get that name. I'm out to write an email or something to see what I could do about that. Because I know Xbox also did that thing where they got rid of a lot of people or like they rolled off names of people who hadn't played in some time.
Yeah. Inactive.
I want to see what I could do. What I could do that. And yes, Dusty, I did that on YouTube also, where it's Steel Rain T is a 7, and then I have in quotations Steel Rain, so people know how to fucking say it, because that's another gamer problem that I've always had, because for whatever reason, when people see Steel Rain, it's Steel Region, because that's how region is spelled. Rain and region spelled the exact same way. Same letters, same placement, all that good stuff. If you don't believe me, I've been dealing with that shit since the beginning, since I've created my name. I will never understand it, but nonetheless. Pong, get these beautiful people out of here. Show them why you are the uncanny gentleman himself, and I want to thank you for being with me on this journey, this YouTube journey, man.
Thank you, Steel. I appreciate it, brother. Again, for everything behind the scenes. This adventure has been nothing short of exceptional, and the mission continues even though we hit 1K. Onward and upwards, and thank you to this entire chat. Again, you guys are amazing. Over 100 likes today. Y'all coming in here, showing love, whether it's again for 5 minutes or whether you stay this entire time and hear Steel and I go off on these tangents, rants, and huge discussions about maybe some topics that some other channels that you may listen to take 5 minutes to cover. But Steel and I, we might not get to every single topic every single week, but you're going to hear expansive conversations about different things. And that's what we did today. Again, I wasn't expecting us to talk about early access and NBA 2K season pass and Bungie's problems with Destiny 2. That wasn't on the top. That wasn't on my docket today. But here we are. We did it. And I don't think a lot of people are covering those this week at all. And then, of course, we still got in the Starfield hype. So thank you all for joining us. It was been an amazing episode of Living Split Screen, our first episode after hitting 1K, which is just simply special and never will not be special to me. I will remember this week forever. as one of those moments, one of those just milestones that you hit. Not every milestone has to be a big grand celebration, but for me and Steel hitting 1K, it is. So thank you all for being here and joining in on all of the festivities and the good times here. And we're just going to continue to roll. So I just can't believe it's Steel. We still got people Saturday, August the 19th, still now arguing today, Steel, about the menu screen for Starfield.
I really don't give a fuck about you arguing. Like
you got prominent people out here, or not, I shouldn't say prominent, but let's say there are people that are known still posting it and saying that it's terrible. Bro, I don't get it. I don't get it.
You know what the menu screen's for? For me to get in the fucking game. I really don't give a damn.
And it's simple. Steel, falls in line with every other Bethesda title screen, and rightfully so. Everybody else is posting the Last of Us menu screen. Everybody's posting the God of War menu
fucking
screen.
Window and 5 options.
Yeah, all right.
Come on, man. Oh, the window's moving. I don't. It's there for me to start the game.
Right.
God damn.
Shout out to Neo Game Spark, who came with his post and said, the God of War menu screen made me a better father. My review.
Oh, God.
I love you. So this is all so stupid. Anyway, sorry. I didn't mean to get sidetracked, but it's popping up in my feed and I just can't believe it. Anyways, folks, you can follow me, Pong Soul, on Xbox, Pong Soul on X, formerly known as Twitter, of course. You can find me tonight on the Shop Podcast, PTK Blam's channel, Blam, Fuzzy, myself, and we're going to have the one and only brother from another, Fun Speculation, aka Mav, joining us tonight. Of course, it's going to be a big Starfield conversation there. Everybody's so damn excited. PTK Blam just posted that, yesterday that he picked up the premium edition upgrade because that's how excited he is. He's been hitting me up in the DMs like, Pong, I'm all in. Like, I can't believe it, but man, this Starfield just gets better and better. So we're going to have a lot of fun conversations tonight. Best way to end your Saturday nights, 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 o'clock Central Time. The Shop Podcast, PTK Blam's channel, which has been growing and growing and growing. After 6 years, this man has just poured his heart into this channel. Finally, to see nice sized chats every Saturday night has been awesome over there. So join us there. Next week starts all over again. Double Barrel Gaming, Mr. Boomstick, Xbox Factor Podcast, Tuesdays, 12 p.m. Eastern, 11 o'clock Central Time. Again, I'm not able to join that panel anymore, but I will always be my family. And Boom is such a huge supporter. Again, flowers to Boom for everybody that he has helped build up in this community. Again, we all try to do this around here. It's not, like Steele said, about arguing over 100 people in our chat or 1,000 people in our chat. It doesn't matter. If you build up everybody that's positive, that shares this passion, that shares this energy, like Boom, like so much of our family does, that just helps everybody. And Boom does it to the nth degree, even though he is now over 13K. Again, shout out to Boom. So check out Xbox Factor every Tuesday. Thursday nights, Fun Speculation Network, now over 4K over there. Shout out to Mav. Shout out to Caitlin for the incredible job they've done over there. But Mav and I go live Thursday nights, PM in the PM, Pong and Mav in the PM, 7 p.m. Eastern, 6 o'clock Central Time. We're going to have Gamescom news this week. Gamescom is starting opening night live on Tuesday night. So we're going to have lots to talk about on Thursday. So join PM in the PM on Thursday night, and then back over on Fun Speculation Network every Friday night for Xbox Ultimate, 10 p.m. Eastern, 9 o'clock Central Time. We laugh a lot. We talk a lot of craziness. You never know what's going to happen on that show. We don't know who's going to show up, how many people are going to be on panel, but it's always fun. Check out last night's episode. It was a great episode as well, where we talked a ton of Starfield. Pickle Papa showed up, Game Pass Dad, otherwise known as. Yeah, we had some good combination, and I hijacked the show at the end, which Steele and I didn't even get into, about the new strike policy that Xbox rolled out, and Stallion, of all people, got caught within the first 24 hours. He finally figured it out this morning. I just looked at his post, Steele, from a picture, from a screenshot from 8 years ago from Saints Row, or something crazy like that. That's what he thinks got nailed. This is nuts. Anyways, we didn't get into it, but we got into it last night on Xbox Ultimate. Just stupidity. But anyways, check that out. And then back here again next week for Living Split Screen with my brother, my favorite people in the entire world, Mr. Steel Rain. We will be back next Saturday, God willing. Anyways, it's the golden age of gaming, people. Best time ever to be gamer, get out there. I know you can enjoy something no matter where you're playing right now. Play what you love what you play. And I'm going to talk to you all real soon tonight. Steel, get us out of here, brother.
First, I got to tell you, Splitters, I want to say thank you for guys joining us. Everybody who became a Splitter today. Hopefully you guys stay locked in with us. The gifts, subs, everything that y'all have given us today is a beautiful thing. Slomo says, real quick, says, live a split screen. You did it the right way. That's the only way to do it, in my opinion. Yeah, man, because we were getting into a little bit of a conversation. I'll lead off with this. Because Vandal had asked, hey, how long did you guys take to get here? I was like, hey, with us being into season 3, it took about 2.5 years. And that's with us, just to give it a perspective. And I don't mind talking about it, so I'm not ashamed of it.
Hell no.
That's with us doing very light promo and doing literally one show a week on a Saturday morning with other people doing things, with us still trying to grow, with limited time, still, and it's still something that affects us on a day-to-day basis. Real life is still happening, right? But as we've been able to progress and the more support that we can get, it is going to help us grow exponentially, right? Which is why 1K was so important, at least to us. And again, many people can say this, but I'm going to tell you my perspective. And I'm pretty sure I'm speaking for us both. 1K is special to us because we literally have done this from nothing, right? So, and that's why I'm not ashamed to talk about it. I don't care. I don't play numbers games with people. I play numbers games in real life, right? Like, we can talk about real life numbers and business and all that stuff. If we're trying to grow on that level, we can talk numbers at that. This is my hobby. This is a passion. I have other hobbies and passion, but this is the one that I have chosen to dedicate more time to grow an audience. That's something that me and Paul talked about from the very beginning. Hey, because we saw that with other people. And I'm not going to mention names. I'm not that type of dude. I don't have to sit there and don't go down a list of people that I know that are doing these things. We didn't pay for not a single sub, which is, again, a proud moment. We didn't pay for a viewer. We didn't pay for a single thing to do with this channel outside of maybe doing restream for a few months just to see if it was worth it. At that point, it wasn't. Now, it's different. So, again, that's why hitting 1K is so important. Also, YouTube standard was so we can be monetized and whatnot. They changed that, but it didn't change for us hitting that 1K because since we've hit this, we're going to be able to hit 3K so much faster than we were able to hit the first 1K, and we got more content planned to come in, and we've had hardware upgrades, and like there's so many things that layer on top of each other. And not only that, but we got people that literally will stay in the chat with us 5 hours worth of content. If that doesn't tell you enough of like how special this is to me, that means a lot. And I greatly appreciate everybody who continues to rock in. Again, like Pong says, whether it's for 5 minutes or it's for just the whole thing, the fact that you're coming through, tuning in and locking in, that's why we put those, the timestamps in there. You don't have to listen the entire time. Pick a place and then let me know how you truly feel about the content so we can grow. Got to pick each other up. That's just my thoughts. And this Slow-Mo says, the only numbers I care about is the number of games I beat and my KD. 100%. That's me. Games beaten, I'm not as critical about those things. Again, I have an overall perspective about those things. Real life is real life. But when it comes to these multiplayer games, again, I come from a completely different cloth when it comes to that. I am extremely competitive, but I'm not the shit talker. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, when we talk about being good at games, that's a whole different conversation for a whole different group of people. And that every time that I've ever had that, it goes in extremely toxic places, and it's not needed. How we run it, what you're looking like when we group up, and can we be cool based off of that? Do we have good team play? If not, you weren't meant to be in my circle, which is fine. But anyway, again, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being here, tuning in. We'll see you next week on episode 116 of Living Split Screen. We'll be right back at you with that live, raw, and uncut energy and giving that RTS perspective that only we could give you right here Much love. Y'all stay safe. Get some gaming in, by the way. And Spartan661 with the super chat.
Nice.
$1.99. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Congratulations on the 1K and growing.
Thank you, Spartan. All love and respect to everybody out here.
That's beautiful. I love it. Hey, y'all stay safe out there. We'll catch y'all gaming. And hey, you guys watch out for that Armor Core 6 content. Because I'm coming with it heavy. I'm telling you. I'm playing. I'm so excited. I am excited.
And nobody cares about Star.